Aussie.
And we're live Sunday night on a long weekend, so we can have another party night. So I don't have to go to work. And I'm on one level, I'm a contractor, so I don't get paid tomorrow. On the other level, I don't know, a 3-day weekend feels good. So that's what's happening. So a couple times today, I had like a realization, I don't have to do work tomorrow. That's cool. So yes, Hellion, hello, Kirsten, Megaleech, Luke, all in early. Nice to see ya. Yeah, let's rock on in. You can tell I'm making another cocktail video tonight because I got my cocktail making gear on. Because I kind of felt like I was drinking a lot anyway, and the last video I wanted to make involved making 2 quite strong martinis. And I thought, and by quite strong, I mean quite strong. I don't want to, I didn't want to get as smashed as that would have made me. So I saved that for tonight because I knew I could do it tonight. So, hoorah. So that's what's going to happen tonight. And because, and again, it's me and my love of themed days for my cocktails for YouTube. Next Saturday is Martini Day. So I'm going to do an experiment with the Vespa Martini. Abigail, hello. Yes. Abigail, you can get to bed after 7 a.m. Oh, because of the caffeine, yes. And bad decision juice. Yes. Look, that's just the same incredibly sad, pathetic little boy who, yes, okay, he has a sexual fixation with me. That's obvious, because that's the only thing that drives someone to be that fixated, a very deep-seated sexual obsession. So for his own good, I'm ignoring him. And like I said, I mean, the incredibly sad fuckwit is up to creating more than a dozen accounts just to try and get an outlet for his sexual obsession with me. Honestly, that's what internet porn's for. What's he wasting time for? Sad boy. You see, Abigail, with regards to the caffeine and the bad decision juice, I think I counteracted it with enough alcohol that I slept normally. Although I did wake up at 8, so I was like, so I get a report from my CPAP headgear. Well, not from the headgear, from the machine the headgear is attached to. I get a report on how many hours it was on, which is not really how many hours I slept. It's how many hours it was on. But like last night was 10 hours, which was pretty amazing. And Friday night, it was only 5 hours. So, which is probably why it was 10 hours last night, because I was catching up. Got up at 8 a.m. both days, but one night went to bed at 10, one night went to bed at 2. Like, that's the difference. Speaking of bad decision juice, look, I've been milk clarifying things. This is like a whiskey and chocolate clarified liqueur. This was an absolutely opaque brown before I clarified it. And now it's just like a urine sample from someone who needs to hydrate more. So I'm going to pour it over some of my magic clear ice, maybe a little bit more because that's 2 drinks. So I'll just have half of it. A little bit more. So see my magic clear ice. Makes the drink so sexy. Yeah, no, look, they all look like urine. Not all, but it's very common for clarified cocktails to look like urine samples. So, yeah, Abigail peaked early. Most people were out before midnight or all set for an after party. Yeah. You know, maybe that was my fault for starting up Angry Bunch early. I don't know. But it was still fun. But, you know, live and learn, life experience, all that sort of thing. So we just take that as it comes, basically. So I'm just waiting for this drink to chill because I tend to keep the clarified cocktails at room temperature because if you keep them in the fridge, sometimes it's like the oils in it come out of solution in the lower temperature, and so it goes cloudy, which ruins the whole effect. So I keep them at room temperature and just put them on ice. Luke, Dumb and Dumber with a cop in beer bottles. Is that pissing in beer bottles, I guess? I have a vague memory of that. Dumb and Dumber is one of 2 movies I saw on acid. So that's possibly why my memory of it's not perfect. Yeah, Abigail was a fun night. Who knows? It's just things be different. Things be different and cope with it. So I have not had a proper taste. I've got 2 I'm going to taste tonight that I've made. I haven't had a proper taste of. And then I've got a few drinks to last me through the week. Kirsten, you're listening to lovely Gaelic music. Nice. Cried in a kebab shop at 2 a.m. You also consume the bad decision juice. Oh, that sounds like quite the night. But definite chocolate. Oh, wow. That really tastes like chocolate. Tastes like dark, bitter chocolate. Yeah, and it was dark creme de cacao in there. Along with some other weird stuff, some herb. This has got... What has this got in it? It's got it's got whiskey, and it's also got Fernet Branca. That's nice to hope Kirsten's okay, or was it just the bad kebab, or was other actual more serious emotions in a kebab shop at 2 a.m.? Yeah, certainly lots of emotions happen in kebab shops at 2 a.m. It's what the people at kebab shops need to be prepared for. Just extreme emotional scenes at 2 and 3 a.m. I think it just popped into my head years ago. Like I used to live way out west around Sunshine and whatnot, and my ex-in-laws were at St Albans, which is further west, and there's this news story years back. This like fish and chip shop that this older couple that I think had run it for decades. Just it was like not a fancy one, not a new trendy one, kind of old school fish and chip shop, and very late at night, just at closing. There's no there. Scumbag comes in, and I think whether it was a real gun or a fake gun, but I think from memory he pulled a gun. He definitely had a weapon. I think it was a gun because they were very worried, and it's like, give me the till, and it was closing up, and it's a fish and chip shop. So they had the big deep fryer of oil, and while he's standing there waving a gun around, dude who runs the place saw his opportunity with a pan. He just like scooped up boiling oil and threw it in the motherfucker's face. And that was the end of that attempted robbery. And yeah, and so the cops just, they called the cops, and then I think the cops just staked out hospitals waiting for someone to come in with really fucking bad burns. Nasty. Oh, Luke, yes. Adelaide's famous pie floaters. Crime against humanity, really. It was like a meat pie swimming in pea and ham sauce. Quite disgusting. Then again, I don't like pea and ham sauce. I like Mrs. Angry made today this pea and mint soup, pea and mint soup, and it was really good. I tend to not like, whereas I like bacon and I like ham, I tend to not like bacon and ham flavors in other things. Megaleech loves a pie floater. Well, to each their own. It probably depends what that's playing. Like I said, pea and ham soup I was never into. Although I haven't had it for years and my palate's changed. Maybe I like pea and ham soup now. I don't know. So, I mean, my favorite late night bad decision food of recent years, the last decade, is definitely the halal snack pack. I fucking love that so much. It's just like Australians went, yeah, drunk kebabs are good, but it's got some salad in it, so could we make it less healthy? So it's just like chips and kebab meat and cheese and sauces. It's the fucking best. I haven't had one for a little while, actually. Now, having said that, there's a couple of places near here who do kebabs and whatnot. I feel like I need to get one. Greg and Safa, hello and good evening. Megaleech. Oh, yes, your wife makes one. Yeah, with split peas. Yeah, maybe my palate's changed and I'd like it now. I don't know. Luke, call them ABS in Adelaide. What's that stand for? Yes, idle labor, HSPs. Halal snack packs. They're the best. They are so fucking unhealthy. They're awesome. Went out with Mrs. Angry last night for date night, which is why there was a stream last night, to a place called Sal, and they do, they have an interesting menu, but they also do a tasting thing where set courses, 3 or 4 courses. That was fucking great. That food is great. And their cocktails are okay too. I ordered one they called Fiery, and I said, is that spicy? And he said, yes. Okay, I feel game. I'll try it. And it was actually too spicy. And I felt like such a wuss because I couldn't finish it. It was just too spicy. Oh, I like that, Megaleech. The green soup, you call it Shrek soup to the kids, and you also fart like Shrek after eating it. Well, as I have said before, because I'm doing the meal replacement stuff, the Optifast, usually 2, if not 3 meals a day are these meal replacements. Obviously, last night wasn't, as I said. And I also had normal human food for dinner tonight. But often breakfast and lunch are meal replacements. Sometimes all 3 meals are meal replacements. Sometimes not, because, life. But yeah, this stuff, doing these meal replacement things, makes you crap less and fart more. Like farts so much more. Mrs. Angry goes on the sort of Facebook groups that talk about this, and everyone goes, yep, this stuff. It's working, but makes you fart uncontrollably, and also the not pooping as much makes sense because the volume is just so much smaller. Like you got this tiny volume, so of course you're not going to produce as much poop because in terms of sheer volume of food, if I'm doing these meal replacements, it's like 80% less volume than I'd normally eat. It's still plenty to keep me going, but just in terms of actual volume is really small. So luckily, I find farts funny, so I'm not bothered by that little side effect. Megaleech, why have we never heard you fart on live stream? Well, two potential reasons. One, maybe I'm circumspect and hold them in during the stream. Two, maybe the microphone's not sensitive enough to pick up the farts, particularly if I'm talking while I do it. If I talk while I'm doing it, microphone's going to pick up my talking and, not the farting. Safa, do all the drinks have a strong smell with them? That's a question of personal perception. Most spirits have a really definite aroma. Like even vodka, you can kind of go, I can smell, even though it's proper vodka is a neutral alcohol. You go, I can smell that's alcohol. Whereas when you get into gins and whiskeys and rums and tequilas, they have really specific aromas. A lot of liqueurs don't have much of an aroma. You get the herbal ones and whatnot. Can I smell this? Do you mean when I've poured a drink? Can I smell it? Like, no. If I go, also because this is clarified, it's the aroma is really reduced compared to lots of drinks. But if I leave bottles of booze open, like often when I'm making a clarified cocktail, that means leaving an open container of alcohol of a cocktail for a while. So sometimes when I'm doing that, the whole kitchen kind of smells like booze. And certainly after big party nights, Mrs. Angry has told me she comes into the kitchen the next morning and it smells like a distillery in here because I've had many open bottles of alcohol over the course of the night. And she can smell it walking into it. Oh, I like that, Megaleech. Your wife live streams games and her viewers could hear you farting the other night. God damn. Maybe you were just, like I said, well, maybe I'm being a bit circumspect with my farts. That's probably the only answer. I'm just being a bit circumspect with my farts while I'm doing a stream. All right. It's really interesting. There is not much flavor left in it. It's got chocolate. It's definitely got chocolate. So, although that's not a color you associate with chocolate, but this has a really definite chocolate flavor and probably a bit of whiskey still as well. Oh, I bet, Kirsten, you're saying sometimes distilleries don't smell so good. Well, you're fermenting and you're distilling, and yeah, I could imagine many times. Safa, is it possible to get drunk from drink fumes? Short answer, no. Slightly longer answer, you can vaporize alcohol. And if you inhale that vapor, you will get drunk because you are still absorbing alcohol, even though it's in gas form. You are still absorbing alcohol into your system. But from drinks left open, are you going to get drunk? No, because it's far too diffuse. It's far too diffuse. But there are various things where you can vaporize spirits and inhale that vapor. That will get you drunk. And if you miscalculate how much alcohol you put in, it can be very dangerous. Abigail says there were stories that came out of Russia, I think, of people doing vodka saunas. Sauna, you're in a closed room, the heated rocks, and you're supposed to pour water on them, and you get all the steam. But people were pouring pure vodka on them, and a reasonable concentration of vodka was filling the room, and people have died from that. So Okay, so Megalich's wife plays Dead by Daylight, Phasmophobia, Medieval Dynasty, Grand Theft Auto 5, Subnautica. Okay, there's quite a few in there. Nice. Celtic King, I have not heard from AZ since he was here the other day, so who knows? AZ's very unpredictable. Anything could happen. You never know with AZ. Abigail saying RimWorld's a great name. Incidentally, the porn version of RimWorld is also called RimWorld. So, boom, boom, Rimshot. No, it's called Rim Job World. Taz Chic. Hello. There was a good series of jokes a couple seasons ago on Archer when he was in Hollywood, where the two detectives were talking about stuff, and one guy was getting Rimshot and Rimjob mixed up and talking about making it his porn star name, and it was a bit of a extended running joke. It was pretty good. Oh, yeah, sorry, Celtic King. I did make Abigail a moderator. I did make Abigail a moderator the other night because sad little dickhead was doing his stupid shit when I wanted to make a video. And of course, it can take me 10 or 15 minutes to make the video. And so he could have been, oh shit, was it? Shit. Sorry. Oh my God. Oh my God. I've got to undo that. And I don't even know how to. I should have recognized that. Sorry, just the way she came in. Shit. I'll try and fix it. Shit. Guests. Shit. Oh my God, I'm such a dickhead. And I was going to time out rather than ban, but oh God, such a dickhead. Such a dickhead, honestly. Let's see if I can fix that. YouTube make this shit really difficult. Watch later. Subscriptions. Oh, God damn it. See, this is the really bad side effect of trolls. History. Is it in history? No, it's not. God damn it. Wait, what's here? No, none of that's any good to me. Account, appearances, settings. Is it in settings? Notifications, accounts, Google account, membership. Fuck. Privacy, connected act. Advanced settings. Geez, I've never used any of this. Account. No, it's not there. God damn it. I'm such a goddamn idiot. Data. Channel. I'll go back to channel. Fuck. Oh, wait, actually, possibly the easiest thing. I'm not looking at chat. Fixed it. Oh, okay, Abigail, that's really embarrassing that you fixed it. That's really embarrassing that you fixed it and I couldn't work out to. I knew it was a smart idea. I knew it was a smart idea to make you a moderator. God damn it. God damn it. Honestly. See? You'll have to tell me how, because I'm super fucking confused as to how you did. No, we'll forget that. Jesus Christ. Bloody hell. Honestly. I was just mutter. It's just so stupid of me. Anyway, so I am going to make 2 really strong martinis now. Luke, my full YouTube ban list is many thousands long. But it is actually mostly spam accounts. Probably less than half like troll hater accounts. Most of them are spam accounts. But I have probably still banned in the thousands of like trolls and hater accounts because they're just fucking boring. But yes, my total ban list, many thousands long. More than half of them are spam accounts. Tashik, you want a martini? Well, what I'm going to do, because I have a little motto that is vodka is bullshit. Just because, and again, this is nothing against anyone who likes drinking vodka. I'm talking in terms of cocktail recipes. It brings nothing. There's no flavor. It adds alcohol, but you also have the alternative of adding alcohol and flavor and character at the same time. So, and look, but it literally is, I actually want the drink to not taste like alcohol. I just want it to taste like the fruit juice. And that's why I get vodka cocktails. It's like, sure. Okay. That's actually fine. But just in terms of having an interesting cocktail experience, I don't believe vodka helps you with that. So I have made a Vespa martini before, but this one I'm going to do a comparison. So for those who aren't familiar, it's James Bond. The Casino Royale martini recipe, he says, is 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, half a part Kina Lillet. And the reason I'm going to do a comparison, I'm going to make 2. This is a Mr. Bean tie, Chris. Hello. The reason I'm going to do this because I actually saw a decent argument in favor of the Vespa Martini, like 3 parts gin and 1 part vodka, because the vodka sort of lengthens the cocktail without sacrificing alcohol content. Like some people find gin, and of course, but there are hundreds of different gin flavors, but some people find a lot of gin in a cocktail a bit overpowering, and this way they can still have a strong martini that's gin, but the vodka dilutes the gin flavor a little without diluting the alcohol content in the gin. And I thought that's actually a reasonable argument. So what I'm going to do is make 1 Vespa with vodka. So 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, half part. No such thing as Kina Lillet anymore. I'm going to use Coca Americano. Then I'm going to make one that's just 4 parts gin and half a part Coke Americano. But I think for fun, I'll split it. I'm going to do the body of it sort of drier gin. I'm going to use the. Oh no, I was going to use the macadamia, but I think I'll use the coral gin from Applewood. And then I'll do 1 part of like a citrus aromatic gin, like Steve the Bartender's gin. Luke, you were going to get vodka for drinking with OJ and getting drunk. Yeah, it's good with fruit juices, man. Don't limit yourself to OJ. Do a fun thing. Mix it up. Do a mix, man. Do orange juice, pineapple juice, cranberry juice. You know, make an alcoholic fruit cocktail, man. Have some fucking fun. So I'm going to do that now because I'm going to when the recipe for a Vesper is 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, half a part Kina Lillet. You can take those as half ounces. So you can do that 1.5 ounces gin, half an ounce vodka, and 1/4 of an ounce of the aromatized wine. Or you can go fucking balls out and actually do 3 ounces of gin and 1 ounce of vodka and half an ounce of the aromatized wine, which is what I'm going to do because fuck yeah. Also, because my martini glasses are really high volume. So that's my excuse. And I might not even drink them all. I probably will drink them all, but I might not. That might be my next, because I've always wanted to milk clarify a martini because visually it will make difference because a martini is basically clear. But taste-wise, I'm really intrigued what it'll do to it. So for tonight, boozy night. Boozy night. Right, so I need to get bits together to make this. So, dry martini. Where is it? It's over here somewhere. Is this it? I've still got, this is my bloody coral gin still half full. I bought that about a year ago. I don't know if you remember me talking about, I spent last year tracking how much booze I ordered and how long it took me to, and what that revealed to me after about 10 months of tracking purchases is, no, I'm not consuming that much, you know. It takes me ages to go through a bottle. This is fine. So I stopped tracking about November, December last year. I just re-looked at that list the other day and I was looking like the one that I had finished, and I was like, oh yeah, that took me 6 months, 9 months, 12 months to knock that off. So that's okay. Justin, hello. And yes, Shieldsy, I'll drink some water at some point. Safa, spirits basically don't have an expiry date. Wines do. Liqueurs do. And what was I going to think? Vermouth, which is a wine, an aromatized wine. So, but spirits are such high alcohol content, if they don't get contaminated, it's basically very unlikely they'll go off. Some people will argue their flavor might change over time, but and Kirsten knows way more on technical topics like this than I do. Kirsten may offer any corrections or clarifications, but I think the simple answer is spirits don't go off unless they get contaminated. Oh, God, the stove's doing its buzzing thing, which you all probably can't hear. Well, look, I'm doing another one of these projects. This is a little fruit peel in there. This is a oleosaccharum, a sugar syrup made with citrus oil. And this was covered in sugar, and sugar absorbs liquid, basically. And it, in terms of citrus peel, it leaches the citrus oil out of the peel and turns it into syrup. I've got to add a bit of tomorrow. I'll let it keep doing this to absorb more flavor. This is mostly orange peel, but there's some grapefruit peel in here. Tomorrow I'll add some water to it and have a nice tangy sugar syrup for cocktails. And there's another bit I'm going to do an experiment with. Justin, second shot, nice. Did you have any side effects? Because for my first shot, I had really mild side effects. The worst was probably overnight. I got the chills and felt bleh and actually felt really weak. And so I didn't sleep that well. So I was a bit tired the next day. Next night, full night's sleep. Beaut, you're done. All right, so I'm going to do coral gin. Why not do Steve the Bartender gin? Oh, Christ. The only vodka I've got are my little sample bottles of Crystal Head, which are up here. Where are they? Ugh. Is this the open one? I've opened one of them. Or did I drink it all? Jesus, did I open one and drink it? Wait a second. Put it on a high shelf. No, I must have fucking... Ugh. I must have drunk the last one I opened. They're like tiny, cute little skull bottles. They're good quality ones too, because I've got some cheap skull shot glasses. These aren't cheap. These are... So... Where's the other one? Does that look like it's been opened? I swear I opened one. I think... no, this one's open. I think I had a sip of this one. Because Crystal Head is a quite reasonable drinking vodka. It's a sipper. Justin, you fell asleep in the afternoon. Might have been because you had to get up early for the shop. Maybe. But yeah, so you didn't have any aches, pains? Cool. Chris, you had no side effects at all. Lucky. Happy to be mostly safe. Heard Moderna can make you sick for a day. I think there's massive variation from person to person. But yeah. So be interested. I don't get my second shot for another 2 months because I got AstraZeneca. And it's apparently more effective if you wait 12 weeks. Right. Oh, yeah, but it's that's normal for any injection to have tenderness around the shot area. So some people have reported their arm was really like more than usual achy. There's just a huge amount of variance from person to person. All right, so I want my stirring glass too, because fuck Ian Fleming, you stir martinis, you don't shake them. Yep, Chris, I love it. The pro mask thing. It's rude to not wear one around folks thing. Okay, where did I put... Oh, wow, did I actually put it in the dishwasher? That was fucking organised of me. Okay, so we have a nice clean mixing glass for our martinis. I'm going to get my sexy martini glasses. I'm going to play bloody Tetris with these glasses to fit them all in. That's the bloody Crystal Head martini glass. Oh, shit. I need more glassware space. Oh. Play Tetris to fit them all in. So, Chris, you reckon it'll be a long time before you stop wearing masks? Yeah, but when you're in private with people you know are vaccinated, that's a different thing. Justin, I think there are a few reasons for not giving everyone Pfizer, not least is availability. Just going to chill these glasses. Going to put some ice in them. And I'm going to put some ice on the ground. Yes, Luke, I'm going to try not to break them. That would be embarrassing. Also, it would make me a bit sad because these are, don't know if you can see the lace work on this. These are very beautiful glasses. All right. So, just check I've got everything I need. Vodka. Coral. Koki. That's everything I need. Oh, I do need to put some ice. Ow, and I need my stirring finger. You like that as some accidental ASMR, Celtic? Nice. Oh, nice. Abigail, you'll be fully vaccinated for your birthday. Well, that's nice. Chris, Australia's serums lab is producing huge amounts of AstraZeneca. I don't think we produce Pfizer or Moderna locally, but we are producing a lot of AstraZeneca locally. Oh, Justin Morrison fucked everything with everything he's stuck his stupid fingers in. He's fucked up. The only reason we did so well with controlling the virus in Australia is the state premiers ignored Morrison and said, fuck you, we're going to decide what happens in our state. Morrison is actually responsible for border security, fucked it completely. Morrison declared he was responsible for the vaccine rollout, which was a stupid idea. It should have been the states, and then he fucked that up. Morrison's a fucking loser, and we're all losers because of him. All right, so I need my stirring finger, I need my jigger, and then I need to get some ice. There's my stirring finger. Oh, there it is. I thought I knew it. Oh, shiza. I left milk in my jigger. That's a really bad idea. Sorry, I'm just going to be off camera for a second because I think I have to really clean this because I left milk in it. I was making a milk clarified cocktail today. It was a very bad oversight. Don't want rancid milk in your jigger. So, all right, left my stirring finger around here. Right. Now I think I'm ready. Celtic King, see you later, man. Abigail, you had some very mild side effects for a couple of days. Second Pfizer, stronger side effects, but still mild. Yeah. Oh, yeah, Safa and Premier de Dan's coming back in about 2 weeks. Justin, okay, I think you're slightly misinformed. Because in terms of effectiveness with the vaccines, it depends what you measure. And personally, I think the most important measure for the AstraZeneca vaccine is based on the millions of doses that have been released worldwide. It's close to 100% effective against serious illness. Not against contracting the virus, but against serious illness. Although we're getting scary reports about the Delta variant and that it might be much more likely to lead to fatality. I don't think we actually have all the information on it yet, but there are some, particularly out of the UK, some scary indicators that, up to a third of the people who've died from the Delta variant had been fully vaccinated, but it's a very small number. So the statistical set is too small to be sure of, what was the reason behind it, etc. But it's pretty spooky that it seems to be like the vaccines are less effective at stopping you from getting this variant, and they're less effective at stopping you from dying. We don't really have enough data on that yet, but there are a couple of troubling signs, put it that way. Yeah, we've got to get everyone vaccinated, Safa. We can't stay like we are now forever. We need effective vaccine, effective quarantine, effective testing of travelers, and we need globally effective vaccine rollout. But we live in a weird fucking time. Anything could happen at any moment. Who knows? Justin, we'll need to have booster shots every year. There is no doubt at all. If you don't get an annual booster, you are going to be at extremely high risk, and I mean extremely high risk of contracting COVID. We will probably, in the next decade, see a fuckload of people die every year. There will probably be thousands of deaths every year. Because we normally get at least hundreds, if not thousands, of flu deaths every year. So from COVID variants, even with the best protection we can have and something that lets us lead a close to normal life, there will probably be thousands of deaths a year once we, open up. That's just inevitable. Toshi, will be the time we can say we're COVID-free. No, we'll never be COVID-free. We'll have better and better protections and better treatments. It's why we have to get, why it's recommended we get flu vaccines every year, because flu variants come around every year, and they, in a normal year where we aren't doing distancing and other health practices, they kill a lot of people. That's been a side effect of the lockdowns and distancing, etc., and stopping international travel for COVID. Our flu deaths have dropped to almost zero. We'd normally get hundreds, if not thousands, of flu deaths a year, and they dropped to almost zero because of what we're doing about COVID. And yes, Justin, the Spanish flu never died out. We just learned to live with it. That if you get a flu vaccine, it's got variants for the Spanish flu in it. So yeah, we'll have to get boosters every year and recognize that thousands of people are going to die every year. But I mean, thousands of people die every day. People just drop dead. That just happens. I think we underestimate mortality. I think we underestimate how common it is for people to just die. Geez, this is dark. I'm going to lighten things up by making my martinis. So I'm just going to turn lights and cameras on. Right. Just check that my camera's still lined up, that I haven't sort of kicked the tripod without realizing it. That looks so good to me. So, all right. So that's ready. You get nostril cam while I'm making this. But I think I'm ready to go. Yeah. G'day, cocktail lovers. I hope you've been keeping well. I hope you're ready for another cocktail and a bit of a talk about the history of this one. So we're coming up on Martini Day. Of course, a martini has its day, and I love martinis. And why not? And I'm going to talk about the James Bond Vesper Martini. I have talked about this, I think, on Martini Day last year. It was either on Martini Day or on Ian Fleming's birthday. I talked about it. And basically, the way Fleming described the Vesper Martini in Casino Royale, stupid as hell, essentially. Okay. Yes, and I know some people do drink vodka martinis because they don't like gin. It's like, okay, weirdo. But if you're not absolutely familiar with the Vesper Martini, the way it's described, it's 3 parts gin. He specifies Gordon's for some reason. 3 parts gin, 1 part vodka, half a part Kina Lillet, which is an aromatized wine, which doesn't actually exist anymore. But I've always thought, well, that's just stupid. Why are you putting the vodka in there? Just have a gin martini, for God's sake. I personally am a fan of a quite dry gin martini, at least 4 parts gin to 1 part vermouth, if not 6 parts gin to 1 part vermouth. Mrs. Angry, on the other hand, we've discovered what she likes is a very unconventional 50-50, and it's made with sweet vermouth rather than dry vermouth, which would freak a lot of people out. But I've also heard some people go, that we call that a red martini. So yeah, cool. So honestly, in the whole scale of things, the Vesper Martini is not that unusual. Kind of seems done, particularly, the line that became famous, shaken, not stirred. If you ever want to really piss off bar staff, say that thinking you're James Bond cool, and they will think you're the biggest dickhead on the planet. Hot tip from me, don't do that in bars. But I actually saw a pretty good defense of a Vesper Martini recently, and it's namely that, okay, for some people, gin can be a bit overpowering when it's that dominant in a drink. So if you put a bit of vodka in, you're diluting the gin flavor a bit, but you're not diluting the alcohol content. And honestly, that's not completely unreasonable. So what I thought I'd do, I'm going to do a comparison. I'm going to do the Vesper as described by Fleming, who incidentally did not know what he was talking about. I've read articles where they said in an interview later in life, Fleming said, yeah, he kind of made that up. And he actually ordered one at a bar later and he didn't like it. So that wasn't like his favorite drink or anything. It was he made it up out of ignorance and he ended up not liking it. So I'm going to make the Fleming guide, and then I'm going to make one that's just gin, but I'm going to split it between 2 types of gin. It's going to be 3 parts dry gin and 1 part a citrusy aromatic gin. And I'm going to compare and see which one I like. If I actually significantly dislike the martini done to the Fleming recipe with the vodka, or if they're both okay, or what? Just fun. I like experimenting. Let's go. Forgot to put ice in the shaker. Right. Not the shaker, in the stirrer. Just do that now. There it is. I got a spoon out specifically to help me crack this ice. So a little bit of harsh ASMR as I crack this ice. Great. Okay, so far 75% of it has gone in the glass. Come on. God almighty. I'm going to be sitting in ice shards. Oh well. I'm going to do one more. See if this one goes any better. All right. All the cool kids do this, and I'm so bad at it. Okay, 90% of that one went in. That was much. Oh, Christ. Big bit of ice on the floor. I almost slipped over. Ugh, I'm a worry. Okay. Put this back. As I said, the Vesper recipe is 3 parts gin to 1 part vodka to half a part aromatized wine. Now, you can interpret that as you want. A lot of people will go, okay, it's going to be 1.5 ounces gin, half an ounce vodka, 1/4 ounce of the aromatized wine. Or you can man the hell up and treat that as ounces. My martini glasses are quite high capacity. So you know what? What the hell? I'm going ounces. For the gin component, this one I haven't used that much, but it's really nice. It's an Australian gin from Applewood. They call it Coral. You can see it's slightly pink, but it's not a novelty pink gin like some of them are. This is actually using Australian botanicals, including, and I'll get it straight from the bottle, it's like strawberry gum, rye berries, and there's salinity from Carcalla. Carcalla is a plant that grows along the coastline in Australia, and they filter the salt out of salt water that sprays on them. And so the juice from them tends to be saline. So there's a nice dry and savory element to this gin. It's really good. So, as I said, not messing about, going to do 3 ounces, not 3 parts, 3 ounces of this gin from Applewood. Now, the only vodka I have in the house was these little sample bottles of Crystal Head vodka, which I got in duty free a long time ago because I like the little skull bottles because vodka's bullshit, so I don't really keep it in the house. So I'm going to do a 1 ounce, 30 mils of vodka. Well, did you get a little ASMR of that pouring? That was nice. The final part is the aromatized wine. Vermouth is very common in martinis. Fleming specified Quina Lillet, which doesn't exist anymore. The same makers have a product called Lillet Blanc, which a lot of people say, well, that's the same thing. And I think the manufacturers say it's the same, but it's not, because the Quina part was quinine, which is the bitter element that's in tonic water. And Lillet Blanc doesn't have quinine in it. But this does. Coqui Americano. This is actually one of the best approximations of the no longer existing Quina Lillet that's on the market today. So I'm going to do half an ounce, 15 mils of Coqui Americano. Regardless of what Ian Fleming said, this is a stirred cocktail. One does not shake a martini. When you either shake or stir a cocktail, there are a couple of things you're trying to do. You're trying to chill it. You are trying to get a bit of dilution. And for drinks that have things like citrus, particularly, the shaking helps integrate the elements more. But when you're using clear spirits, stirring mixes everything and doesn't aerate it, so the drink looks better. Don't listen to anyone who says something dumb about bruising the gin. That's ridiculous. But the drink looks better because it's not aerated. You get sufficient dilution, you get sufficient chilling from stirring. Just do it longer. If you want the drink slightly more diluted or more chilled, stir it for longer. So I'm going to stir this for about 30 revolutions. Where is my phone screen? And now I'm going to strain this into a chilled martini glass. There you go. See, this is a very large capacity martini glass, which is why I'm making large martinis. Now, to make the gin only version. Also, shout out to Steve, the bartender, to replace the vodka in this version. I'm doing 1 part of his threefold aromatic gin. It's got grapefruit, rosemary, lavender. It's great. It's also going to be a contrast to the Applewood Coral. So I'm very keen to see how this turns out. And half a part Coqui Americano. Put the lid on that. Stop mentioning breaking glasses, Abigail. Honestly, you're going to jinx me. Oh, fucking hell. I didn't actually put that in the glass. Yeah, so. Yeah. Where did I put that spoon? I've got fucking chunks of ice in these drinks. I should have fine strained it. Behind the scenes, where the magic happens. All right, finishing this up now. And there we have it, the Vesper Martini and the All Gin Martini. Somewhat non-traditional, lovely pink hue. I do like that. So first up, I am going to try the Vesper, which has 1 part vodka in here. And that's not bad. It's a good quality gin. It's a good quality vodka. It's a good quality aromatized wine. There's nothing bad about that drink, honestly. But this one that I've made with all gin, what do I think is the difference? Oh, yeah, okay. I think I made the right choice with putting a bit of the citrus forward in there. That's really noticeable, the difference. And I mean noticeable in a good way. Look, I'll be frank, I don't hate a Vesper Martini. If you use a good gin and a good vodka and a good aromatized wine, go for it. For me personally, no two ways about it. An all gin martini, even when you split the gins, is more interesting, has more flavor. But for some people, that's the literal advantage of the Vesper Martini. Diluting the gin flavor a little with vodka gives you the same alcohol kick, and a martini is one of the booziest cocktails you can get. So it dilutes the gin flavor, which is not everyone's cup of tea, but it doesn't dilute the alcohol kick at all. So it's honestly, it's worth exploring. It looks personal taste. I'm half joking and half serious when I say vodka's crap. I don't think it brings a lot to the party, but for a lot of people, they enjoy vodka or they like the fact it tones down the flavor of other things in a cocktail. And my big thing is you do you. Like, don't let someone shout you down if you say, I like Malibu in a cocktail. And they say, that's not rum. But don't let obnoxious people like me put you off drinking vodka just because I say vodka's crap all the time. Has anyone noticed a trend with me recently in double fisting cocktails? There could be something to that. But I don't even know if I'm going to finish both of these. I might batch them and save them for later. I don't know. A freezer martini. Have you heard of freezer martinis? That's where you just pre-make them and keep them in your freezer. I don't know. It's a long weekend as I shoot this. So if I wipe myself out, I have some recovery time anyway. Hey, subscribe if you're not already subscribed, and you'll find out if I ever recovered from drinking 2 extremely large, extremely potent martinis. I think I'll be back. I'd love to see you back too. But in the meantime, take care of yourself. Take care of people around you. Until I do see you again, cheers. Now I'm just going to switch things off. Angry Scotty's very manly pink martinis. Kirsten, you like freezer martinis? Ooh, Taz chick. Whipped cream vodka and ginger vodka. Make your own vodka as well. One way to improve vodka is to flavor it. You can flavor it. You can do it with herbs. You can do it with fruit. You can do it with fruit peel. You can do it with lollies. There's heaps fun. Yes, Kirsten, I've gone that. It didn't even occur to me I was going all South Australian with that. But I hadn't used the pink coral in a while. I really wanted to use it. So yeah, I mean, I don't hate with vodka. That's a nice drink. I'm going to do it. But this one, mixing the gins was a good idea. Because the citrus notes are coming through in that one. It's definitely more interesting. A gin cocktail is definitely more interesting than a vodka cocktail. Matt, how you doing, mate? My Sunday's been good, man. It's been chill. Hung about the house, did a couple things. Making pink martinis now. Luke, is that you remembering how fucking gross it's still in the fridge, man. My vodka with Vegemite is still in the fridge because it's so fucking gross. I can't forget. Mind you, it worked as a martini, honestly. I had one of my mates over and we tried different things and we were just like, this is disgusting. Can we make a decent martini out of it? And actually mixing it with vermouth made it palatable. But basically, Vegemite vodka is gross as fuck. It's bad. It's really bad. So, Kirsten, freezer martinis. When you do, that's just a one-off mix because, of course, because your components in a martini are so alcoholic, they're not going to freeze. They're going to stay liquid. But a fun thing that you can get sometimes with freezer martinis is when you take them out and pour them in a glass, ice crystals can form. Really chill drink. It's nice. There's two schools of thought with freezer martinis. One is it's the same every time. But there are some people who will actually do these experiments where it's like, okay, it's about half gone. The last batch was this gin and this vermouth. What if I top it up with a different gin and a different vermouth? And yeah, let's do that. Also, you should put a bit of water because you normally stir the martinis with ice, which dilutes them. If you don't dilute your freezer martini, the potency can sneak up on you. But yeah, there's what do they call them? Perpetual infinity bottles. That's what they call them, infinity bottles. Some people do it just with a spirit, like they'll have a house whiskey blend and it'll be on tap, and they will just top it up with different whiskeys all the time. And they call that an infinity bottle of whiskey. And you can do the same with gin, or you can do it with usually with a really boozy cocktail like a martini or a Manhattan. You have an infinity bottle where just for fun you top it up with different things and go, okay, last time I used this gin and this vermouth, last time I used this whiskey and this vermouth, so I'll do a different one. Well, I put this cognac in this time, that type of thing. Kirsten, you have a friend with an infinity whiskey. What did you think of it? Because there's definitely two schools of thought of whether it's a good idea or not. Of course, two schools of thought are good idea and bad idea. So it depends what you want. And of course, very, very, very serious people will tell you, particularly with whiskies, the art of blending is a very nuanced art. And if you just haphazardly chuck different whiskies together, you will lose the good qualities of the individual whiskies, and it will be much more flat and uninteresting compared to the individual whiskies. Whereas if you take a bit of time to think, okay, the current flavor profile is this. You know what I've got over here? I've got this, and its flavor profile is this. I think that is going to complement this flavor profile really well. So I'm going to put that in there and see what comes out the other end. It is nuanced, the fine art of blending spirits. Mm. I tell you what, it's probably my palate and whatnot. Oh, I like martinis, man. This doesn't even taste that boozy to me. Like, it's fucking light, which is ridiculous because it's all booze. But yeah. Oh, Kirsten, so your friend's Infinity bottle was excellent, but they're a whiskey rep. So all the whiskeys that went in were great. Oh, Justin, an alcoholic milkshake with Bailey's, Kahlua vodka, and Malibu. Excellent. Excellent. Yeah, that's a very boozy milkshake. You know what I haven't made? I haven't made a blender drink, and I've got this little mini blender now that would probably do it really well. I got it for my smoothies for my meal replacements, but I think it would make a really good like slushy like cocktail. Put a bunch of ice in, some rum and coconut and pineapple, and probably not tonight. I've got these, and I already fucking feel drunk, quite honestly. So maybe not tonight, but some point, maybe next week, maybe for next week's videos, I'll make a fucking blender drink. I agree. Like the milkshake sounds pretty good. I've got some fucking great liqueurs over here that would be awesome in an alcoholic milkshake. Got everything. All these different fruit liqueurs, different rums. I could make a really good alcoholic milkshake out of what I got there. That's a milkshake that would bring all the boys to the yard. I didn't even use much of the. So there's clearly about 2 ounces, 3 ounces of vodka in these little bottles. Oh wow, Kirsten. So you had a go at the Archie Rose rum. Yeah, seriously, cask strength, over 72% alcohol, but drinks so easy. I have this suspicion it's going to be super friggin' popular. Ooh, funky pineapple and caramel notes. Nice. Justin, well, I'm probably not gonna make the milkshake tonight. I might at another time. Because I've got great things. I've got coconut flavor, banana, different fruits, different rums, chocolate. You could put some like white creme de cacao and banana, a couple of rums, maybe another fruit liqueur in, and then just some milk and ice and or I could make a milkshake, like not even blender it, just in a shaker with ice, which I have done before. Put cream and I've got cream liqueurs in the fridge. I could make it with cream liqueur as well. I made this one today, which I'm hoping to taste later. I am going to have to pace myself. It's just past 9 now. I don't have to do anything tomorrow, no work, but I need to pace myself. This is got some pretty strong flavors in it. It's called an industry sour. Has Fernet Branca and green chartreuse, and I chucked in some other stuff. But instead of filtering it, clarifying it with milk, I clarified it with an amaretto cream liqueur. So it's probably got almond flavor in it, like marzipan flavor in there as well. That's going to be interesting. I hope to try it a little bit later. By a little bit later, I'm thinking like an hour from now. So my current thinking, God, maybe I should put the martinis on this ice to dilute it a bit more. But my current thinking is I'm going to finish both. No, I think I'll finish one of these martinis, then drink some water, and then maybe drink the other martini, and then drink some water, and then maybe this clarified cocktail. So, So Kirsten, I assume the rum is a limited run. Are there any bets internally about how long until the rum sells out? tell you, just a couple of years ago, and I mean literally like 2 years ago, I would not have thought I was a martini person. Yeah, if someone had said, "Do you like martinis?" I'd no. But fuck me, I'm a martini person now. I fucking love martinis. I love the brown spirits too. Don't get me wrong. I particularly love once you're getting your whiskey and your cognac in drinks. Yeah, only 800 bottles. I bet it doesn't last long. I bet it does not last long. People are going to go for it big time. Oh, by the way, this is almost completely unrelated. And I think this is tied in. I think we had this conversation, but I think it's tied in with what you said, because like the people who own the Lark distillery bought some stuff that was essentially from those dodgy people at Nant. And so a lot of people kind of boycotted it. Costco has an enormous amount of Lark whiskies on their website. Like, and I mean a lot, like 10 different Lark whiskies on their website. So I think they bought up big when other people kind of had the shits about the whole Nant thing. But anyway, I like, okay, Kirsten, at Archery, you have a thing called the Smug Trophy for when you guess how long something takes to sell out. You're saying 3 hours. Nice. Look, no way it lasts a day. It's like 800 bottles. No way that lasts a day. And I got my Archie Rhodes single malt when it came out. But everyone hit the website at the same time. And it was so slow. It didn't crash, which was great, but it was so slow. It just really slowly was like grinding. And I eventually got my order in for the single malt. And I got it. And yeah, this is also, I know I say it every time I bring up that Archero single malt. Fucking kudos to your fucking head distiller, because the different malts they blended with, like the one smoky one, it's incredible. That smoke flavor carries through. I've used it in a couple of cocktails, and that smoke character comes through, even when it's like mixed with a couple of other things, which is a pretty fucking good achievement in my book. But I've just got a lot of whiskey. I've got a lot of Australian whiskies. Not all Australian. I actually have a couple of American whiskies over there. I have at least 3 or 4 American whiskies over there, and I have 2 Jamesons, just bog standard Jamesons, and Jameson's stout barrel finish, which is actually pretty good. And I think it established an old fashioned made with Jameson's stout finish and banana sugar syrup is fucking killer. I believe Abigail will back me up on that. But an old fashioned made with the Jameson Stout Barrel Edition and using banana sugar syrup is fucking killer. It's so good. It's amazing. Oh, Christ. Yeah, Luke. No, the census site's going to crash again. But are we already due for census again? I lose track of time. I like the idea of doing the census online was actually dumb as shit, because the government doesn't want to pay for the sort of redundancy that they needed to keep the census. And in fact, it doesn't make sense to pay for the sort of redundancy to keep the fucking census site live. Do it by paper. That was such a dumb idea. Yes, Abigail backs me up. The old-fashioned with Jameson's Stout Edition and banana sugar syrup. Fuck, that's a good drink. And I got that idea because a YouTube cocktail friend of mine, he did some banana-flavored Jamesons. He basically soaked bananas in Jamesons for a couple of days, I think. And he just raved about how good it was. So I thought, oh, my banana sugar syrup's going to go with this. And it really does. Really does. It's so good. I got to make some bog standard sugar. I do not have any simple sugar syrup at the moment. I've got 4 different wacky ones I've made. Yeah. Annette. Oh, Annette, you should do it. If you like bananas, it's amazing. Like literally, okay, you eat your banana, then you've got the peel. You just put the peel into a bowl, maybe cut it into manageable pieces so it's in the bowl. Cover it in sugar. Essentially, you weigh the peel and cover it in twice the weight in sugar, and the sugar will suck all the moisture out of the banana peel, and then you add some water. Hot water is the easiest to make it, like boiling water is the easiest to make it dissolve, and then strain it, and you have this lightly banana flavored sugar syrup. It's amazing. So in terms of weights, basically, if you have 100 grams of banana peel, you cover it in 200 grams of sugar, and then you add 100 grams of boiling water and dissolve the sugar and then strain it. So it's like 1 part banana peel, 2 parts sugar, 1 part water. It's great. Kirsten, for making the banana sugar syrup, I do cut off the tops and bottoms. I don't know if that's important, but just from an aesthetic point of view, I did cut off the tops and bottoms. You want the white goop because the white goop is what is full of water, because the sugar is going to suck all the water out of the banana peel. So you leave the white goop on the inside of the peel because that's where all the water is, and the sugar will suck all the water out. So yeah, 1 part banana peel, 2 parts sugar. It's often really quick, but you might leave it for say 12 hours. Do it overnight, and then 1 part hot water, and then strain it off. And the banana flavor is only quite light, but you have lightly banana flavored sugar syrup, which goes so fucking well with the dark spirits, whiskey, cognac, rum. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. It is so fucking good. On the other hand, if you want to make banana bacon, you do scrape the white stuff off for that, and then you cover it in a bunch of stuff. And I've made Mrs. Angry has made banana skin bacon. It's really fucking yummy. Just do a Google search, vegan banana bacon, and you'll get these recipes. And it's freaky how well it works. Because honestly, if you told me I was going to eat banana skin, I would call you a crazy person. But in the last month, I've been eating banana skin. It's not healthy. I really want to stress, often you get this thing that vegan means healthy. No fucking way is banana bacon healthy, because the mix you put it in, there are slightly different recipes, but it definitely involves sugar, like often maple syrup, and like smoked paprika. The smoked paprika is friggin' awesome for giving it a smoky bacon flavor. So you normally I think I can't remember. It's like soy sauce, maple syrup, smoky paprika, and maybe some other spices. And it's really fucking good. No way is it healthy. Yes, Abigail, you would know lots of vegan junk foods. There are lots of vegan junk foods. So vegan does not mean healthy. No way. And fruit skin gets turned into jellied lollies all the time. Okay, yeah. You neighbor it all the time. Yeah, but the process of using sugar to extract the moisture and flavor from things is incredible. Like I was showing earlier, here it is. Now it's really liquid now. I'm making oleosaccharum at the moment. This fruit peel, which is mainly orange, but there's a little bit of grapefruit in there. This was covered in twice its weight in sugar, and you can't see any sugar now. It's completely turned into a syrup, because it's leached the citrus oil out of the peels. Tomorrow morning, I'm going to add water to that, and then it'll be a citrusy sugar syrup for cocktails. But yeah, banana, I was amazed at how well banana worked. But basically any fruit, because sugar just leaches the moisture out of anything. So, and fruits are mostly water. So whether it be citrus peel, banana skin, apples, you can do it with that. Basically, I saw someone online doing it with mango skin the other day. I'm definitely going to make a mango sugar syrup. Going to go buy me a mango, eat it, and then use the skin and the seed and just cover them with sugar and get a mango sugar syrup. Most definitely. So it's I reckon it's great. So yeah, that's what I'm going to do. Just as I talk about this, I go, man, I haven't made the banana skin bacon for a little while. I feel like I want to do that because I've got an air fryer now. I should make it in the air fryer. I just got to be careful not to burn it because I'd made it in the frying pan before, and I thought it might be a bit healthier if I make it in the ovens, like dry cooking it. And I left it for too long and it turned into little bits of charcoal, but it proved that it would work. So maybe I'll do it in the air fryer and have barbecue, really, really crispy banana skin bacon from the air fryer. I'll almost definitely do that this week, actually. Then I think it would make a good garnish on a cocktail. I make a banana-themed cocktail, and the garnish is banana skin bacon because I'm fucking weird. So, does anyone want to do Angry Bunch tonight? It's a party night. I don't know if anyone's in the mood. I've been sitting here talking for an hour and a half now, and you know me, I will keep talking. I will, and also because I haven't even finished the first of 2 fucking martinis. So I am definitely going to keep talking. Okay, Abigail's jumped on that straight away. Angry Bunch. Okay, throw open the gates. For anyone who's in the mood to join the Angry Bunch, we'll join the Angry Bunch. Because it's a party night. I don't know about anyone else, but I don't have to go to work tomorrow. I am already pretty goddamn drunk. Like, obviously, I'm still talking. I'm not slurring too much. I'm definitely not in a state to operate heavy machinery or drive. I'm basically not fit to leave this kitchen at the moment, is what I'm saying. So I won't leave the kitchen. I will just stay here and drink some more. Let's save this one for a little while. I'll probably re-chill it. Sorry, I'm just loving the creep name Abigail.
Hello.
Hello, how are you?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. No, I am pretty good.
I am still kind of recovering from the bad decision juice from Friday night.
Combinations of caffeine and alcohol. Oh my God.
It's so dangerous.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because, that's the reputed origin of the espresso martini. A model coming into a bar saying, just give me something that'll wake me up and fuck me up. And
Yike.
Exactly right. It's widely reputed to have been Kate Moss, but
okay, yeah, that plays.
Yeah, from the early 90s. Kirsten doesn't have to go to work tomorrow, but you will, because there's a problem with the production operation. If you don't stay on top of it. See, that's why they fucking hired you, Kirsten, because you're a goddamn professional. They saw how much you loved the fucking work, and that's why in the middle of a fucking pandemic and major lockdown, Archie Rose got you to move from Melbourne to Sydney because you're a goddamn fucking professional. And I think you should get that on a t-shirt. I'm a goddamn fucking professional. I don't know. I have these ideas when I am one extremely strong martini into things. This is really two martinis. When I say it's one martini, it isn't. It's two martinis. I just poured it into one glass, but
I've only had one drink tonight, so I'm going to pour a second.
yeah, do it. Oh,
Hey, Nettie.
yeah, Nettie agrees that would be a good T-shirt. There you go. Oh, yeah, okay, I get it, Kirsten. You need to be able to be left alone and do
Oh,
some
yeah.
work. Yeah.
Yep. Data
I saw
entry.
people were talking about times they got fired on social media today, and the one that cracked me up is one person said, well, one time I got fired because the boss, they were an IT worker, and they go, the boss said, how long would it take you to fix this thing that's caused a client website to crash? And I said, an hour and a half. And then they said, how long would it take if I helped you? And I said, 3 hours.
Yep.
You don't.
Yeah.
You don't say that to the boss, no matter how true it is. You just.
It's certainly a risky thing to say.
Yeah. And my advice I always give, and this is a personal one for me, never tell the boss's brother that his idea sucks. Because
Yes.
that was a thing I literally did, and it was quite a while ago. But and I was correct. I was absolutely correct. He had this idea that he was convinced was really sexy and funky for a web-based app, and this is pre-broadband internet, right? And I just said, this is a terrible idea. This is just the booking thing that these people use. They use it day in, day out. And because it was for modeling and it was for booking models and actors. And I said, look, you go and show them a really sexy, funky front end. They will all tell you they love it because they're cool and groovy and they like cool and groovy things. And this looks cool and groovy. Halfway through the first day of using it to do their basic functional work, they will want to kill you. This is a terrible idea. Don't do it. And I was gone 2 weeks later. So
yeah.
I mean,
can I show you something?
Yes,
Can I
please.
show you something?
Please.
This
Yes.
is a pen. The case is made of a titanium alloy.
Yeah.
And the nib is a silicon nitride ceramic tip. So it is literally one of the hardest materials on earth, and the case is titanium.
Wow.
I know, it's gimmicky. It's completely gimmicky.
Yeah.
But like, I could break a car window with this.
Yeah.
Like if I just
stab the fuck out of someone with it. Yeah.
Or stab the fuck out of someone. It's a bit short for that, but yeah, I just thought I'd show that off.
The fun thing is, yeah, it's very cool.
It is. And it's got a little hole for like a keychain thing.
Oh, nice.
So,
but the fun thing is they wouldn't die straight away if you stabbed them with it. But you could seriously just go.
Yeah, nothing would break off in their like rib cage or anything.
They would bleed to death from all the little holes you put in them. That is very cool. Completely unnecessary and gimmicky, but super cool.
Oh yeah, completely. Yeah, but super cool.
Yeah. Super cool. I love it. I love it.
Oh, and speaking of my birthday.
Yes, speaking of your birthday.
And I was, you know how I'm seeing this very lovely female friend of mine.
Yes.
I was chatting to her about how I was joking around about the big Bukake birthday bash.
Yes.
And she said she would actually make it happen.
Oh
like she would actually organize it. Like, but she won't be able to do it in time for my birthday, unfortunately. Well. And just sorry.
As Chick is just saying, there's a disclaimer that I don't endorse stabbing the fuck out of people.
Oh look, but do You've come pretty close to look. You make a point of telling people not to actually act on anything you're angry about.
Oh yeah.
Like I've heard you say that. Like you hate someone, but don't harass them because that's shit. That's what assholes do with their streams and with their community.
Yeah.
And that's really great that you make a point of saying that. But look, in all honesty, some people deserve to be stabbed.
Yeah. I mean, some people are just fucking asking for it, honestly.
Yeah, for sure. Like,
I mean,
I wouldn't do it, and I encourage no one else to do it.
Yeah.
But just saying.
Yeah. I'm probably not going to do it, even to the people who are desperately fucking begging to be fucking stabbed. I'm probably not going to do it, but I'm not saying they don't ask for it.
Yeah. Look, when you've got a family and you got a lot to lose. I mean, I would punch a Nazi, but I wouldn't like stab the fuck out of someone.
Yeah.
You know, there's a line.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just noticing in the chat, Megaleech saying that she's probably going to stab him. And she says, yeah, the farts. She will stab him for the farts. And look, in a court of law, they're just going to go, man, how much did he... Just play the recordings of his farts showing up on streams. And go, honestly, who wouldn't? Look at this. Yeah. So true to my word, I'm drinking water. This has got a big old chunk of ice in it. But you can't see it because it's my sexy clear ice. So But true to my word, I'm drinking water.
I've got a caffeinated alcoholic beverage.
Nice. Okay, Matt's taken it on board. Punch a Nazi, but don't stab them. Honestly, also, big disclaimers. Punching a Nazi is unfortunately illegal almost everywhere in the world. So
it is nowadays.
Yeah.
But for the good old days of the 1940s when it was actually legal to punch Nazis and
that's when you
stab them.
Shooting them. Yeah. But the two best videos of it are the dude who punched Uber Nazi Richard, what's his name, in the face when Australia's ABC was interviewing him. That was pretty good. And the other one is the dude who'd been parading around, I forget where it was, somewhere in the US, and he'd been parading around his town in black clothes with swastika armbands on and harassing people. And a big black dude has come up to him and has clearly said, I'm going to fucking knock you out. And the guy has suddenly realized this has gone wrong. And there's this little bit of video of him holding his hands up going, oh, hey, it's just and Mama said knock you out. And he goes down like a bag of shit. Like this guy, that's a killer punch. This dude has a killer fucking punch because you just see the guy, the Nazi guy, realizing he's made a terrible mistake and he's holding his up hands. He's probably saying like, "Hey, free speech. I don't hate." And bam!
Was this the guy in the convenience store?
No. Oh, that he got hit.
That was another one.
He got hit in the head with a can of sweet tea, I think. But
that's right, and the memes were amazing.
The memes were great.
I actually made a few memes for that. I'm going to see if I can find them. I'm pretty sure they were all Star Trek related, but I'm gonna see if I can find it.
Yeah,
just give me 1 sec.
Go for it. Kirsten asking, how did I go with finding an insulated square container? In fact, Megaleech gave the best suggestion. There are these insulated lunch boxes, plastic lunch boxes, which are square or rectangular in shape. If you look at them in 2 dimensions, yes, in 3 dimensions. What's the name? A cube. What's the name of a rectangular 3-dimensional shape? I've forgotten. See, I know. See, science nerd Abigail is now. It's going to bug me. But anyway, so I just say square or rectangular, but they're 3-dimensional. But yeah, I think Megaleech actually had the best idea. So what I'm actually waiting for in about a week, it's Prime Day. And I'm actually a Prime member just because I wanted the video service, Amazon Prime. I almost never buy stuff from Amazon because it's such a fucking evil company. But I they've got stuff on the streaming service I want to watch. So yeah, but that means I have Amazon Prime on the buying site, and Prime Day is in about a week, where they have these random big specials. So I'm holding out for two things. One is these insulated rectangular lunch boxes, which they do sell on Amazon. And the other thing is like a mixer. Like anyone who follows my socials knows, I semi-regularly post, particularly young Mr. Angry likes to bake. Young Ms. Angry does as well, but it's particularly my son really likes to bake cakes and shit. And it's just been his birthday, and he said, "Oh, if you want to get something for birthday, our mixer is kind of old and shit. It still works. I'll probably give it away to someone because it still works." But he said, "Can you get me a new one that is better?" So I'm probably going to get him a new one. I'm just waiting till Prime Day because it's only in another week, and I just in case they put the mixer on special that I want to buy. And again, because mixers only come from huge fucking multinational companies, so I don't give a fuck if they're getting a bad deal. For independent stuff, like there's no fucking way I'm going to touch Amazon. But they're all fucking thing. Oh, Tashik saying they also have free games on Prime Day. I will have to keep an eye out for that as well. So, but yeah, so I'm probably going to get a mixer and one of these insulated lunch boxes. And because I love my magic ice made out of coffee cups, but that's always cylindrical because of which is not terrible. But if I get one of these square or rectangular things and it works, I'll be able to chop it up and have square clear ice cubes, which is kind of cool. And I don't know, I'm just kind of obsessed with experimenting with this shit. So I'm just going to do that. So
do it. Do it.
So both Tazchick and Metal Maniac Matt are telling me you get free Twitch subs each month. Matt, okay.
Well, you see, I joined Amazon Prime because of Twitch to get yeah, but the side effect was I got Twitch Prime, Amazon Prime, which I watched a few videos. There's a lot of Asylum Studios movies on there. It's
for me,
I watched The Boys.
Yeah, Amazon Prime's the
Prime Video.
Yeah, Prime Video, The Boys, American Gods, Good Omens, and there's a few other. There is actually some really good stuff on Prime Video. YouTube, have I been vaccinated? I have had my first why don't I say Pfizer? AstraZeneca. I've had my first AstraZeneca. It'll be another 2 weeks before I do. Okay, Matt, in all seriousness, I'm on... How often do you stream on Twitch, Matt? Because I'm It's Angry Aussie on Twitch. Dude, absolutely. Because you're right. I get free Twitch subs every month. If I can fucking help you, man, by just throwing in a fucking Twitch sub, I'll fucking do it. Yes, Greg, Invincible, the animated series on Prime is fucking good. It's based on a comic written by Robert Kirkman, who these days is most famous as the creator of The Walking Dead. I actually get a few Kirkman comics. He's a pretty good writer. And he worked on the Invincible series. Season 1 of Invincible is pretty fucking good. It's the classic, like ever since the 80s, people have been doing comics of, but what if superheroes actually had to live in the real world and they had to deal with the consequences of their actions? And it dates back to there were a variety of Batman ones, because it definitely was. Old comics were like, there were never any repercussions for the actions of the characters in comics. They never had to live with them. There was never any continuity and whatnot. And people started doing these comics. But what if it was a bit more like the real world and the superheroes or vigilantes actually had to live with the consequences of their actions? And that stuff, like, there's a whole range of Batman ones like that. It's The Boys, it's Invincible. There's been, since the 80s, there's been a fuck ton of superhero stuff where they've gone, but what if they actually had to live with the consequences of their actions? And and some are good and some are ordinary. But Invincible is one of those. The Boys is one of those.
So I had to cancel my Amazon Prime subscription because I just had to cut back on
of
spending.
course. Yeah.
Which is a shame.
Matt. Okay, so because you used to stream, Matt. Sorry, Metal Maniac Matt saying you used to stream. You're starting up again, brother. Tell me when you're starting up, and if we can ever do something together, I will do it, or whatnot. But as you say, I do actually get free Prime subscriptions on Twitch. So if I can fucking help, if it helps you, I will do it. Tazcheek, you followed me on Twitch. Oh, yeah, okay. I need to follow you on Twitch as well. So at least I don't know, because we're in the same time zone. I probably will be able to watch some of your streams. I don't watch many streams live on Twitch, but there's a few I'm subscribed to, and I'll either watch them live or I'll watch them in playback later. Because if they're in very different time zones, I end up watching them in playback later. But yes, I will have to remember to follow you on Twitch as well. Because I occasionally, do you ever randomly go on? Have you seen the hot tub streamers on Twitch, Abigail?
Yes. Yes.
I find that really
it's hilarious.
I find it humorous.
I think it's hilarious. I think it's such an elegant solution to a perceived problem.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And like it's like the garbage takes out itself kind of thing. It's like I don't think they're garbage. I don't think the hot tub streamers are garbage by any means. But you know, Twitch wanted to solve this problem and just created this niche to do it. And it's like anyone who wants to do it over there. And it's just so instead of just banning everything outright, just allow it, but move it over there. It's perfect. And more streaming platforms should do it.
I've got a hot tub. I should do hot tub Twitch streams.
Oh, look, I'll strip down. I'll get in. I'll probably traumatize a few people because I'm not as gorgeous as I used to be from here down, but which is why I wear clothes. But anyone who wants to see me naked, it's on you.
Yeah, no, you and me both with the.
Yeah.
I'll have to sound out Mrs. Angry. I'm not, and also because the hot tub is an ensuite off our bedroom, and I'm not sure what she'd think about us climbing into. Not so much that we're just sitting in the hot tub, but she's like, "I'm trying to sleep. Shut up."
Yeah. So I can
hear her from the next room. She's watching in the next room, and there's this voice going, "No, you're not doing that. No."
I have a swimsuit. I have a one piece. I think I have a two piece, but I wouldn't dare wear it anymore. Yeah, there was a time when I was quite. But COVID was not good for me, as was chronic pain and chronic fatigue. But I'm game. I'm totally game.
Yeah, I believe I did hear from the next room. No, you're not doing that.
She knows I'm like into chicks, right?
She knows you.
Or is it the whole stream thing?
She had no interest in me whatsoever. But yeah. But yeah, it's the audience we're talking about. It's the audience.
And it's the noise while she's trying to sleep. So I've got. Can I do a screen share? I've got some
absolutely
memes that I made myself, and I'll have to explain them as I go.
Oh, whoa!
So originally this was a picture of Picard's head as the moon, and you know the Three Wolf Moon
Three
T-shirt.
Wolf
This is
Moon, yeah.
this was the Three Wharf Moon.
Three Wolf Moon.
Oh, sorry, no, it wasn't Picard. It was Morn from DS9. Three Wharf Morn.
Okay. Oh God. Puns.
But I changed it to this barrel because there's in the Star Trek shitposting group I'm in. There's a thing about the only thing that can defeat Worf is this particular barrel.
Oh, okay.
Or just blue barrels. So I made that. I made this. This was a Simpsons meme that was going around.
Kiss 100 girls or kiss one girl 100 times.
And it's Michael Burnham.
Is it Michael who wants to kiss a girl, or you want to kiss Michael 100 times?
It's me. Oh yeah, like there's this one. I used this picture of the red shirts twice, and you'll see in a minute.
I see dead people.
Yeah. I don't like using Crowder anymore. There is another, but back in the day we used Crowder, and Captain Jellicoe from the two-parter Chain of Command, I think it was.
Yeah.
Did nothing wrong, and I will defend that view to my dying breath.
I mean, I'm with you. I won't use the Crowder meme just because Crowder is such garbage. I don't judge anyone who does because it's an easy meme format. But just personally, I won't use
we have a Star Trek centric version that uses a character from Lower Decks that we use now.
Oh, nice.
There's this that I made for a general meme group.
I can't even read that. What does it say?
It says, my version of flirting is looking at someone I find attractive multiple times and hoping they are more brave than I am.
Oh my God. Oh my God.
So
sorry. I feel called out right now. I just feel called out.
So usually if I'm flirting with someone, it's because either I know I don't have a chance with them or I'm not attracted to them and don't want to go there. If I find someone attractive and I have a shot, like the last thing I do is like openly flirt. I'm like, just stare and blink and smile.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. Taz Chick, by the way, saying she feels attached to like Star Trek.
Oh, I love Star Trek.
If you can't tell, we do too. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm a big
girl has a literal tattoo. So
yes.
So what's this one? Ferengi drinks snail juice. Janeway loves coffee, but there's only one drink that Gowron really drinks.
And remember Red Eye? It's an Australian energy drink.
Oh yes! Oh my God!
I've superimposed like the Gowron eye over the Red Eye.
On it. Oh my God!
Yep.
Red Eye. Jesus Christ!
Yeah.
Oh
so super specific Australian Star Trek
that's a real
meme.
Australian meme. Yeah.
Yeah.
Nice.
Whoop. Okay, I gotta find. Yep.
Okay.
Again, a Star Trek meme.
How dare you, conservatives, climate deniers, billionaires?
Yeah, and it's Greta Thunberg phasering them, which was topical back in the day.
I love various Greta Thunberg memes, video ones where people have put her in things from movies where someone does something outrageous in a movie, and then they just cut to Greta Thunberg going, "How dare you? How dare you?"
Yeah,
it lends itself to so many things. It's so good. Oh no, don't really like beards. Well, in my defense, if you ask Mrs. Angry prior to me, if you'd asked her, she would have said she doesn't like beards. But hello, 15 years later, hello.
Yep. So this is from Star Trek 5, how he's climbing this mountain. And I've just put Batman and Robin climbing up the mountain next to him. That was Spock who was next to him. It was the scene at the start of the movie.
Yeah.
But I just took away Spock and put Batman and Robin in there.
But wasn't it Kirk climbing the mountain?
It is Kirk. It is Kirk.
That doesn't look like Kirk.
That is 100% Kirk.
Oh my god. Oh Jesus! It's so long since I've watched
That was the movie he directed.
Yeah. I remember Spock's line like, "Captain, I'm not sure you're aware of the gravity of your situation."
Yes. So this is one of the T. And this was the
Twisted
episode where
Tea.
they found the sword of sword of Kalis,
Yes.
and it's a powerful weapon.
Twisted Tea is the powerful weapon in this case.
Twisted Tea. That was the racist in the convenience store with the Twisted Tea.
Yeah.
And so I made it a Klingon drink.
Magical video for anyone who missed it, where this idiot drunk, I think he was drunk redneck, just saying stupid shit, and a black guy says, keep going, and he's got a can of Twisted Tea, and he's like 500 ml can, and he's going, yep, I've had enough, and he just smashes it into the guy's head.
It was glorious. There were like 2 days of just memes. It was great. And so this was at the start of it was at the start of Trump's presidency when he locked down all the airports to immigrants. And TSA went nuts and used that power to like ban liquids and shit like that. And so when I saw this no liquid sign, I just thought, how does Odo fly? Like,
exactly,
is
right?
He's a liquid.
He is a liquid.
You know, poor Odo. What's next? Oh yeah, I made a magic card out of the Twisted Tea guy. And well, the card is called Savage Punch.
Savage Punch.
There's another version that is also the Nazi being punched.
Yeah.
So,
which is magic, but that's
another movie, Seven Samurai.
Seven Samurai. That's seven
Klingons.
Oh, you've got Christopher Plummer in here. I love him. That's of the first run of Star Trek movies. The only ones that are any good are the one with Khan.
Wrath of Khan. Star Trek 2, Wrath of Khan.
Yeah.
The Voyage Home.
Oh, you like the Voyage? Okay, the Voyage Home is funny, but I don't know that it's great.
Okay. Undiscovered Country is legit great. It's such a
Undiscovered Country is legit. Christopher Plummer as a Klingon general reciting Shakespeare as he goes, so let's slip the dogs of war. It's like, that is magic. That is absolutely magic. And the Next Generation one, First Contact. Honestly, those three are the only good ones. Oh my God, Sean Connery as Zardoz. Oh my God, that is such that is such a fucking strange movie. It's very hard to find. It's this weird 70s sci-fi thing that Sean Connery did. That is not photoshopped. That is what he looks like in the movie.
It's such a ridiculous costume.
But the whole movie is like everyone on the movie was just non-stop doing fat rails of cocaine as they made the movie. It's just like, and I mean everyone. Sean Connery, probably not. He was probably drinking scotch. But I think the director and the cinematographer and the producers and everyone on set couldn't stop snorting cocaine, and they just thought everything was a good idea.
So I give you
the Stormtrooper Paintball Squad,
and they're squeaky clean, and the spectators are red shirts.
Red shirts are spectators,
and they're covered in paint.
I'm not a huge fan of Family Guy, but there one episode where they had I think they had William Shatner on, and they had a guy who was a red shirt, and he's just like, this is going to end really badly. But Shatner ended up getting killed, and the red shirt just looked, man, I did not see that coming. And it's just like,
Yeah.
oh, and this is from the movie Zulu, which
is an amazing movie.
Such a good movie.
It didn't glorify war, and it didn't cast the Zulus in in light.
No,
it was just so amazing.
Yeah. For those who've never seen it, sorry, go ahead, Abigail, go.
Timber His Arms Wide is from the classic Darmok episode of Next Generation.
Yeah.
And what's poignant about this is that that's a culture that speaks in metaphors, and this is exactly what we are doing here. When you speak in memes, you are speaking in metaphors.
And that episode was so far ahead of its time that alien who spoke in metaphors with our modern meme culture, he would just speak in memes, and you'd just get.
Yes.
I want to talk about the movie Zulu. It is based on the real historical event of the Battle at Rorke's Drift. English colonizers in South Africa, in the Zulu lands in South Africa, this particular fort gets surrounded by a Zulu army, which is going to fuck them up. And
this is on the back of the Zulus just taking apart like an entire battalion of English, including artillery and just.
And so this fort is completely cut off, and they are astronomically outnumbered by the Zulu. The English have guns, the Zulu don't, which gives them an advantage. And you should watch it. I'm not going to give away too much, but it's basically about the English, and they're arguably the good guys, but it's also not messing around. They are they're colonizers. They are fucking colonizers. The Zulus live there.
Glorify colonization at all.
No.
And it shows the aftermath of fighting in a battle like that on the English side. Like it's just amazing. It's way ahead of its time.
Yeah.
If anyone's going to go watch it, I highly recommend you check out on YouTube History Buff's channel, where he does a breakdown of this movie, and it'll both of them will just blow your mind because it's a great movie.
It's really good. Michael, young, sexy, blonde Michael Caine is in it, which is good. And there's even this fun thing. Michael Caine is the warrior soldier, but he's actually outranked by a guy who's a non-warrior guy. He's an engineer, but he's outranked. And so the interplay between Michael Caine and the guy who actually outranks him is really interesting. And then the interaction between the British and the Zulu is fucking, and it's just an incredible, I like war movies. If you like war movies, it's an incredibly intense war movie. But
as a historical movie, it's up there. It's one of the best.
And the one giveaway I'll say, the Battle at Rorke's Drift resulted in more Victoria Crosses, the highest award you can get in the British military for gallantry in action. It resulted in more Victoria Crosses than any other engagement in history. Like, basically, the Battle of Rorke's Drift is fucking incredible. It's awful.
Yeah.
A lot of people die.
A
lot of people die. It's awful, and it shows the horror of war and whatnot. But when was that movie made? Like 60s or 70s?
It was 60s for sure. It's got to be.
It's so far ahead of its time in terms of the colonizers aren't portrayed as flawless heroes. The Zulu, who are the colonized, are not portrayed as horrible, mindless savages. And it is this real clash of warrior culture versus warrior culture.
Yeah.
And
I mean, there's even a moment where one of the just like one of the extras, one of the unnamed extras calls the Zulu savages, and someone just calls him out on it and just like takes him to task about it, and
Yeah.
it's just
Yeah.
it's
Yeah.
way ahead of its time.
Yeah.
Anyway, I got to
Yeah,
show
it
you
is.
this next one.
Yeah. Okay. The next one.
It's
What
Jake
the hell am I
Sisko.
looking at? What does this happen in the show? You're looking now. Everything's happening now.
It's happening. It's a Spaceballs reference.
It's a Spaceballs reference. Yeah. Also,
Someone posted the blank of this image
Yeah.
and asked people to put text in it. So I put text in it. It's a bit
Yeah.
dark because it's DS9, but
yeah. Oh,
yeah.
I am a DS.
Okay, so at one point, Australia Post was going to make these robot carts to deliver mail,
Yes.
and so I did this Rick and Morty meme. You know
Yes. What's my
the robot that
purpose
makes
to
butter
deliver mail?
pass
Yeah.
the butter.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oh my god. Yeah.
yeah,
And Rick and Morty is the most
that's it.
troubling show because
Yeah,
I love Rick and Morty. I really like Rick and Morty, but Rick and Morty has the most fucked fan base in the world, and it's like
yeah.
I want to like Rick and Morty, but have nothing to do with people who
Oh.
say they like Rick and Morty.
They just don't. A lot of them do not understand irony at all. Like case in point, Szechuan sauce. Everyone went nuts about Szechuan sauce because they thought Rick loved Szechuan sauce. But it was a throwaway line, and a couple of episodes later, someone mentioned Szechuan sauce, and Rick was like, nah."
Yeah.
So
And yes, Matt knows who we're talking about.
Yeah.
But there was this one video of these fuckwits invading a McDonald's and causing a huge scene and screaming on. And I was like, dude, if I had a machine gun, I would take out all of you. Because I worked in McDonald's. When I was 16, I worked in McDonald's. And the idea of a bunch of self-entitled fuckwits coming in and making me at my minimum wage job feel like shit. Fuck all of you. Fuck all of you, honestly.
Yeah.
But yeah. The no.
Yeah.
I do. I unashamedly love Rick and Morty, and I'm horrified at
Me
most of the
too.
fan base.
Yeah. I mean, to be honest, you have to be pretty intelligent to understand Rick and Morty.
Okay. you know the dude who did that originally was shit posting, and he thought everyone would understand it was a joke.
Yeah.
And when he came out and said, "No, dudes, I was fucking around," everyone, yeah, man, we can't tell. We cannot tell.
That's the whole point of like a lot of the jokes on Rick and Morty is making fun of the fans of Rick and Morty, and they don't even realize. It's hysterical.
Yeah. There's new episodes coming out in about a month, which I'm really looking forward to. But I also don't understand why Netflix censors Rick and Morty. Netflix bleeps all the fucks and whatnot in Rick and Morty, and I don't understand that because Netflix runs a shit ton of stuff with swearing in it and whatnot. But I don't know. I don't know what that is, but yeah, it's weird. It's so weird when you're a fan of something when you feel really iffy about all the other fans of the same thing. I saw a good video on YouTube, you know, people who love doing the video essay format and whatnot. And he was talking about, problem with, Rick and Morty. And he's talking about text and subtext. And he's saying like, fans try and defend the shitty stuff in Rick and Morty by saying, the subtext is blah, blah, blah. And he goes, yeah, but the text, the stuff they explicitly say. And he highlights quite a few things that are, as the kids say, problematic and whatnot. And it was a pretty good take. And I went, yeah, but you are, okay, in your argument, you either missed or you deliberately glossed over explicit text is Rick hates himself and is suicidal. He tries to kill himself a couple of times. And that's not subtext, that's text.
That's text, yes.
and this person who did this particular video, they made a good point of saying all the Rick and Morty fans defend the questionable shit with saying, oh, the subtext is blah, blah, blah. And this person said, yeah, but the actual text is this. I'm like, yeah, dude, but you're either missing or deliberately missing. Text is Rick hates himself. Rick is actually suicidal.
For sure.
Yeah, but yes. Oh, Tashik, yeah, okay, you are right that maybe, but you're right that maybe Netflix went, oh, a bunch of kids watch Rick and Morty, so we're going to see it. But Netflix has a shit ton of stuff they don't censor with horrible violence and a lot of swearing and a lot of sexuals. And again, hats off to Netflix. They've got a bunch of queer-friendly stuff on there as well that they don't censor.
With full-on sex scenes.
Yeah, which I quite like. Honestly, Mrs. Angry and I have been rewatching 6 Feet Under, which is a 20-year-old show, which holds up so well. Like, I thought we'd be laughing at the fashions.
What's the premise?
Oh, do you not know 6 Feet Under?
No.
Okay, it's a literal 20-year-old show. Ran for 5 seasons. The first season ran in 2000, 2001. It's a family who run a funeral home, hence 6 Feet Under. And so, and the family, in the first episode, the dad of the family is killed. He's the guy who runs the funeral home. He's killed. But he keeps coming back because all the family members have imaginary conversations with him after he's dead. So I reckon it'd be really funny with that actor saying, yeah, dude, we want you. We're doing this thing about a family that run a funeral home and you'll be the dad. And he goes, cool. And they go, you get killed in the first episode. And he went, oh, shit. They go, yeah, but you're in it the whole thing because the whole family are kind of fucked up and they all have imaginary conversations with you all the time. And he's like, oh, excellent. Right. So the family...
A role is a role.
Yeah. The family, the mother, the widow, there's 2 sons and 1 daughter who is much younger than the sons, like 10, 15 years younger than the sons. And the oldest son bailed on the family because he said, I am never going to work in a funeral home. Fuck all of you. And fucked off. But when the dad dies, he comes back and joins the family business. The second son is gay, and the daughter, who's much younger than everyone else, so he's totally alienated from everyone else. But also the gay stuff, man. The gay son has this hot black boyfriend, and there's shit heaps of really full-on gay sex and whatnot in it, and it's like it's unapologetically, and I was like, hey, man, they're not fucking around, man. They are embracing this stuff. And these guys, it's not like they're not a squeaky clean gay couple, they are a passionate, horny gay couple. And it's like, yeah, fucking go, you guys. But they're all. What I love is they're all fucked up. The entire family are absolute fuck ups, and you just this show is bad decision time. It's like everyone keeps making really bad decisions, and you're watching that, and you watch it, and you go, I feel better about my bad decisions.
Yeah,
this whole family make really fucking bad decisions that are way worse than my bad decisions. So it's like, ugh. But I thought we would be laughing at the fashion and the haircuts because it's 20 years ago. But
yeah, but 20 years ago, you're looking at the early noughties.
Yeah.
Maybe, but like fashions hold up from back then, I think.
Yeah.
It's when you go to like early 90s or even especially the 80s, but 90s was
late, even late 90s fashion was some seriously weird fucking shit. But I expected to be laughing at the fashion and the haircuts, and I'm not. It fucking holds up. Virtually the only thing you notice is no one has smartphones. They all have mobile phones,
But they're
no
all
one
like
has
flip phones
smartphones.
and shit.
And there's no reference to social media. And very,
Wow.
very cleverly, the showmakers, there are no references to politics. There are no references to politics or current
Okay.
events. So
Just to make the show last.
we just randomly decided to start watching 6 Feet Under. Like, what do we watch? We're having our sitting on the couch together, snuggling, watching shit nights. And we watched a couple things, and we ran out of all the stuff we were watching together. And we were just looking and sitting and going, oh, 6 Feet Under. I never watched that completely when it was on. Let's rewatch that. Yeah. And it holds up so well. It holds up so well. And that was my biggest surprise.
Okay. I haven't watched any of it. So
it's worth
maybe
it.
I should check it out.
Good. Because each episode, it's kind of like it opens with someone dies. There's a story, and it's this thing they do where and they mess with you. You see a thing and you go, and the joke is you try and work out who's going to die. Okay, they're setting up a scene. Someone in this scene is going to die, and they mess with you. They make it look like this person's obviously going to die, and then someone really unexpectedly dies, and you go, and then you get used to them doing the fake out, and then they do one where the incredibly obvious one is the one who actually dies, and you go, and because then that person ends up in the funeral home, and somehow the death has some direct correlation to something that someone in the family is experiencing. So
sure,
yeah, but it's kind of fun. It's the start of each episode. Someone's gonna die, and they set something up, and you watch it go. Okay, who in this scene's gonna die? Someone's gonna die. Who's gonna die?
Yep.
And it is,
and they make it last for 5 seasons. That's cool.
Yeah, no, it's 5 seasons, and it's really quite good because there is quite a lot of complexity going on with all the characters. Like I said, the central thing is the mum, who's widowed at the first episode, the oldest son who said, "Fuck this, I'm getting away from this," but he's dragged back in when his dad dies. And then there's the next son who's gay and who was really dutiful and was always going to fulfill the family business. And then there's the daughter who's way younger than anyone else in the family. So she kind of feels quite alienated from everyone else in the family.
Well, I'll add it to the list, but I've got a couple of shows that like I haven't watched.
Yeah.
That I've got ready to go, but I also don't want to just sit in front of my computer watching shows all the time.
Yeah. I've got a bunch of stuff like there's a new series on Netflix called Sweet Tooth, which is based on a comic, which so many of the new series are. But the Sweet Tooth comic had I've never read the Sweet Tooth comic, had rave reviews, and Mrs. Angry and I were just kind of lounging about yesterday, and I went, okay, there's a new show and I'm going to watch it, but I want to know if you want to watch it. So let's watch the first episode together. And if you want to watch it, we'll save it and I won't watch it without you. And we watched the first episode and she liked it. So it's cool. We're probably going to watch the rest of that when we finish, because we're actually up to season 5 of 6 Feet Under. So when we finish 6 Feet Under, we'll probably watch Sweet Tooth.
Sure.
It's a post-apocalyptic type of thing. Yeah.
Okay. Tazchick, I often watch things while I'm gaming as well. I recently downgraded to 2 monitors.
Because you had 3 monitors.
And I had 4 monitors at a time.
4. Okay, cool.
But I felt disconnected from the rest of the room, so I've downgraded to 2, but I miss that 3rd monitor. I'm gonna set it up eventually again, but there are certain shows you can't passively watch while you're gaming. You kind of have to focus on the show, which is where I'll sit and crochet for a couple of hours.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm down to and let me see if I can. I will.
Yeah.
Um,
You're going to show us.
so I've got So yeah, there's the computer.
There's your
There's
computer.
the main monitor, which I'm going. See these fucking lines there.
Yeah.
Keyboard.
There's the monitor.
And the second monitor over here.
Yeah.
But I used to have like a monitor up here and a monitor up here.
Okay.
And like the rest of my lounge room is over there. And I felt just so disconnected from everything else. So I feel better about this, but also I really wish I missed that third monitor. Mimsy.
Yep. I just noticed she was fucking staring at me while you were talking. I'm in the kitchen. Come on, come up here, Mimsy. Come up here.
So Tazchick, the raising of productivity you get going from one monitor to two, you get the same from going from two monitors to three. It's like just heaps better. You get diminishing returns after that. I think, in my opinion, the way I use computers, 3 is optimal. 4 is a bit much, and past that, it's just you're just wasting energy.
Look at her. She hasn't been on the stream in ages, and she's just decided I'm going to be super sooky, and I want you to pay attention.
My keyboard is, if I can just move this crochet stuff and my D&D map. It's a Logitech RGB. I think it's a G209. I'm not sure, but it's all the keys are programmable and you can do different things with them. So, and games can take over, and like if you're playing, say, a game that flashes an alert, one of the keys might flash red at you. It's a really cheap RGB keyboard. There are much better ones out there. I just wanted something that I can type on in the dark, really. Mind you, I can touch type, so it doesn't really make that much of a difference. But like if I'm typing things, I don't need to look at the keyboard. But if I'm playing a game, I often have to look at the keyboard because your fingers aren't in the same position when you're typing. It's what a kitty.
Oh my god, she's such a sook. She hasn't been on a live stream in ages, but I just noticed her staring at me. Like Mrs. Angry commented the other night when we were watching 6 Feet Under. Some shows I'll be playing on my phone, and some shows I won't. I mean, okay, 6 Feet Under is a very talky show. I don't need to focus on the screen. I can be playing on my phone and listening to the dialogue. 6 Feet Under is a very talky show. Some other stuff, the visual aspect is much more important, and so I won't play on my phone because I'll miss something if I'm not paying attention to the visual aspect. But 6 Feet Under is a very talky show, so I can kind of multitask with it.
Okay.
But oh god, she's just leaning down. No, I need more attention.
Oh
my god, you're such a sook. Normally she
suck.
Normally she sucks up to Mrs. Angry. Like when we're on the lounge watching stuff, she'll sit right next to Mrs. Angry. If she tries to sit on her lap and Mrs. Angry goes no, and so she'll sit right next to her and go, oh, I just want some warmth from you. This is so cool. She hasn't been on the stream in the longest time, but she's just decided, no, please give me lots of attention. And it's just like, God, you're such a fucking sook, honestly. Because she's like, we don't actually know how old she is. We got her from the Lort Smith Animal Hospital, and she'd already had a litter of kittens when they got her in. And then they weaned the kittens and de-sexed her and whatnot. So she was probably about 18 months old when we got her. So she's probably like 15 or even 16 in human years, which is really fucking old for a cat. she's lost a lot of weight in the last year or two, which is a sign that she's
Yeah.
getting old and kind of unwell. But no, you're still kind of okay, aren't you, Minzy? Even if we make jokes about you being dead soon. Sorry.
Is she an exclusively indoor cat?
No, we let her go out. Which again,
Okay.
people who are really serious would say, because she's got a pink nose, you shouldn't let her out because she's susceptible to skin cancer. It's like,
Sunburn.
well, she's
Yeah.
like 15 or 16 years old now, and she's fucking survived. So, whereas Shadow, who's never on the streams because she's fucking weird, is she looks. What's that thing called? A Persian blue, I think. What's that? Or a Russian
Yep.
blue? But she's actually a moggy. She's actually a mixed thing. But she looks like a really expensive cat, but she's not. We got her from the Lort Smith Animal Hospital. She's just a mixed thing, but she looks like a Russian blue or something. But we let them go outside. What's particularly
Okay.
humorous to me is because my work PC is there, so I face those big glass things. I get a nice view during the day when I'm at work into the backyard, birds and
Yeah.
whatnot. And this sad thing, and Shadow occasionally do thing like, "Ooh, there are birds in the yard," and they sit in this pose as if they're going to pounce, and they never do.
Yep.
Because they're like,
It's cat TV.
they're so
Yeah.
old. They're going like they're in this crouch pounce pose. Like, if I wanted to, I could absolutely get that bird.
Yeah. Now, sometimes I will put on, because there's a YouTube channel called Cat TV.
Yes,
and
Cat TV is
they have like
awesome.
10-hour videos of just
Yes,
birds eating seed or mice
Yes.
scurrying around. And
Mice running
my
around.
cat loves it. My cat will
Yes.
sit there for hours watching.
Yep.
And occasionally she'll like gently swipe at the screen or look
Yeah.
behind. She looked behind the monitor once, but
Yeah.
it's good for their mental health. Actually,
Yeah.
for cats.
We do that as well. For anyone who thinks that wouldn't work or whatnot, if you have a cat, no, absolutely for real. Cat TV. If you can put
Yep.
YouTube on if you have a big screen TV, put Cat TV on the big screen. The cats love it. They literally go,
Yeah.
"Oh, that looks like a thing I could chase."
Yep.
And they love it.
So my cat is 11 years old, so she's getting
wow.
a bit old now.
Yeah.
But she will never die. I cannot let that happen. I
Yeah.
would miss her too much.
Yeah. Poor Mimsy.
I'm expecting at least another 10 years out of her.
Yeah. We don't know how long Mimsy's going to last, but she's quite old at the moment.
Well, my vet told me that if a cat is exclusively an indoor cat, they can last up to 20 years old.
Yeah. Well, she's probably at least 15.
She's looking good for a cat that old.
Yeah.
Like,
she's lost a lot of weight, which is a sign of being old and not necessarily like 4 or 5 years ago, she was fat. She was basically there's no two ways about it. She was fat.
Yeah.
But now she's quite skinny.
Bella is still plump, so yeah.
AD often talks about his cat from about 10 years ago, and yeah, his cat lived about. I knew that cat. His cat lived about 5 years longer than it should have. It was so fucking grumpy and toothless by the time it disappeared. And because that's another thing cats will do. Cats will just kind of, sometimes they'll die in your backyard. Sometimes they'll just go, my time has come, and they will disappear and you just won't see them again.
Sometimes they will find a place that is either secluded or where they feel comfortable. If it's indoors, and they've trusted you for so long, that'll be somewhere close by.
Yeah.
It's the same with when they give birth. They try and find a
Yeah.
place that's secluded
Yes. Fun. Yeah.
and trustworthy.
Oh shit! Kirsten saying her
Yeah.
best friend's cat just turned 18. Poured her a drink because she's legal. No, I'm doing cheers with water. I'm back on my water.
I'm a bit I'm a tipsy. Definitely at tipsy stage.
Oh Christ! I just finished 2 oversized martinis that were literally 4 martinis. So
Yep.
water is fuck yeah.
Well, yeah, I don't need to do anything tomorrow.
Yeah. Me
Will
neither.
Will is coming home tomorrow. He has been
Yeah.
away since lockdown started.
Oh wow! So he's been away for a couple of weeks. Yeah.
Yeah, so I've been living it up just by myself, and he's coming home tomorrow. So yeah, I guess like having raving sex parties at home is off the cards for the time being.
That's fine. That's fine.
Yeah.
I feel like you need to stick a sticky note on your door, like, "Will, I'm asleep. Just let yourself in. Just don't do anything."
Yes. Oh yeah. Look, every cat is different. Johnny Knoxville. Hello, welcome to this stream.
And hello, Johnny. I feel like we haven't seen you for a while. Welcome back.
Yeah, it's been
You
a
had
while.
a cat who lived to 20. Nice.
And he was an outdoor cat. He might have been just lucky. He might have just not had stress. He might have been like an alpha cat, even though that's not really a thing. But you know, like some cats are on top of the food chain.
A fuck ton of humans die at 50 and other humans live to 120. So what the fuck? You never know.
Yeah, like Keith Richards. What the fuck?
He's just he's such an anomaly. It's not just that he's old. There are heaps of people older than Keith Richards, but he did so much alcohol and drugs. How did he not die at 40? How did he not die at 40?
Yeah. Like Ozzy Osbourne is still alive. Like
again, although he's not well, I don't think, but Ozzy Osbourne is still alive. Yeah. Oh, Johnny, you think you're an alpha cat? Yeah.
Yeah, once he stopped drinking, his life improved.
Yeah. So, and what his wife has said is the famous The Osbournes reality show. She said, yeah, those people kind of exploited us a bit because Ozzy was on a bunch of medication and they encouraged us.
It's all in the editing. And they just did a number on him. He's not like that like even at the time. They got the worst of Ozzy in that show. It was just
they
awful.
deliberately made him look fucked up. Yeah. But still, Ozzy. Oh my god, the life that guy has led! Holy shit. Because in the 70s and into the 80s, what I remember is there were all these stories, and you never knew what was true and what wasn't. But there were these rumors that Ozzy would bite the head off a bat during a live show. And I honestly don't think that was true. I don't think that ever happened.
Look, the dove thing was.
He did bite the head off a dove, yes.
In a fucking meeting with record execs, I think.
Yeah.
Which is just like, what the fuck? But he was.
But I remember this thing of him. They're saying he bit the head off a bat, but the bat bit him, so he had to have all these rabies shots. And rabies shots are horrifically painful. Rabies shots are terrible. But then again, rabies kills you in a very, very horrible, painful way. But so rabies shots, the fact that they're painful is nothing compared to dying from rabies.
Yeah.
But
So
I don't think they
we
were true.
eradicated rabies
Yeah.
in Australia, and
Yeah.
Customs is very careful about it, like, which is
Yeah.
how Johnny Depp got into trouble with
Oh,
his
gee.
pet
Yes.
dog. But yeah, like
Barnaby.
once rabies takes hold, there is no treatment, and it's
Yeah.
a dark road you're going down.
It's
But
like
yeah,
one of the names for
rather have the
rabies.
shot.
Yeah. One of the names for rabies was hydrophobia because apparently you get this mania and this really quite insane thing where you're scared of water, and that's animals as well.
Okay.
Like, and that's the thing with the famous story, Old Yeller, the dog who gets rabies and one. Particularly in America, but I think in other places it was known as hydrophobia because
Okay.
you get this weird reaction against water. But yeah, rabies.
Yeah.
No, that's bad.
Wow.
Rabies is fucking bad.
Yeah. No thanks. I'll
Yeah, and again, we have vaccinations and inoculations, so rabies isn't a thing. But it's like in the 18th and 19th century, rabies was a terrible way to die. It was awful.
Yeah. For sure.
Foaming at the mouth and
Yeah, and you just go insane.
yeah, no, insanity was a big part of rabies. Oh no,
Yeah.
bad, very bad stuff.
Does anyone else want to join the stream? Like,
Yeah, I'm just throwing it out there. Although, you know, I'm perfectly happy to hang out with Abigail. But if anyone's there and wants to actually join the stream, what is it? Oh my God, it's only 10:30. It's only 10:30. And we don't have
I
to do
know.
anything tomorrow. So, fucking,
Yeah.
if anyone wants to, that's the link to hang out. We've got to be nice to I don't even know if Nettie's still watching. She's got to be nice to Nettie because her new place, The Offspring, might catch what we're talking about. I'm just like going,
Sorry?
our natural tendencies towards depravity might actually.
Well, I mean, Grasshopper's not here.
So okay, everything's
so there's
everything's
no Grasshopper's wife jokes.
Yeah, so we're comparatively
Stella's
G-rated.
not here, so we can't flirt around. Like,
Yeah.
if Stella and I got together, like, you'd be able to see it from orbit. It'd just be like this bright,
Oh my God.
amazing,
And also,
awesome experience.
Stella and Fox of Fate. I'm just saying, for people
The three of us.
For people who've never met, Stella and Fox of Fate are a very dirty couple. I'm just saying.
They're not. I mean, Fox has a partner as well.
I know, but just flirting in chat is what I'm talking about.
Like the three of us combined. Yeah, it's a cesspool of depravity and awesomeness.
Yeah. So, but I'm just conscious of not doing anything that because Nettie's worried about her new place, which I still haven't been to. Well, we're not locked down anymore, but we're not allowed to visit people. So
when
in a
restrictions
week or so,
ease.
yeah, in a week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, I think we should have a night out in the city, and because Nettie's place is in the city, then we can just kind of crash there and just have a terrible drunk thing.
Hey, Kirsten, good to hear.
Kirsten, moving to a new place that will mean streaming setup again. Yes, so that's a permanent place, Kirsten. Because I know you were in we are in this weird liminal space generally. Because it used to be like there's permanent accommodation and there's temporary accommodation. Like even business travelers, there were furnished apartments that were only meant to be for business travelers to live in for a week or two. And I know when you first moved into Sydney, you moved into one of them and they were just kind of, because we've had no business travelers for 6 months.
Because of COVID, yeah.
Because of COVID, you can stay here for 6 months and whatnot. Yeah, so Kirsten and husband finding a permanent place. Nice. Excellent. That's good stuff. Because we've all been living in this just completely strange liminal space for the last 15, 16 months. Like, I first started doing these live streams in about, it was either March or April
was about
2020.
March-ish, yeah.
Yeah, March or April, because it's like, oh man, this is fucked, isn't it? What the fuck is happening? Let's just hang out and try and
Yep.
keep a hold on our sanity, because the world has gone so fucking strange that we don't know what's happening. And I've had, in terms of the Angry Aussie channel, I've had virtually, oh, look at this sook here. I've had virtually no compulsion to do the pre-recorded videos, because it's just like, nah, fuck all this shit. I just want to hang out with people who want to have a sane hangout space, because the world's gone so fucking weird.
Yep.
And in terms of creativity and doing pre-recorded videos, that's been my cocktail channel for the last year. Here, I'm perfectly happy just doing the Hangout live videos, whether it's a small number of people or a larger number of people who want to hang out. I have no interest in the, I want to be a YouTube star type of thing. It's like, no, let's just fucking hang out.
That's a lot of effort to establish a YouTube channel. Like, you've been at it for forever.
15 years.
Yeah. And like, even then, like, the amount of effort you would have to put into to get it somewhere.
Yeah.
Like, because you've got a day job. You have to make it your day job.
Yes. And I have decided, because I am no longer youthful. Because I was also thinking, because I am actually, although I'm under contract, I am working for the public service at the moment. I could seriously imagine, like, I got into my job and was in the groove and stuff, and someone who I had some level of conflict with found out about my YouTube channel, and they just go to HR and say, I don't feel safe around him because he's put this stuff on the internet where he's very angry and stuff, and he makes me feel unsafe. And so YouTube, which is not generating any money for me, could literally fuck up my money making stuff. And I'm like, oh no.
Yeah.
People saying, oh, why don't you try and do things? Like, dude, to make more money on YouTube than I do in my day job, I would have to be in the top 1% of the top 1%. And that's, I'm realistic, that isn't happening. So I need to not do shit, or there's no value in me doing shit that would jeopardize my day job. So
yeah, of course.
So I've really enjoyed these live hangouts. So I'm just doing that. And the cocktail stuff is comparatively innocuous and non-confronting, and it fulfills my creative urge. I get to be creative doing the cocktail videos. And so continue, while I regularly think of stuff, man, I could do a video on that, or I could do a video on that, or whatnot. But it's like, there's no real return for me in doing more angry videos. And there is potential downsides. So, I mean, I fucking love.
What about your old stuff? Are you worried about that? Like, it's not a lot of it is topical anymore, but
yeah, in a worst case scenario, I could privatize my entire back catalog.
Sure.
And that's the thing that might happen. And as again, I love everyone who loves all the old angry videos and whatnot. But dudes, I gotta be real. If it's got the stage where it's not just no benefit for me, but it's an active negative thing on my life, I love you, but you're not fucking worth
Yeah,
Yeah.
not worth the financial security of losing a day job.
Yeah. So it hasn't happened yet. It could conceivably happen in the future.
Yep.
This cat is such a fucking sook. I'm trying to have a conversation, and this cat's going, no, just keep sort of scratching and patting me. Oh my
Yeah.
god, you're such a fucking sook, honestly. But yeah, no, it's a thing I've realized in the last year, because in the last year I've only done 2 pre-recorded videos, and the rest has been live streams, which I enjoy. And it's like, yeah, I've probably had dozens of ideas for killer Angry Aussie videos, and I just haven't done them because it's like there's no there's basically no benefit for me personally in doing it, and there is a significant potential downside. So it's like, yeah,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, gang, but I'm going to look after myself at this point. But yeah,
I have a comment about Kirsten's blow-up mattress.
okay, go for it.
Please don't make that a permanent solution, because blow-up mattresses are kind of awful. They're great in a pinch and they're fine if you go camping, but yeah, blow-up mattresses.
I bought
not great.
I bought an expensive bed for the first time in my life with Mrs. Angry 10 or so years ago. Best thing I ever did. And I mean, an expensive bed is 3 or 4 times more expensive than an acceptable bed. And acceptable beds are fine, but an expensive bed is hey, out of the blue, look who's joined us. Lee!
Hey, hello.
How you doing, buddy?
Hello. I'm doing really well.
Good. What have you been up to, man?
Yeah, the pressure's off me for a bit.
Yeah.
That's all right. I'm out of the yellow submarine. I'm just kidding.
Nice. Oh, Kirsten is
Really
concurring that blow-up mattress is not going to be permanent.
Oh, good. Yeah.
And
Right.
what a personal question, Lee. What's your bed like?
Yeah, it's a permanent one.
Yeah. I house sat for a friend once, and this was a long time ago, but they had a waterbed, and waterbeds are hilarious as far as I'm concerned. But
I have very mixed feelings about waterbeds.
they're also
I am scarred.
there are
Scarred.
waterbeds. There are waterbeds and there are waterbeds. There are some waterbeds where it's just one big thing. They're bad. The one big thing filled with, but there are other waterbeds that are a whole bunch of little compartments that are filled with water, and they are better.
Okay. So I know I've told this. Sorry, I keep cutting you off.
You go.
I've told this story before, but my parents bought a waterbed when they were in vogue in the 70s.
70s, yes.
They still sleep on the same waterbed to this day.
Oh, wow.
They've gone through about 3 or 4 bladders, but it is a king size single bladder waterbed.
Ooh.
And I had to grow up with my parents refused to close their bedroom door at night.
Oh,
and
shit.
when you hear slosh, 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 slosh in the middle of the night, it scars you. When you're a child and you hear that, it scars you.
Well,
I'm torn. Hello, clapping for chlamydia. Hello.
Yes, hello. Lee, you were saying
New
something?
pride flag.
Waterbed. I had a dream I was drowning.
Yeah.
I don't sleep in waterbeds anymore.
No, waterbeds are weird. So I did not see a new pride flag clapping for
Is it the one with the diagonal diamond with the brown, black, and the trans flag incorporated? Is that the one you're talking about? I think it looks fine.
Yeah, depends.
Or is it the one where it's like a huge diagonal across the entire thing? I'm not big on that one, but I like the chevron that they put in it.
I've seen the chevron one. I'm okay with that.
Yeah,
This
I like
one
that
that
one.
this one that we've got in the background is actually the original pride flag, which is more colors than the one that's used
Yeah.
now.
Okay.
Um,
So
yeah,
if
okay, clapping committee is saying the diagonal one. They're not a fan of the diagonal one. But,
so, if I may,
yeah,
sharing my
share.
screen.
Share. Sorry, where's my thing?
Yep.
Okay, so that's the one with the
So
chevron.
this is the one I like, but
Mhm.
I assume you're talking about this one, and I agree. It's butt ass ugly. I do not like that one. I like
Yeah.
this one. It's a bit more subtle, but also like full of pride.
Yeah.
You know, it's like very inclusive.
Yeah.
That one, it's a bit much. I mean, I'm loving the inclusion. Oh, there's another
Yeah.
one. You think? Oh,
There's
okay.
another one. Holy shit. Okay.
Because it's not coming up for me here. I'm getting just these two. This one.
Yep. That
'Cause
looks like a
that's
trans
just-
flag. Yes.
That's just trans and trans people of color. Go to Pride official Twitter. Okay.
Okay.
Um,
Okay. I'll let you do that. I'm going to share
Oh,
one. This popped into my head for no other reason. This is not a pride flag. This is an Aboriginal flag. Let me share this. I've used this a couple of times. Oh, what's that?
Okay, yeah.
Yeah, that's because someone owns the copyright on the one we all recognize. It. Briggs shared
Yeah.
this one. That's the Warrior Aboriginal
Is
flag.
okay. So I want to know
And
if it's
Abigail
this
sharing
one.
this
that
one.
Is it this
Ooh,
one?
ooh. God, that's a bit fucking much.
It is a bit much.
Yeah.
I don't know what that means.
Yeah, yeah.
Um,
I think
Oh,
when we-
intersex community, perhaps. Yes, that one. Okay. Look,
okay,
I think
yeah, that's the
this
one.
one.
You went.
Yeah, I think this one is better than the big one with the big diagonal.
Yeah.
I could get used to this. Actually, I think I could get used to this one.
Yeah.
Yeah. I guess. Yeah, I could get used to that.
Yeah.
Yeah. It would have to grow on me, I think.
Yeah. It's a bit difficult, that one. There's too much
I
going
know.
on.
Alright,
And again,
I'll
with
think of-
again, I am. Well, I like to think I'm very open. Dude, like no one should care what I think. Cishet white male. No one should fucking care. No one should fucking care. No one. No. Nobody. Nobody in the queer community.
As someone who takes up a few letters in the alphabet soup.
Yes.
I'm actually kind of okay with this.
Yeah.
I see what you're saying. It is visually a lot to take in.
It is. It's a
and
lot.
I respect your opinion that it's an eyesore because it is a lot, but
Just
it's
from a
kind of growing
design
on me.
point of view, purely from a design
Yeah.
point of view.
Yes,
Whenever
it's growing on me. I think yeah.
Yeah.
When I'm sober, I'll have
Yeah.
more opinions about it. I
Yes,
think.
actually, that's a fair call. At the moment, no one should be
Yeah.
asking myself or Abigail because we'll say
Yes.
something forward. Oh my god, this is. I feel like this is the first time in forever Mimsy has joined the stream, and she's been so sooky and so demanding. It's just like, no, make the internet love me. You should
Whenever
pat
I
me.
think of flags, I'm
Mhm.
reminded of Eddie Izzard's skit when he was like, England, we took over countries via the use of flags. I'm like, oh
Yes. I also remember there was a particular English comedian who had this whole routine where he said, "I think it's hilarious how England has treated the rest of the world. Like they've gone into Europe and they go, "What's your country called?" And they go, "Deutschland." And they go, "Yeah, we're going to call you Germany." And they're like, "What?" And it's what the English have done around the world. They've just gone, "Oh, we're going to call you this," and the country has said, "But that's not what we call ourselves." And England has gone, "Just it's cool. We're calling you this now."
Isn't it the same for the Netherlands, or is that?
Yeah.
them?
England and it's for virtually all of Europe, virtually every European country calls themselves something different to what
Yeah.
England calls them. It's hilarious.
Yeah.
I found out
but I
where
do respect
Zealand
other
is.
countries.
You know how New Zealand is?
Yeah, it's New Zealand.
New
Yeah.
Zealand.
Yeah.
There is a Zealand. It's a province in Belgium.
Yep. There was literally
Who'd have
Zealand
thought?
before. Yeah.
Yes.
And because
I have to
Sorry?
go pee. So
Okay,
I
you
need
go.
to go,
Definitely.
and we'll be back shortly.
Yeah, because when I were a youth, I was a big John Wyndham fan. I loved sci-fi. John Wyndham, most famous for Day of the Triffids, but he did write a bunch of other stuff. He was a very good writer, and one of his sort of post-apocalyptic stories I read. The people sort of got a radio transmission from this country called Zealand, which was obviously New Zealand. But they were getting these people from England like, Zealand, what is that? Sealand with an S would make sense for a country, but why would you call somewhere Zealand? That's weird.
Oh yeah, it reminds me of Seatopia, that guy who got one of those things in the ocean and called his own country, and then
The oil rigs.
the oil rigs, yeah.
Yes.
And then he
Seatopia.
went-
That was
Seatopia,
Seatopia,
yeah.
wasn't it? Yes.
He went to England and it's like, you guys owe me this much in tax, and they're like, no, we don't.
Yeah, he tried to say, I'm an independent country, which literally no one in the world recognized. And it's just like, but it was the independent country on a oil rig. There was one in Australia. These people I think they were in Western Australia. They declared themselves to be an autonomous country. And a lot of people regarded it as a joke and a sort of touristy thing. Then it was like, oh no, he hasn't paid tax for 20 years. So the tax department is after him. So it's like, I forget. Look, if I look it up, what would be the Google search? Independent country in Australia. Do a Google search on that. Hutt River. Excellent. My Google foo worked. So yeah, this dude in Australia declared himself the independent principality of Hutt River. And more recently, the tax department has gone, you're not independent, you owe us this much money. And Lee has a little folk talking to him. I can tell that's cool. He's handling stuff. Lee's handling stuff at the moment. Like, Daddy, why aren't you... Yeah, Daddy, why aren't you paying attention to me? I have the convenience of my offspring actually being adults at the moment, and they look after themselves. Although, as again, people who are regularly in the streams will know, particularly on Friday nights, semi-regularly, young Mr. Angry comes in when I'm talking, goes, can you make me a drink? So I'll make him, and because he's 21 already, I will make him an alcoholic beverage while we're talking. So it's the difference between having offspring who are legal adults and offspring who are little uns. So
yeah, if I did that to my littlings, I would probably have the police on my case.
But on the plus side, Lee, they probably sleep really well. So it's just like swings and roundabouts is what I'm saying. So it's like, yes, you would have some legal issues. So Lee's just doing the legitimate thing, I think, and getting some milk or something. So nobody, we are still here. Dude, it's a fucking long weekend, man. It's a fucking long weekend. I don't have to get up in the morning. I don't know anyone who has to get up. I don't know if it's Queen's birthday weekend for everyone, because it's a very arbitrary mandated holiday. It is literally not Betty Capoodle Schnitzer's birthday. Actually, Mrs. Angry looked this up. We were talking about this, and she looked up, why are we having the Queen's birthday weekend when it's not her birthday? It is actually her dad's birthday. So it was the King's birthday weekend in the early 20th century. But when he died and she ascended the throne, she kind of said, she can't be bothered telling the Commonwealth to change the date for the public holiday. So across much of the Commonwealth, the public holiday stayed on the same day. Even though it's not her birthday, it's her dad's birthday. So there you go. Trivia. I literally did not know that until about this week, when Mrs. Angry looked it up and found out, the reason we have Queen's birthday when it's not her weekend, it was the King's birthday in the first part of the 20th century. So
yeah.
But it's one of those holidays, state governments can gazette it for whatever date they want. And so I always laugh when fuckheads who think the monarchy is actually important, and they go, for you people who want to get rid of the monarchy, are you going to lose what do you do for the Queen's birthday weekend? Like, dude, we would just gazette another public holiday and call it Republic Day or something. It's like, yeah, and Abigail's back. Excellent.
Hello, nobody.
Yeah, he was surprised we're still here. Normally, Sunday, I would not still be here at 11.
Yeah.
But public holiday, I don't have to fucking get up. I can fucking sleep. Oh, you've got your gin
Bombay
there.
Bramble.
Bombay Bramble. Nice.
I got given this on Thursday. No, it was either Tuesday or Thursday.
Yeah.
And most of this was the bad decision juice from Friday night. Like a big chunk of it. But this will be my fourth drink, so
yeah,
I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
One thing my friends in Canada are used to being asked by the Americans, so when did you stop being the Queen's bitch? I'm thinking,
when did you stop being the Queen's bitch? Because Canada changed their flag. I fucking wish Australia would change their fucking flag. Honestly.
Yeah.
But
even New Zealand changed their flag.
Yeah, I don't know. They've still got the Union Jack and the.
Do they? I don't actually know what it looks like.
No, New Zealand's flag looks embarrassingly like the Australian flag. Oh, Mimsy's fine.
Oh, still no. They haven't changed their flag. Then it's still like the. Yeah. Okay. I thought they were going to change it.
Who fucking knows? Honestly, I think New Zealand is kind of more together than Australia, but it's fucking weird. So, okay, Mimsy's finally decided to say goodbye. Fair enough. Sorry, I'm still drinking. This is, oh my God, we've got to the stage of the night. It's only 11 o'clock, but I've had so many drinks. I'm having one of my, okay, this is a claret in hour. So the core parts of this are really strongly flavored spiritual liqueurs. One's called Fernet Branc, is super weird. It's kind of a very menthol flavored Amaro, which is a bitter. It's kind of like the base is wine, and then they put all these really bitter herbs in it and redistill it and come up with a maniacal new thing. And Fernet Branca is a thing bartenders are into. You find it around the world. Like I talk to bartenders. Oh yeah, when bartenders get together, they just drink shots of Fernet. No normal human wants to drink this because it's got this really strong. It's menthol taste. It's like if you liquefied Vicks Vapor Rub in vodka. That's Fernet Branca.
Oh no.
And it's nice. I think it's nice in small doses in another cocktail because it adds a new element. But people actually sitting around drinking shots in it, when I hear that, I just think, what the fuck is wrong with you? And it's bar staff. Bar staff just deal with so much alcohol. They're like, I don't want... Come on, Mimsy, come back up here where everyone can see you. Mimsy's come back to say hello to me again. Normally, she would be on the bed, just sleeping on my bit of the bed because I'm not there, snuggling out to Mrs. Angry.
Does she must miss you. Like,
she gets very upset when I get into bed, and it's like,
yeah.
but I'm here, and it's like, no. I want to snuggle up to Mrs. Angry now. Thank you very much. And Mimsy goes, oh my God, what a fucking thing. She's just out of camera. You can see I'm patting her now. She's just out of camera shot. Come up here where everyone can see you. Yeah, come on. Come on, do it.
Oh,
yeah,
what a gorgeous kitty.
She is. Again, because most gingers are males. Genetically, more than 90% of gingers are males. She is the rarity of a female ginger. And particularly, she has these beautiful stripes down her forehead, which kind of reminds me of Star Trek. You know the joke about all the Star Trek aliens just have different different forehead wrinkles. She has these beautiful tiger stripes going down her forehead. Yes, you're gorgeous, aren't you, Mimsy? Yes. Yes, you are. Yes, you are. Oh, my God. This is hilarious. She hasn't been on a live stream in, like, forever. I feel like she hasn't been on a live stream in months.
No, it's been a long time.
Yeah.
It's been a while.
But tonight, she's just decided to be super fucking sooky and hang out with me.
She just wants some attention.
Yeah, but normally she's super sooky and hangs out with Mrs. Angry.
Aren't cats supposed to be master manipulators or whatever?
Oh, absolutely, Lee. Cats are absolutely master manipulators. Absolutely.
I'm not anti-cat. I've got two.
No, I like cats, but it's perfectly possible to accept how cats are manipulators and still like cats. Kirsten's saying that Western Australia has the Queen's birthday a week before. I see. Yeah, you've got a whole fucking cat stand there, Lee. Yeah. If I hadn't had as many drinks as I had, I might have found a way to say you've got a fucking cat stand without saying fucking in there. But at the moment, that's
I moved the giant cat tree that I bought for my cat into Will's room so that his kitten can use it.
Because he's got a kitten.
Because he does, and my cat doesn't. So the kitten will just climb all the way to the top. It's great.
Celtic Kings come back. Hello. There are these awesome videos on the internet where someone's actually screwed some sort of cat things onto the ceiling. And there's these videos of their cat jumping from platform to platform of these things that are just attached to the ceiling. Because cats are crazy. Because, like, you can see where Mimsy is. There's this sort of carpet thing on here.
Yeah.
And but I've seen videos where this is screwed to the ceiling. Cats just jump platform to platform on these things that are attached to the ceiling, which is pretty cool. I've been making something. I'm just going to share because I showed the oleosaccharum that I'm going to fish in the morning, but also Mrs. Angry asked me to do that. She bought a thing of oranges that were on special in the supermarket, and we had this hilarious conversation where she's going, "Why are these called half-time oranges. Does that mean they stay ripe for half as long or whatnot? No. It's for like kids' sport. There's this folklore. I don't know if it's true or not.
Yeah.
It's like you give kids orange slices of orange at half time because what we always got told when I was a kid, if you drink water at half time, whether you're playing soccer or rugby league or Aussie rules or whatever, if you drink water, you'll end up getting cramps in the second half.
Oh.
But if you just suck on a slice of orange, you get a bit of moisture which satisfies the thirst you've worked up and you won't get cramps. So Mrs. English goes, oh my God, is that what it is? I thought half-time oranges was like they only stay ripe for half as long or whatever. And so we spent today peeling oranges and juicing them. So I've ended up with this, which I've shown a couple times, the Oleosaccharum. And we both enjoy just churning it over because it's an amazing thing that this was just covered in caster sugar a couple of hours ago. Now you can't see any sugar because it's just turned to syrup. And in the morning, I'll add hot water or boiling water to that to make a sugar syrup for cocktails. And then Mrs. Angry is going to dry out the peels in the oven and then grind them up to make this powder that goes into all the things. So I've sliced up some oranges. Okay, so when you're doing that, I'm going to have these sexy cocktail garnishes of dried out orange slices. So I keep meaning I want to do a cocktail with egg white or something that has a foamy top. Mrs. Angry has made all these powdered citrus things, and I'm just going to spread a citrus powder thing on it to make this really sort of sexy, cool garnish on the top of a cocktail. I still haven't done it, possibly because when it gets to the point of me making cocktails, I'm kind of hopelessly drunk and I forget to put a garnish on it. But it's like we're gonna. But so I've made a couple of orange slices. That's going to go in the oven tomorrow, along with the peel to dry out, and make some sexy garnishes.
Hello, Dirk Starney.
Dirk Starney on
From
Twitch.
Twitter.
I feel like
Yes.
whenever someone comes on Twitch, because Dirk Starney, my man, or sorry, that was a terrible presumption on my part. I know nothing about you or your gender identity, even though for some reason that sounded like a masculine username to me, but it might not be. So that was a terrible assumption on my part. But most of the people who watch the stream are on YouTube. Okay, you are a man. Thank you. Okay, I feel slightly better that I made a presumption. Because I multi-stream through the magic of StreamYard to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch. Most of the viewers are on YouTube, but I get some on Facebook and some on Twitch. But thank you for joining us. I don't know where in the world you are. In Australia, Abigail, with the username Roar, and Lee and I are all in Australia, although Lee's in a different time zone to us because Lee's in South Australia.
Yes.
Abigail and I are virtually locals. And Shay, 9. Oh, thank you.
Hello, Shay.
Shay is also on Twitch. Maybe we're like just super on Twitch at the moment. Maybe all our viewers are on. Who knows? Who knows? But I use StreamYard to multi-stream. Most of my presence is on YouTube, but because StreamYard makes it super easy to multi-stream, I thought, I'll multi-stream to Twitch and to Facebook because who fucking knows? Who knows?
Yeah. Oh, so you live stream on Facebook as well?
Yes. This stream is going to Facebook and it's going to Twitch and it's going to YouTube. I was going to make another drink and I didn't realize how much was still in this one. I guess I'm still drinking this. Tashik, on Twitch, you can have people host you, which you're doing. Get there, like, oh, nice. Okay.
Oh, yep. Yep.
And I know Twitch does stuff like, what
I
do they
should do
call
that
it?
too.
What do they call it when you send all your users? You say, I'm finishing.
Raid.
A raid, yes. A raid,
Yeah.
which sounds like a negative thing, but if you have a positive community on Twitch, is actually a positive thing. You go, okay, I'm finishing my stream on Twitch now, but I like this person who's live at the moment. Everyone should just go over there, and we call that a raid on their live stream.
Hmm.
I
I'm
used
not-
to
I'm-
know how
I'm not big
to
enough.
host someone, so I'm just gonna try and figure that out.
But by the by, for anyone who doesn't know, Abigail's my tech support. Abigail's my tech advisor. Earlier in this stream, it's hilarious. I accidentally banned Tazchick, and I was like, "What the fuck? Why did I do?" And I'm busy trying to work out how to unban Tazchick, and Abigail's going, "It's cool. I've unbanned Tazchick." I'm like, "Cool, Jesus, what the fuck." What the fuck?
Although right now I've enjoyed a few drinks, so
yeah. I'm not going to ask you to do any tech support at the moment.
yeah, I just want to like host, just figure out how to host, and like I've done it before. Host.
Oh, Tazchick is saying just do
in your stream chat.
/host.
Oh yeah, okay.
There you go.
In my thing, okay. So I go to my channel.
Shit! Turkestan is driving, dude. What the
Oh!
fuck? What the
Don't
fuck?
be texting and driving, dude.
What the
Please don't.
fuck? Jesus.
Yeah.
And that's
Please
like
don't.
fucking Stella will occasionally be listening to the stream because Stella's in Western Australia and she works in a mining site, and there's a long drive from the mining site to her home, and she often works late, and she'll say, I'm just going to listen to y'all while I'm driving back. And it's like, Turkestan, don't fucking make me responsible for you getting home alive. Jesus, what the fuck?
Yep.
Oh.
Okay, so I'm now hosting you on I've got precious few followers because I don't stream very often at all.
So
because it's a lot of work.
Is
And
driving.
you have to like be constant.
Yeah. Next time when we rest the phone on the dash, I have a car that has this little display that's the modern high-tech display. If you pay a stupid amount of money, it's collected to I don't even know if it works anymore because my car is a Holden, which doesn't exist anymore. And the digital thing, they had this thing that if you paid a stupid amount of money, you would be on their digital thing, which I never did because it was dumb as fuck. But you can Bluetooth your phone to the display. So often when I'm driving, I'm listening to podcasts and shit. And yeah, you can definitely listen to a live stream through this thing when you're driving. And I know Stella does it. Turkestan apparently does it. And I'm just like, this is this massive disclaimer. I am not personally responsible if you fucking plow into a truck while you're doing this.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit like the places that give you really spicy food. You sign a thing saying they're not responsible if you have a heart attack or whatever. It's like, oh wow.
Yeah. Yeah. I saw a fun thing on social media. I don't know where it is. I think it's somewhere in the US that a place had a sign saying, if you choke on a hot dog, that's natural selection and management is not responsible. And
I think it's choking on a pretzel because
that's George Bush.
if you're George W. Bush almost choked on a pretzel.
No, okay.
And like,
here's the fun thing. because George W. was a massive coke fiend and alcoholic in his day, right? He
Yep.
massively used cocaine. He was arrested for drink driving a couple times, and his family collections got him off. And when he went to president, he was supposedly born again and had sworn off all that stuff. And everyone's like, cool. And then one year he showed up after Super Bowl with this bruise on his forehead. And how
Oh, no.
they explained it is he was having a Super Bowl party and he choked on a pretzel and stumbled and hit his head on a coffee table. And everyone's like, okay. And there's an online comic, and it was an animated series for a while called Boondocks, which I quite like. And at the time, this thing about George W. Bush choking on a pretzel and stumbling and hitting his head on a table, it just the Sunday comic for Boondocks was just a couple frames of the central character walking up a hill that was covered in, because it was a winter in America, and he's walking up a hill that's covered in snow, and there's just a couple of frames of him walking and walking and walking, and the last frame he's on the top of the hill and he yells from the top of his hill, "He was drunk, you idiots!"
Oh yeah, it's like
Yeah.
when people tell me that my distant cousin, they made all kinds of assumptions about him being, oh, he was a Republican. I'm like, actually, he was a Democrat.
Yeah. But George W. Bush was a mad alcoholic and coke fiend in his youth, and he's supposedly born again and swore off it all. And it's like, yeah, cool. But then he showed up with his bomb, and it's just this thing where the guy's like, no, he was drunk, you fucking idiots. And it's like, what? Why are you? And I put this on in the US. I put it on Democrats and Republicans, and in Australia, I'll put it on Australia, on the Labor Party and the LNP. It's like, they're all fucking liars, okay? They are fucking liars, and you cannot believe what they tell you. But George W. Bush in particular, believing that he had some degree of purity when he had literal decades of being an alcohol and cocaine abuser is just like, yeah, no, guys.
Yeah.
Is just
There's
like,
always
no.
that Bill Clinton video where he's like, I did not do that. Like, yeah.
I think
I can barely hear you,
I think
Lee,
I was
by
too
the way.
forgiving
Sorry.
of Clinton. I think I was too forgiving of Clinton in the past, like with the Lewinsky scandal and whatnot. Like, what definitely happened is he was definitely fucking around with Lewinsky. Okay, yes, it appeared to be consensual. It appeared to be she wanted it to happen, but it was a massive power imbalance. And Clinton was definitely wrong, definitely shouldn't have done it and whatnot. And I think I was guilty of giving Clinton far too much latitude when it should have been like, yeah, dude, no, you're a piece of shit. Bill Clinton is an absolute piece of shit. And I'm willing to cop to, I think I was far too forgiving of him when he was president. He was a piece of shit. Bill Clinton was a piece of fucking shit.
So it's the difference between a turd sandwich and a giant douche, you know?
Yes.
Clinton was a giant douche,
Yeah.
but the Republicans are turd sandwiches
Yeah.
and will fuck your shit up.
Yeah.
You know, like it's like you can't be squeaky clean in politics.
No.
Unless
Yeah.
unless you're Obama, but
Yeah.
even then, like Barack drone strike Obama
Oh yeah.
wasn't
Yeah,
that clean.
fuck yeah.
So
Yeah. I
Yeah.
don't think Trudeau's that clean.
Yeah. But
But
politics
then again, they're
is
human.
the domain of evil people, basically.
yeah,
Yeah. And
because the
I
people
think
who
it's
go into
important-
politics wanting to do genuine good
Yeah.
don't last long.
Yeah. I think
Or
it's-
they join a party that will at best get some influence, but barely any
Yeah.
seats or whatever.
Yeah. And I think it's important that I acknowledge I was far too forgiving of Clinton. Clinton was actually a horrible person, and he exploited his power. It just gross. Bill Clinton was gross.
Good night, Taz chick.
Tazchick, you're going. Thank you so much for joining us.
I will. I
I'm
will
super
see you on
impressed
your
with
stream when
Yeah.
when you live stream games.
Yeah.
If next time you play RimWorld, I'm there. I'm gonna watch the shit out of that because I love that game.
Yeah.
But thanks for joining us.
Yeah, thank you. And I'm super embarrassed for accidentally blocking you, and I'm super indebted to Abigail for fixing it. So, oh my god, that's so fucking lame. Oh my god, so fucking lame. Oh shit. So okay, I drank my other clarified cocktail. I need to drink more water now. I think it's only 11:25. I want to keep going, and there's a tiny bit of ice still in here, but because I've got my sexy big chrome fridge.
Oh, did people just hear me burp?
I didn't hear you burp.
Okay,
Neither did
good.
I.
I didn't burp, by the way, because women don't burp.
No,
Women
no.
don't burp, they don't fart, and
Yeah.
they don't poop. So I'm in the clear.
Yeah. And yeah, women don't burp. And so Mrs. Angry and I are both doing this meal replacement stuff that makes you fart heaps. And so when we were on our walk today, and just after we passed someone with the organism, we kind of didn't like them. The big fart that happened afterwards, and I couldn't stop laughing because it seemed to be reproach of the person we just passed. Mrs. Angry said, "Oh, Andrew, how dare you?" And I was like, yeah, I know, I'm terrible. Because it clearly wasn't you, because you are a lady, and ladies don't fart. See, Kirsten didn't hear
Yep.
you burp either. So there.
Neither did
Excellent. Okay.
I'm going to drink a little bit of water, and then I think I probably am going to run out really quickly for a toilet break. And then, against all medical advice, I'm probably going to make another alcoholic beverage after that. But fucking Shieldsy, I don't know, has like a normal human gone to bed or something because he hasn't been harassing me to drink. Shieldsy is my
Oh
better angel.
yeah.
Like,
Where
all
is
that-
Shieldsy?
I don't know. He was here earlier. All those cartoons where there's a good angel on one shoulder and the devil on the other shoulder. Shieldsy is the only one who's the angel, and everyone else is the devil. Shieldsy going, no, drink water. And literally everyone else on the stream is no, drink more alcohol. And it's like, okay.
I'm just like, whatever.
Holy for holies. Oh, say Kirsten's saying she has sensitive headphones and she still didn't hear you burp. So
Okay.
Somewhat unrelated. Earlier today, I watched the Tom Hardy movie Capone, where he plays Al Capone in the last year of his life, where he's been released from prison and most of his brain's been destroyed by syphilis, and he's
Oh no.
living out the last year of his life in Florida. And that was not a big hit movie. And I watched it and I go, yeah, this is serious virtuoso acting from Tom Hardy, who is a fucking great actor. But I was watching going, yeah, but I'm also of the thing like, who fucking cares? It's like, here's Tom Hardy doing virtuoso acting of Al Capone in his degeneration towards death from tertiary syphilis. It's like, but honestly, who fucking cares, really? And that's why it wasn't a big hit, because it was just like a vehicle for Tom Hardy to do virtuoso acting. But from the point of view of entertainment for an audience, who really wants to watch Al Capone collapse?
Yeah.
It just reminds me of when actors go for roles, like when, like Fringe, for example, one actor's like, I know the producers of this film, of this TV show, I'm going to get in as Peter Bishop. It's like, no,
Hello,
you didn't.
Heine.
Hey, Heine. Heine, I think his knob probably did fall off, but this is literally tertiary syphilis when the syphilis is destroying his brain. So the fact of syphilis destroying your genital organs is peripheral. compared to the fact that syphilis is actually destroying your brain. Thank you, Kirsten. I was drinking water without Shieldsy prompting me, but that was pre-planned.
Yes.
I was going to go one alcoholic drink, a water drink, then an alcoholic drink. So
and yes, my name is Abigail. Not Rawr. I chose Raw because I'm wearing my Velociraptor dress at the moment.
Yeah,
so.
which is a fucking cool dress, by the way. I think you had that when you were over at my place last time.
Probably, I think so.
I think you wore
it last
time.
It's super comfy and it's warm. And the only problem with there's two problems. One, it doesn't have pockets, and I have to hand clean it. You can't machine wash it.
Yeah, you can't machine wash it.
Which is tough.
It's metallic, yes, yeah.
Well, yeah, and it's just super delicate.
Yeah, hand wash only. Yeah. But yeah, if you've ever wondered, is the Tom Hardy Capone movie worth watching? Virtuoso acting by Tom Hardy, who is an exceptional actor, but it's also kind of, I don't expect you to care about it because it's like, okay, Al Capone's dying from syphilis. Yeah, but also if you want Tom Hardy, Jesus, as what's his character in Peaky Blinders called? He's the Jewish gangster in Peaky Blinders. He's very good in Peaky Blinders. As Max in Fury Road, Mad Max Fury Road, he's fucking amazing. Not least because the film defers to Furiosa. It's Mad Max Fury Road, but the film's about Furiosa. Let's get fucking real. And I never get tired of watching that. I've got, I don't know how many times I've watched it, at least 10 times, but I've got it on disc. I've got what they call, as a box set of the like Ultra Mad Max things. So it's got Mad Max, Mad Max 2, Mad Max 3, and Fury Road, but it's also got the blood and chrome version of Fury Road, which is a high contrast black and white version. And if you watch Fury Road, the color in it is beautiful.
The thing about the black and white version is that they actually filmed it for black and white, not just color corrected for black and white, because that is bullshit. It will not give you the proper black and white experience, which can be an art form in and of itself.
Yeah, and it goes back to Mad Max 2, which is 20, 30 years in the past. Our man George Miller said, like, the rushes, when they would shoot stuff during the day and then they watch the rushes at the end of the day going, how much of that worked and how much do we have to reshoot? The rushes were in this very quickly produced high contrast black and white. And George Miller's going, this actually looks cool. I would kind of love to release this movie as this high contrast black and white, but it never happened. So when Fury Road was so successful, he just went, I want to release a version, and it was just on disc, on digital, of the high contrast black and white, and they call it the blood and chrome version, and it's amazing. It's this high contrast black and white, and if you watch Fury Road, all the colors in it, the oranges and whatnot, are a central part. And you would think a black and white version wouldn't work, but the blood and chrome version of Fury Road is fucking amazing. And as you,
I haven't watched it. I haven't seen it for a while, so
yeah,
I need to.
But when you think about it, okay, Fury Road should have failed horribly. On paper, everything about it was thinking, because it's 20 years after the last Mad Max film. They've recast Max, okay? They're actually focusing on a character who's not Max. And it had been in development hell for over a decade. One version of it was meant to be animated, a 3D animated version. There was not an actual script for Fury Road. There was a visual script. George Miller had done hundreds of visual pictures of this is how it worked. When you read about the history of Fury Road, it should have failed. Everything about it was a premonition of horrible failure. But in my mind, it is without a doubt, by a long way, the best action film of the last decade. Like, it's not even close. Like, it is absolutely astonishing. And when you look at it from a plot point of view, the plot is person drives a truck and gets chased by people for the first half of the movie. And then in the second half of the movie, they turn around and go back to where they started and get chased by the same people. That is terrible. That is a fucking terrible plot. That is fucking shit as a plot. But as a movie, it is without doubt not even close. It's the best action movie of the 21st century. Not even the last 10 years. At the 21st century, it's not even close. It's the best action movie of the 21st century. It's a fucking amazing movie.
It's just like a visual feast. It's you don't watch it for the plot. You watch it for the visuals and the spectacle. And
Megaleech just corrected me. It's black and chrome, not blood and chrome. It's instead of black and white, it's black and chrome. I just called it blood and chrome because there's so much blood in the movie. It's just like, it's so brutal. Like, even when there's a thing when Max goes to take care of the bullet farmer and his sidekicks, and when he comes back to the truck and he's washing all the blood off, and one of the brides says, "Are you okay?" And the other one goes, "That isn't his blood." Just like, because Max has just gone and got this truck and just fucking physically eviscerated everyone in it, and he's just covered in other people's blood. Like, when he comes back to the people who are escaping and he's covered in blood, one of the brides thinks he's injured and he's washing it off, and the other bride just goes, "That isn't his blood." Just like, holy shit. Because he even did the thing when the bullet farmer is chasing them. They've got that high-power sniper rifle that's only got 3 rounds in it. And Max takes 2 shots and misses. And Furiosa looks at him, and Max just puts his ego aside and hands her the rifle. And he's the mount for the rifle. Like, he subjugates himself to the point he's the mount for the rifle. And she goes 1 shot and clearly gets the bullet farmer right between the eyes. And but there's still a threat. So Max just goes, "I'll take care of them." And when he comes back, he's covered in blood and he washes it off. And one of the brides is worried, "Are you hurt?" And the other bride just goes, "That's not his blood." So it's like Furiosa shot the bullet farmer like in the middle of the head, but he had 2 or 3 henchmen with him, and Max has just gone over with no gun and has physically eviscerated them and has just stolen all their ammunition because Max and the gang were running low on ammunition. And it's just like, that's fucking dark. It's like, you're not really telling us what happened, but you're telling us what happened. And it's just like,
I've physically touched the giant truck with all the speakers.
Oh my God, the doof wagon.
It was, they had an exhibition a few years ago now. I think it was on a White Night.
White Night had a doof wagon at it a couple of years ago.
They had a bunch of the cars from Fury Road assembled out between the Melbourne Museum and the Royal Exhibition Centre, which I can see from my front window. Yes, and I had my binoculars out because I have these. I actually have a pair of vintage World War I binoculars that an ex-partner bought for me one time as a gift. Australian Army World War I binoculars. Anyway, I had them out and I was looking, and it's like, what's going on down there? And I looked and I could see the doof wagon. I'm like, Will, I'm going for a walk.
And there's video on my Angry Aussie YouTube channel, and it's 3 or 4 years ago at White Night, where I was there with a few friends, and we went to the Mad Max show at the exhibition center, and it's the Doof Wagon and Max's car, and it's really fun. It's my turn for a toilet break. I can feel my bladder wanting to punch through my torso.
Please do not rely on me to maintain.
Honestly,
history.
Abigail, you and Lee can be completely silent as far as I'm concerned, and everyone in the chat just needs to support that.
I've got some fuckboy messaging me on Discord, and I'm just telling him I'm totes gay and fuck off.
Oh yeah, I had somebody message me on LinkedIn like, "I want to know everything about you, Lee." I'm like, no, it's inappropriate.
Okay, I get messages constantly. I get like on Facebook, I get people trying to message me or add me as friends, like from all over the world. It's fucking annoying. And on Discord especially, like it's a daily kind of, not a daily, it's like at least once a week I get someone trying to like slide into my DMs and not realize I'm like totes batting for the other team, dude. Come on.
Yeah, I get messages on Facebook and I'm just like, I'm totally married. Or I'm just like, I don't know you, please don't message me again. Or I just ignore it.
Yeah.
And they go away.
And I got a message from my lady friend who is asking a question about migraines. I got to attend to this.
No worries. Yeah, my mic is a bit quiet.
Ugh. It's like it's all quiet here. You actually just fucking lived up to me. You don't have to talk.
I was like, I'm getting messages for some.
I heard that.
I got a fuckboy in my DMs on Discord, and I just realized I had a message from my lady friend Katrina about migraines that I didn't see, and I'm like messaging her. Because like she doesn't get migraines often, but I'm like a fucking expert on them. I've had them since I was like 16.
Oh, yeah.
So yeah.
I don't even know if I'm logged into Discord. Hey, it's Discord, which are fucking whatever, man. Oh, I am logged into Discord on this ID. Yeah. Oh, okay. No one's doing anything fun. Okay. Sorry, there's a YouTube users thing that's boring, but there's a bartender cocktail Discord that's kind of fun. Particularly when all the people in the Northern Hemisphere are getting super drunk at the same time as it's the middle of the day for me. So it's hilarious to me to get onto the Discord when people are getting super drunk and it's similar. Like I've had one where I've gone on and I've actually like been at work and I've had the Discord server on, and you get one or more of the people drink so much they actually fall asleep without switching off their webcam, and they've face planted on their desk, and the rest of us are going, "How long do you reckon they'll be like that?" And they'll be like, for a really long time. Matt, I don't have an Angry Aussie Discord server.
Discord servers, maintaining one that gets used a lot can be a lot of work.
Yeah. Yeah.
I have my own Discord server, but like I only use it really for D&D and the occasional video gaming stuff, and I only invite friends on. It's not like an open invite server with thousands of people, because that is a nightmare to like moderate and maintain, and there's coding involved and bots, and it's just like no thanks.
Yeah. So I don't manage any Discord servers. The one I hang out on most is a YouTube bartender one, which it's kind of funny because sometimes there'll be days where everyone's on it, and I think it's because they're all drinking, and other times there'll be days where no one posts, and it's like, oh, because everyone's either got a hangover or is doing their day job or whatever. Because I'm the only Australian on that particular Discord. The rest are all in the Northern Hemisphere, and but they're from different places. Some are from Europe, some are from USA, some are from Canada, but they're all Northern Hemisphere. So I'm the only one in Australia on this one. But I don't know. I'm just sorry, Lee. Go.
The best advice I ever received about Facebook was from my friend who's a tutor and lecturer at UniSA. To treat Facebook like LinkedIn.
Yeah.
And I'm like, that makes sense.
Yeah. No, LinkedIn fucking sucks. I do have a profile on LinkedIn and I get all this shit. And what's funny is because I use LinkedIn so rarely, that proves to me how all their emails trying to upsell you on stuff are absolute bullshit. And they're like, yeah, you should do this because you're a big user. And it's like, dude, I never fucking use LinkedIn. So you're saying I should pay money to get this is obviously
many
bullshit.
People are viewing your profile. It's like,
yeah, people are viewing your profile. And it's like, cool, I don't fucking care. If I'm looking for a job, I'm literally either just talking to the agency I'm currently employed with and saying, hey, this contract's about to end. Do you have anything else? Or I'm going on Seek and just saying, hello, 20 agencies I've dealt with over the last 20 years. I'm currently on the market. Do you have a job for me? And
I'm very careful with
fucking Facebook. God.
What did you see, Abigail?
Sorry. Fuckboy's trying to make a call on. You can call people in Discord. I'm like, no thanks. No, I do not want to join the call. I've told him I'm gay.
Yeah.
And into chicks. I've told him that I'm in Melbourne and he's in Brisbane. And now he's trying to call. Like
no.
I'm drunk enough to want to like chat with people, but like normally I would just insta ban or just block or whatever. But like I'm drunk, I'm in a chatty mood, so I thought I'd chat with him. But now he's trying to call. If he sends a dick pic, that's it. That's just, no. But he hasn't done that yet. Thank goodness. He found me on a server that's about like a video game that I play, Elite Dangerous. So he's like checking me out, I guess. So that happens sometimes. I'm on another server that's like huge, and it's for Loading Ready Run, which is they started as a comedy troupe. They're from Canada. And then they did like a whole bunch of Magic the Gathering videos, and then they do comedy skits and video game streams. And I get tons of fucking lonely, geeky fuckboys trying to hit me up from that channel. Yeah.
Holy shit. Sorry, I was just looking at Facebook because I hadn't looked for a while, and I thought there was a thing I needed to check on. And my friend Lena, who lived in Melbourne, but she moved to Ireland a couple of years ago, she just messaged me saying, it's always fun to see a friend on the front page. And there's a subreddit called, what's it called? White People Twitter.
I love that Twitter. Will has he on Spotify, he has a playlist that he follows. It's not his, but he follows it. It's basically songs that get white people hyped.
Yes.
And it's got some great songs on it, and it's so cliched, and it's just
Top
like
of the list is going to be Mr. Brightside. The number one on that list is going to be Mr.
oh,
Brightside.
it's on there. It's on there. There's like Journeys on there, and
yeah. But this is my Gay Lions tweet from
Africa
3 or 4 years
Toto.
ago. Yeah. 3 or 4 years ago, there was this story that went a Kenyan official, because tourists had shown this thing of homosexual lions. Basically, tourists had gotten photos of a male lion pumping another male lion, and they're going, "This is hilarious, gay lions." And it was in Kenya on a safari tour, and because a lot of the people in the government in Kenya are notoriously homophobic, and so there was this news story that went around, a Kenyan official saying, gay lions learned it from copying gay tourists. And I responded on Twitter saying, well, personally, I say hats off to gay people who were willing to fuck in front of lions. And that got viewed, retweeted, blah, 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 hundreds of thousands of times. I had every high profile Twitter user in the world retweeting it, and my personal high point, Taika Waititi retweeting my tweet. I was like, everything else, George Takei, every other multi-million Twitter account who retweeted that don't count for shit next to Taika Waititi retweeted me. It's like, okay, I can die happy now. But anyway, it's come up. My friend Lena said it was on the white person Twitter thing. It's like, it's just in the last 9 hours, it's got 18,000 likes on Reddit. So fortunately, it's a screenshot, not the tweet. So my Twitter is probably still usable because it was a screenshot, not the actual fucking tweet. When this thing went viral, I basically, Twitter wasn't usable for about a week because I was getting thousands of notifications a minute of people liking and retweeting it. And so for about a week, none of my notifications on Twitter counted for shit.
I need to be very careful on social media.
Congratulations to Kirsten's husband, who starts a job on Tuesday.
That is excellent. That is good.
Winning.
Yes. Absolutely settling into your New South Wales life. Just looking, fun thing with YouTubers.
Oh yeah, I remember one time I was catching up with a group, and then this group, we caught up somewhere in the city, and I met you.
Yeah, we hung out. Yes.
Yeah, it was awesome.
Oh yeah, no. I've really enjoyed. We got to hang out a couple times. I've really enjoyed hanging out with Lee. But I'm trying to see, is there anything else on social media that I've missed? I don't think so, but I'm also just that tiny bit too drunk to actually decipher complex stuff on social media at the moment. So that Facebook kind of seems okay and in order. Has Twitter gone weird? Because if I'm taking off on Reddit, yeah, another friend on Twitter has said, yeah, that old tweet is still circulating. So I just say to them, it won't die. I worry because every now and then I get a surge of, people retweeting the personally hats off to a gay dude who are in front of lions. And I go, oh God, how many followers does this person have? If they have more than 50 followers, this could get weird. Okay, so now we've swapped kitties on the stream as well. Mimsy's one.
Yes, I'm just going to stroke my big white pussy.
Yeah, as you do. As you do.
Yep, as you do on the stream.
on the stream. Not even the after party. It's just on the stream.
Oh, she just like wants to sit up here or on my desk, and my desk is actually kind of cluttered, so I'm going to make some space for her. I was just I did my nails before, so there's like nail polish and there's like I've been making drinks, and she is not happy that her spot is taken over by clutter. Don't sniff that, Bella. That plant is poisonous. No, don't do that. Yeah, don't meow at me.
Yeah. I think the big thing on the cat tree here is because Mimsy hadn't climbed up on the cat's tree in a stream for ages. So I was actually using it to hold things. I had books and stuff on here.
Yeah. I did that all the time.
Yeah. And Mrs. Angry just moved them recently. And so whenever Mrs. Angry sits here, because she'll often just sit here, she's having a cup of tea, because this is the kitchen. There's a little, breakfast bench here that you all don't see, but my laptop is on the breakfast bench. Mrs. Angry will often sit here having a cup of tea. So as soon as she moved the books off this thing, Mimsy always climbs up and sits there. Hello, you're the lady who puts food in my food bowl. Would you consider putting more food in my food bowl? But she hasn't been on a stream forever. But tonight she was just being super sooky. So
yeah,
you're right.
If I was wearing a singlet top, you'd be so totally like seeing a lot of cleavage right now.
Sorry.
Sorry, no. I mean, this is see-through, but you can't really tell on the stream because there's like not enough light. So
the way the light works, yes.
Guys and gals, you're just going to have to use your imagination or wait for the after party.
That's right. Personally, my imagination works pretty well. So
that reminds me of that song called Imagine, which is actually looks like a communism manifesto. Yeah.
The old John Lennon song, which again I quite like. I still remember the meme about John Lennon and Yoko Ono sitting in the bed in the hotel room having their sleeping or whatever the fuck they called it. But there was this photo of the hotel maid staff coming in and changing all their bedding, and they went, yep, okay, that tells you everything you need to know about celebrities right there. And again, because on the scale of celebrities, John Lennon was not an awful one. He definitely had failings and he definitely had shortcomings. But when you can say, God, John Lennon had some kind of shitty things going on, you just imagine all the other celebrities and how bad they are.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because he wasn't terrible, but yeah.
No, not at all. I remember watching a video of him going, "Oh my goodness, the British press were like, Yoko is so ugly," and he's like, "I wouldn't even call anybody ugly."
Yeah.
Like, wow.
So I'm just thinking back to one of the funniest Beatles things I ever remember. I think it was when they were in America, and one of the journos going, "Is George the best drummer in the world?" And John answers, "He's
Ringo.
not even the best." Ringo.
No, it was Ringo, and Ringo answered.
Yeah,
Ringo. Someone asked Ringo.
Drummer, not even the best drummer in the Beatles, which is the best.
It's so funny. So a reporter actually asked Ringo Starr this question directly, and he was just like, just imagine it in his Liverpudlian accent. The best drummer? I'm not even the best drummer in the Beatles. I can't do a Liverpudlian accent. Yeah.
I'm not good at Liverpudlian accents either. But there is a fun.
But it's funny. It's great, and it's hubris plus. Like it's so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, Bella, you're just like in the way. Sit down. Get comfy. Sorry, I'm talking to my cat.
That's fair. There is a fun movie called, I think it's either called Backbeat or Breakbeat, and it basically centers on Stuart Sutcliffe, who was the original drummer in the Beatles. And the tagline for it is...
Pete Best?
No, Pete Best was a replacement for Ringo. Stuart Sutcliffe was the drummer before they were famous. And the tagline for this movie is, it's difficult to choose between art, the love of your life, and the best rock band in the world. Because Stuart Sutcliffe was an artist and he was very in love with a particular woman, and he was the original drummer for the Beatles. When they did all those gigs in Germany, which is basically where they fine-tuned their ability thing, where they were doing non-stop gigs in some skeezy fucking club in Berlin. And there is a bit that my favorite bit in that movie is hilarious. They're doing these grueling, they're doing like 3 gigs a day in this basement nightclub in Berlin. And after a while, they're just fucked and they're going, we can't keep going. What do you want us to keep going? And this woman in the club just goes, you can keep going, and puts like this dish that's got like lines of speed on it. And wow. the next shot is the Beatles doing a version of I think it's Money, one of their early songs, and they're just doing it at 100 miles an hour. Like the previous scene is, I'm exhausted, I'm dying, I can't keep going. And this German woman gives them this plate with lines of speed, and the next scene is them doing Money at like 100 miles an hour. And it's like that's and they all admit that's how we got good. We got this gig of doing as a paid gig to do non-stop performances in this fucking basement nightclub in Berlin, and we did non-stop shows for 6 months, and you just fucking had to get good. And that's what made us good. We did this gig non-stop for months, and we got good.
In an interview with Paul McCartney, and they were like, so why did Ringo replace Pete? And they're like, well, he didn't come one time and Ringo just happened to be there. I'm like, okay.
Yeah. No, Ringo was there, and then there was I think Ringo got a broken jaw. I think Ringo got in a fight and he got a broken jaw, but there was a reason Ringo couldn't play. So Ringo didn't tour Australia. When the Beatles toured Australia, George Best was the drummer. And then Ringo got better and Ringo could rejoin, and the rest of the band were kind of like, George, you were cool, but we actually like Ringo more than you. So Ringo's coming back now. And it's like, okay. So, and I know there was a photo. There was this super sad photo of George Best at the Sydney airport alone. He's getting on a plane to go back to England alone because he'd been replaced. And it was just like, okay, yeah. For a period, you got to play in front of these big stadiums of screaming fans and whatnot, but I'm sorry, dude. They like Ringo better than they like you.
I'm watching a meme video where Paul was going a little bit faster now, and then they were playing George Harrison and John Lennon were playing really quickly, and then he's like a little bit faster now, and then they started going really fast. And then they played the clip where it's like, I got splinters in my fingers. And it's like, oh, wow.
Yeah, there are rumors that there are lots of tapes of them fucking around in studios that have very dubious humor that is so very, very racist and misogynistic and homophobic, because it was just lads. It was just lads from Liverpool in a studio messing about together in the 60s. And really? White guys from Liverpool in the 60s would be racist and misogynist and homophobic? Well, I, for one, am shocked, because those attitudes were absolutely mainstream in the 60s. It's like you were weird if you weren't racist and misogynistic and homophobic, that you were weird if you didn't do that stuff when you were alone with the lads. But oh, Matt, you've got work, so you're off to bed.
Oh, so, bummer
for
you, Matt.
And always got to have a soft spot for Matt, because he outed the dickhead without knowing he was doing it, because he was the one who a couple of weeks ago randomly went, oh man, I found this weird fucking channel on YouTube of this dude who's totally obsessed with you. And I looked it up, and he made the mistake of saying he's using a bit of video from one of my live streams where I said his screen name and said, "Stop being a dickhead." And I was like, "Oh, I wondered what was wrong with that guy, because something was obviously wrong with that guy."
Yeah,
And it was
I'm
just
a
like,
millionaire and I do printing. And
"Oh, the
stuff."
millionaire shit was
Nah.
sad." Because Megaleech actually looked that up. It's like Megaleech messaged me and said, "Oh, I did some checking on this guy, and none of what he's saying is real." And I went, "Yeah, I know none of what he's saying is real," but I was just kind of humoring him. But then when I realized the whole thing was some weird fucking troll shit he was doing, it was like, "Oh no, man! Honestly, for your own good, and it's literally for your own good. I need to block you because you need to get a fucking life."
I mean, I will admit, I did have my downfalls in the past. Like when I did have a lot of money, it wasn't mine. It was actually somebody else's money that was given to me because they wanted me to be the fall guy for their scam.
Dude, if someone gave me money, I would be the worst person on the planet. I'm just going to be super honest. Like if I win lotto, it's all over for you motherfuckers, because I'm just
if I won lotto, you probably wouldn't realize. Unless you're a really good friend, and I'd probably pay your mortgage.
Yeah, I wouldn't tell anyone. No.
It's just the thing you don't do. I'd pay my brother's mortgage. I'd pay my ex Sarah, who I'm really good friends with. I'd pay hers. Like there's a few people I'd like pay off their mortgage, and then I'd just like buy a kick-ass computer and probably put a deposit on our place, or depends on how much money you get. But
because it can vary.
Like
There's a
like
good
if it was a smaller amount in the thousands, then I'd probably just buy a new computer. Although silicon shortage at the moment, now is the worst time to build a computer, because the prices are through the roof. There's like, not only is there a shortage on silicon, and not like the element silicon, but on chips, on silicon chips. So GPUs and CPUs, but GPUs especially. But also fucking scalpers are buying up every GPU in sight and scalping them online. And it's fucking awful. And so, the price of graphics cards are just, it's the worst. And a lot of retailers, you just don't have stock. And it's awful.
Although I do love one of the major graphics cards manufacturers worked out, okay, the crypto miners need it to behave in a certain way, which is actually different to how people who just wanted games. And they actually worked out, if we hard code our graphics cards to work in a particular way, they are less useful to crypto miners and more useful to our core demographic of gamers. And I thought that was really interesting that they did that.
So firstly, Bitcoin mining especially is not the domain of graphics cards. You need what's called an ASIC, which is a specific hardware. It's fuck, I can't remember the acronym because I'm drunk, but like it's a specific rig that houses dedicated GPUs, but like commercial GPUs that you buy for gaming doesn't really suit them. So Ethereum, on the other hand, absolutely wants like consumer GPUs. NVIDIA have tried to do what exactly you just said, but it's just too easy to get past. It's too easy for people to just hack into the card and use it for crypto mining.
But even if it failed, I kind of like the idea that a graphics, it was NVIDIA who goes, crypto miners aren't our core demographic. They're not our core audience. They're not our long-term audience. If we can do something and on purely short-term monetary things, it's like if we pandered to crypto miners, that would be to our short-term benefit. but we don't see them as being our long-term market. We would actually, if we can, we would like to do something that benefits our long-term market, even if it's at the expense of short-term profit.
So NVIDIA are 100% not that. AMD, on the other hand, are.
It's AMD.
NVIDIA are, especially recently. NVIDIA have released a couple of graphics cards recently. That aren't that much better than previous stuff they've released, and is at a high price. And they are just grabbing that cash. They're just trying to grab all that cash, and it's just fucking awful. And I am so pissed off at NVIDIA at the moment. AMD, on the other hand, haven't done that, and their drivers now support. There's a feature of graphics cards. Again, drunk, can't remember the actual feature, but allows it with NVIDIA cards. So they're like all in, just trying to like say, we're here for you. We know what's going on. DSS or DDSS or something like that. Super sampling. It's like it's a thing. Graphics stuff, magic happens. Anyway, so they're supporting it. NVIDIA are just trying to grab all the cash they can. And But mind you, like having said that, they've probably had these specific cards that they've released. There's the 370 Ti, the 380, and the 390's been out for a while. They've probably been in development for a while, but like to release them at the price point, is just that they did is just capitalism. It's just awful.
Well, capitalism sucks. Yes. Oh, so I just had an idea. Video I saw on YouTube for a drink I want to make. So, and this is, what am I going to make? Kind of just like an old-fashioned, but with some banana flavor in it. And the dude did say to use it with banana sugar syrup, which I have. But this one I need to use up. Oh my God, this smells good. There's a sugar, and I just saw it in the supermarket. Like I was literally just in the supermarket in the sugar section. There's this one of.
Thank you, Heine. Heine's.
It was an unrefined coconut sugar syrup. So it was brown. And it's a really strong flavor. So I just made a flavor with this, a sugar syrup with this unrefined coconut sugar syrup, and it's got a definite sort of coconut aroma to it. And you can see it's really dark. There's a tiny bit of it left. I made a lot of it. And I've got my double rocks glass. This is as not clear ice, because this is not going to be a clear drink. So why waste clear ice, but just a big chunk of ice. So I'm going to go whiskey. Got my Starward Nova. Still remains the tantalizing when we were allowed to visit each other's houses. No. I found cheap bottles and I bought two. One for me, one for you.
So I was just gonna say, like, whose dick do I have to suck to get a bottle of that? But look, if you're gonna let me do tech support, gladly take that.
No, this is kind of because I actually need some tech support. When we're allowed to visit each other's houses in a week or two or three, or whenever the fuck it happens, we'll probably make it for a Saturday night, a Friday or Saturday night when we can do the live stream. So Abigail can do some tech support in the afternoon, evening, then we can do a live stream. But there was this weird thing where some Coles Liquorland outlets had it was like 25% off this Nova. And after 2 weeks of going, boo, this sucks. No Coles I've been to has it. I just randomly went into Coles. Holy fuck, look, they've got the fucking Nova at 25% off. And so I bought two. One for me and one to bribe Abigail to come over here for tech support. So
bribe.
Yeah, that'll happen when we're allowed to visit, whether it's 2 or 3 or 4 weeks away, who knows. But I'm going to make a kind of version of an old-fashioned Gonna mix Nova with some brandy, 23rd Street Distillery brandy. I'm gonna, rather than use the banana sugar syrup, I'm gonna use this one. Oh, fuck it. I'm just using, oh yeah, it's, that's gonna make it really sweet, but I'm just getting rid of it so I can clean that thing. And good old Angostura bitters. Oh man, that fucking sugar syrup. I'm gonna make some more, few dashes of Angostura bitters, and you can see how dark this is now. Mixy, mixy, mixy. Again, this even just a couple of years ago, I wouldn't have thought this was a good drink. But once you get into it, your palate changes a bit. And oh, fuck, man. This is whiskey and brandy, a really flavorful sugar syrup, and some bitters. And it's fucking great.
Yeah. I used to really care about what people thought of me. I mean, I care to the degree of, like, am I a good person or not to them? But at the same time, what people think of me is none of my business.
Yeah. Oh, and you can't control... Oh, what I meant to do? A bit of orange peel. I've got this little nub of orange. I've got to get a peeler, which must be just over here somewhere. Right. Got the peeler. It's amazing what a bit of orange peel does to a cocktail. So I'm just going to peel a bit of peel off this and hopefully not cut my finger.
Please don't.
Yep. Watch me scream in pain and bleed all over the live stream. So just a little bit of peel. And you got to express the citrus oils onto the drink. And then you just wipe the peel around the glass and just drop it in. So then when you hold up to your nose, you actually get that orange oil aroma is the first thing you get. And then it mixes with the brown spirits and everything. And it's like, it's just that little thing. Like, I can't recommend that highly enough. If you like dark spirits, whether it happens to be whiskey or brandy or rum, when you make your favorite drink, a bit of orange peel and express the orange oils over it and drop it in. It just, it's fucking next level. It's really good.
Yeah. And I've certainly learnt that when I was going, like, saying things like, oh, I'm related to JFK, people actually don't care about that kind of stuff. And like, oh, my IQ is this. And it's like, people actually don't care that my IQ is that.
Yeah. No. And
all they care about is what can I do for them?
Well, yeah, and we care about you as a person. We care about you as a person. And it's easy to fall into that trap of, I should tell something that makes people think I'm super special because of this. And I think you often find out the people that works on, at a certain point you go, oh, I kind of don't want to impress that person. I thought I did. Now it's happening. I don't really want it. Whereas I'm now speaking on behalf of the whole Angry crew. I think we care more about you as a person than we do about any of those other things. Same as I care more about Abigail as a person than anything else, and all those things. So, but it's because of all the pressures we get put on us societally, it's easy to think, I need to sort of do a snow job on people and convince them I have wealth, or I have property, or I have connections, or whatnot. And I don't really fault people who think I need to do that, because you get told you need to do that. But I think what you're telling us, Lee, is you learned that stuff's kind of bullshit. It's much more like, we just get, even just in our little clan here, we just get to hang out and have fun, which is always humorous to me when various trolls come in and go, "You fucking suck, no one's watching," and I'm like, dude, everyone I care about is watching. Everyone I care about.
Yeah.
You've got some weird fucked up shit going on in your head that I just don't care about. Like, why are you doing this? I'm doing this because it's fucking fun, man. What the fuck? And it's just like,
yeah, I'd rather people just be like, "Oh, he's authentic," and I'll just work with that.
Yeah, I'd rather 2 or 3 people that I genuinely enjoy being with, rather than hundreds or thousands of people having some weird thing. Alexander, hi.
Hello, Alexander.
Yeah.
Alexander, and yes, the Dale.
It is a great time to join the stream because you are, again, one of the real peeps of the stream. So you are a real and genuinely valued person. So I love it. And it's sort of like YouTube helped me because, for the first 5 years I was on YouTube, there was all this tantalizing, you could become a star, you could become famous. And then YouTube changed a bunch of shit that I didn't want to change to equate with. But now looking back, ultimately, I think that was a good thing. I was just like, oh, I gave up on the whole idea. Like, I voluntarily demonetized my channel because I didn't want all the shit of like, oh, if you swear or do adult content, we don't want to monetize you. And I'm like, excellent, that's your call. I don't want the pressure. So I'm just going to voluntarily demonetize my channel. So I'm just going to fuck around and do whatever. And Alexander, you're 31 now, been watching since high school. Again, Alexander, that's both cool. That's both cool and
cool
super weird. Super weird.
Yeah.
Super weird. Been
now
doing
I feel old.
Been doing YouTube for 15 years. And it was probably the funniest and most difficult to adapt to things. People who I was interacting with on the early days of YouTube who were teenagers, and as you say, fucking at school, and now are late 20s or 30s. And it's like, that's fine. That's fine. I've been interacting with someone for 10 to 15 years. That's normal. That's fine. And it's just like, it is actually super weird if I think about it too much. But,
I mean, I will never monetize my YouTube because I don't want Google's money.
Yeah, and it was very liberating the day I realized, like, again, it was a long time ago I demonetized my channel, but also people saying, oh, you should do more of X, Y, Z. And I went, okay, I will not make more from YouTube than I do from my day job unless I'm in the top 1% of the top 1%. And that isn't going to happen. So it's very liberating to just let that go and just say, oh, it's now got to the stage where YouTube is just a thing that lets me hang out with people. It lets me have friends and lets me have a good time. I don't have to worry about being super famous. I don't have to worry about making. It's like, no. YouTube's not about making money. YouTube's just about hanging out and having a good time. And at Megalich, your kids are adults, and they were tiny when we started watching. My kids were tiny when I started YouTube. Like, the last time they were on my channel was probably at least 12 years ago. They're all adults now. It's super funny. With Mrs. Angry and I, all our offspring are now legal adults. And it's like, oh, we like to refer to them as the kids, but they're actually adults. And it's like they range between 18 and 23, our offspring. And it's like, they're legal adults. we do our best to continue to support them and love them and whatnot, but they are autonomous individual beings at the moment, and it's like, and I like to think I have a much better relationship with my offspring than my parents ever had with me, because I don't feel any significant bond to my family. But what I did with my offspring was like, okay, my family, my siblings, my parents, I don't feel a significant bond to. I want my offspring to have a bond to me, not because of any societal expectation, but simply because we worked at having this bond and we mean something to each other.
Yeah.
Oh God, I hope none of my family are watching the live stream because I just told them I don't care about them.
I invited Katrina to. Oh, where am I getting that echo from?
I'm not hearing an echo. That's okay.
Oh, okay. I invited Katrina to watch the stream, but she's like suffering the after effects of a migraine and medication, and like was too tired to join. But I told her that Friday night's always party night, so she might join us, like at least on chat sometime, which would be cool.
Yeah. Which would be cool. And again, and that's what I love. We keep the door open. It's like, hey, you know what? And that's why douchebag keeps coming up with, he keeps making extra fucking troll accounts.
Fuck
like,
Knuckle.
Dude, yeah, it's like, dude, I actually was nice to you for an extended period.
Yeah, for ages.
Even though I suspected something really fucked was underneath it all. And he, like, Mega Leech went, oh no, I looked into it and he's full of shit. And I went, yeah, I know he's full of shit, but like, I don't know what's going on. But then when Matt inadvertently outed him, I love the fact that Metal Maniac Matt didn't mean to out him. He just randomly went, oh dude, I found this fucked YouTube channel that's fucking obsessed with you. And I looked at it and went, oh, it's that. Oh, the final piece of the puzzle just slotted in. I had always there was obviously something wrong with this guy, and I didn't know quite what it was. And when Matt found his YouTube channel, I went, oh, that's the final piece of the puzzle. I know why this guy was obviously fucked, but I wasn't completely sure in what way he was completely fucked. And Matt just went, yeah, this is him. And I went, yep, no. Oh, no, this guy is fucked. I need to cut him off for his own good. And he kept going. What's Alexander asking you, Abigail? Getting quite a bit of distortion. Oh,
yeah, I don't know what that's about, because usually we're fine. I just checked my audio setup.
Yeah,
I just checked my audio setup. The speakers are turned off. It's just headphones and microphone. I don't know what's going on.
Yeah, I think it might be StreamYard. StreamYard might be doing weird shit.
Yeah. Every now and then I'll hear a slight echo, but it just goes away like after a couple of seconds. So
okay, Justin, I'm just going to briefly say, fuck you, Justin. Sorry, I love you, Justin, but he's saying, what are the prospects of me becoming grandfather? Okay, both my offspring are technically of an age where they could produce something that would result in me being grandpa, but neither of them, to the best of my knowledge, are closely romantically involved with anyone. I absolutely, because my offspring are 21 and 23 at the moment, so that's plenty old enough to produce offspring of their own. But to the best of my knowledge, they are not actively romantically involved with anyone. Okay, so Alexander hears your sound clipping, Abigail, but I'm not hearing any problems with you. I think it's just the fucking internet, man. The fucking internet is There are basically 100 different things that could be causing problems with the thing. Yeah. So, Justin, with me becoming granddad, I think I'd be a fucking awesome granddad. But B, to the best of my knowledge, I don't think either of my offspring are involved with someone in a way that would make me be a granddad. But I could be wrong. Who fucking knows? Oh, Megaleech is getting some clipping with your sound as well, Abigail.
That's weird.
Oh, sorry. StreamYard is so fucking weird. For anyone who doesn't know, I use an app called StreamYard to stream because it's a web-based app which is super fucking easy, and you can restream to multiple platforms. So I'm restreaming to YouTube, Facebook, and Twitch at the moment, but weird fucking stuff can happen. I'm not getting any delay or clipping or anything with Abigail, but everyone else out there, who fucking knows? Who fucking knows, quite honestly. But
yeah. As I was saying, my dad jokingly said to me, "You could be a doctor," and I do have plans to study a PhD, but it won't be medical.
Not medical?
It'll be in business.
Oh, okay. Okay. Because, I think you... I'm just going to go out there. I think you have a really interesting brain, Lee. And I'm not saying I'm going to cut the top of your skull off and take your brain out and put it in a jar and analyze it. But I think you have an interesting brain. I'm just saying.
Yeah, well,
I like that Lee didn't appear horrified when I said that. I was like... You're kind of on board with me examining your brain for a while.
I mean, thing is, when I was in hospital, they're like, he's not really going to achieve anything great because he's got an acquired brain injury from being hit by a car. But the thing is, I've been at university for multiple years, and I've been getting distinctions and high distinctions and all that. Not bad for someone with an acquired brain injury.
Yeah. Sorry, which one is that? I know that's a Starward whiskey.
This is Twofold.
Twofold. Fucking great whiskey.
Yeah, it's good.
Again, I don't even remember how long we've known each other, Lee. We've known each other for a long time, and you've gone through a lot in that time that we've known each other. And I think we understand each other to the degree that you say, because you ended up in hospital because you had the incident where you got hit by a car, you're in a coma and all that shit, and people making all those judgments. But I also think we've known each other long enough that we can go, fuck all that shit. And we can be positive. I know, dumb shit. So okay. Kids out there, I'm still drinking La Booze, and Abigail's got the Twofold. So whiskey, Twofold from Starward, which is a Melbourne-based distillery. Twofold is a great entry-level whiskey. It's very easy to drink. It's very easy to mix with other things. We get to Nova, which is the Starward single malt, which is a bit more serious. Also, honestly, kind of easy to drink. But
dangerously easy to drink.
Again, for whatever reason, it was the Coles Liquorland bottle shops that it wasn't across the entire range, but some of them were like, until stocks last, we're doing Nova at 25% off, which is a pretty fucking significant saving. My booze buying habits are governed by Kirsten has got me into this mindset of support independent distilleries. So in terms of gin particularly, I don't have any big name distilleries. I don't have any because the big name distilleries for gin are English. It's things like Gordon's and Tanqueray, and there's a few other things. I don't have any of them. They're all distilleries that are independent Australian distilleries. Whiskey, I've got a couple of American whiskies in my collection. I've got a couple of Irish whiskies in my thing, but it's like local distilleries at the go. I've got a shit ton of Australian whiskies. I've got a shit ton of Australian gins. I've got a shit ton of Australian liqueurs. It's just the thing. I don't even know if Kirsten is still in the chat, but what is the month? The month is June. Okay, thank you, COVID. I don't even know what month we're living in at the moment, let alone what year. But certainly at the start of 2020, the majority of my booze collection, which is over there, the majority of my booze collection was major brands, and no two things about it. Kirsten's influence was get stuff from local distillers. Now at least half, if not more, of the booze on those drink carts over there are Australian. Australian whiskies, Australian gins, Australian liqueurs. And that's all Kirsten. So I would have kept buying international brands if it wasn't for Kirsten saying, "Oh no, go to this Australian maker." So it's cool. I'm so fucking drunk. Okay, both Abigail and Lee were being really quiet, and I'm rambling.
Sorry, I've got a chat happening, and I'm like 3 sheets to the wind. Hi, Kirsten.
Kirsten's still here.
I'm gonna say goodnight to Katrina, who I'm chatting with. Yeah, no offense to you. I love you heaps, Angry.
Yeah.
But Katrina's kind of an important part of my life, so.
In this way, sorry.
Yeah, but fucking, I'm on the straight Wixie now, and fucking, yeah, I'm gonna have to drink a fair amount of dihydrogen monoxide before I go to bed to stave off a hangover.
Dihydrogen monoxide. We need to.
Yes.
What's the term? I was going to say liquidate, but that's the wrong term.
Hydrate.
Hydrate. Fucking yes.
Yep.
Fucking yes.
Yes, because we are hydrophilic beings who need water to survive, and ethanol kind of takes some of that water away and replaces it with itself.
Oh my god!
Yeah.
Yes, I need to drink some more water right now. So Kirsten is saying, yes. I think I am your greatest influencing success,
dude,
Kirsten.
Matt, I should get out my fucking clarinet and play you some like sleepy time songs.
Yes,
do that because fucking why not? Drunk enough to do it, but. Please bear in mind that like I am a bit rusty, but I'm also half cut. So
yeah,
I'm gonna get my clarinet though.
Yeah.
This will be fun.
Fucking Matt, you have fucking lucked in, man. Fucking Abigail is going to do us some fucking. I've got to stop saying fucking, but Abigail is going to do us some clarinet lullabies. Dude, you are so fucking blessed right now.
Okay.
So, yeah, I'm going to have to go soon because my battery is kind of flat.
And that is absolutely okay, Lee. If you have to go, that is.
And I've got to do dishes and all that stuff.
Oh, dude, I am the fucking
No,
dishwasher
I'm not going yet.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
So Matt is amped for some fucking clarinet fucking lullabies. Do I want to stop saying fucking? No, I do not.
No. Fuck no. So I gotta. The reed has to be moistened before you start playing. So usually you put it in your mouth and let it moisten while you're setting it up. Oh, you okay?
Okay, I fucking inhaled some of that drink. So no pressure on Abigail, but we're gonna go with this. Oh, what is the time?
And the best place to put a clarinet is like right between your legs, and while you're setting it up.
Yeah, best place for clarinet, right up your clarinet. Right up.
Right up in there.
Fucking hell. Sorry, the entire internet. I am now apologizing to the entire internet for doing a live stream when I am this fucking cut. Oh, honestly.
Freedom of expression. Anyway, I'm off, so...
All right, Lee.
Thank you so much, Lee. Thanks for joining us.
Catch you another time, brother.
Who else would like to join us for the after party?
Oh, look, I'm just gonna fucking put the link out there again.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to make my mouse work. So
I don't know if people can hear it through my microphone. So if it doesn't come through properly, then I can set up my actual like USB microphone. But
no, I think it's good. Yeah.
Okay, now I should play some actual music.
That was the warm up.
It usually takes longer to warm up, but you know, I'm just gonna. I've got some sheet music on my computer. I've got like my music stand's not set up at the moment, so let's see. That's from Peter and the Wolf.
Nice. So
oh god, I'm so rusty. Okay, I'm gonna get some sheet music. Oh, look, there's two parts, right? And that like there's a key change.
Yes.
So like the first part is all in the lower register, but the second part, the key change involves the upper register, which involves the same keys but use the register key, and it's the transition can be difficult if you're rusty. So
that's excellent. That's excellent.
Sorry, I haven't even found my sheet music.
Nice. That's just from memory. It's nice. It's nice. That's excellent. So we're helping. I love that Matt was like, he said, I'm leaving, and ages ago, and he said, oh, no, I can't sleep. we're actually just helping sending Matt off,
Yeah.
which is nice.
Fuck. God. That's all I know of by heart. There's like much more, but I don't even know where my fucking sheet music has gone. I've got like a bunch of it printed out, but I've got heaps of it on my computer.
Yeah.
Here we go. What do we want to play today? Oh god, that's tiny. I gotta embiggen that. If we want to play something for sleeping, how about some Greensleeves? It was a short piece. A lot of these pieces like that you get in like little books or on like Google Images are just like a really short solo dealy whiz. And I don't know how well it's coming through on the mic, but I hope
I thought it sounded pretty good. Okay. I was trying to sing along with what I remembered from.
I think we're both too drunk for that.
Probably. It's like anyone watching this back, like, what the fuck are you thinking? Like, okay, motherfuckers. It is now 4 hours and 45 minutes into this stream, and I have been drinking alcohol the entire time.
Yeah.
So yeah. Back the fuck off, bitches, is what I'm saying.
Yeah, I'm on like fucking drink number fucking 7 or 8 by this point.
Not even fucking counting.
Oh, what the fuck? I want to play this piece, but like the key, the signature, the key.
Yeah.
Fucking, time signature's fine, but the key is in a sea of sharps. So. That's a sharp fuck. Oh fuck. No, I'm too drunk.
No, I thought you were playing the Entertainer for a second.
The Entertainer. It was supposed to be.
No, it fucking was.
It was.
If that was the Entertainment, I fucking got it.
Got it. But I'm just way too cut for, and I'm sight reading. I haven't practiced this piece in a million years.
For those who don't know, the Entertainer dates back to the Paul Newman film.
Yeah, The Entertainer.
No, I got
Ladies
it.
and gentlemen,
I actually got that.
The Aristocrats.
Yes.
Because that was just fucking fucking all over the place.
No. But no, I got that. I got The Entertainer from that. Yeah.
Yeah.
For those,
but not really sleepy music.
Paul Newman in what was the movie that The Entertainer was in? The Sting.
Okay.
Paul Newman in The Sting. Again, Paul Newman, possibly the single sexiest film star in the last 100 years. I'm like, I'm as hetero as they come. But if someone said, in his prime, would you give Paul Newman a hand job? And I'm like, I would probably, yes, I would probably give Paul Newman a hand job, honestly.
No, I'm done. I can't embarrass myself anymore. But
I really enjoyed that. Yeah.
I've got some sheet music on my computer, but not as much as I thought I had.
That's okay. Whatever you're comfortable with, seriously.
Cool. I'm just trying to think of a piece to go out on. Something. Go out on. Yeah, well, I can't finish on that note. That's like
no. Something you're comfortable with, yeah.
Yeah.
Star Wars main theme. I don't know.
Oh God, I'm just gonna do the cat again. I'm just gonna do Peter and the Wolf.
Do it. Oh yeah.
Sorry.
Nice.
Time for a drink.
Nice. That was nice. I think I'm in terms of the cycle of drinks, I'm probably back onto water at the moment. So I'm doing quite well. I think we've been lulling Metal Maniac Matt off to sleep, which is nice. I get some more water. Come on, you've got more water in you. Oh, what the fuck? I actually think I've used up all the water in my fridge.
Oh, no.
Okay, no, I haven't. No, there's still water in the reservoir, so I clearly am just so drunk I didn't realize I wasn't pressing the thing properly.
Okay, I gotta put this away.
Come on, fridge. You can.
Didn't play it enough to warrant. No, it didn't get all. Okay, so after a concert or after like a long rehearsal, you get so much condensation in a woodwind instrument.
Yes.
Luckily, don't need a spit valve because it just comes out. But I dated someone who was a saxophone player, and that spit valve. Yeah.
Yes.
Tell me about it.
Saxophones and trumpets and whatnot with their spit valves. Jesus.
Yeah. Oof. Okay.
It's almost like they need to be part of some sort of sex act, and it's like, do you need to okay, I'll just release my spit valve.
Release the spit valve. Well, some people are into that.
Yeah, they really are.
I don't judge.
Yeah, I'm sure I've seen it with release your spit valve, Daddy. It's like
Oh.
I know that was fucked. That was fucked, wasn't it? That was fucked.
I can't get behind the whole daddy thing because as a gay woman, I just don't get it. But
No.
I've been lulled to sleep. Good night, friends. Good night, Kirsten. I'm glad I could help you get to sleep.
Nice. We've loved Kirsten to sleep. That's nice. I did see a very funny thing on a porn site once of lesbians saying that whole daddy thing's a bit weird, isn't it? And
Yeah.
It's like, I don't want someone to call me mummy and whatnot. And then it's like, then it comes to this whole dom sub thing of, and it's two lesbians with one of them saying, yeah, call me daddy, bitch. And it was just like, it was intentionally humorous, but it was pretty good ultimately. But it's like, and it's also because I know several women who are professional doms, and I go like, okay, occasionally I say to them, I've had conversation with them, and I go, occasionally this shit's just got to be funny to you, right? Because sometimes subs, whether they are men or women, just say something like, do this to me, and you just go, what? What
Good
the
night,
fuck?
Robot Man Greg. Yeah. Oh, I agree. Sometimes your kinks choose you, and I don't kink shame. Kink shaming is not my kink. But it's the way it sounds sometimes. Like, call me daddy.
Yeah. Yeah. No,
I find that very strange.
In the past, because I have been on this earth for enough decades to have seen a few different things, and it's really funny. Like occasionally someone's gone, oh, blah, 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 do this, and I'm like, okay, if you want. Honestly, that's kind of weird. It's not weird, but sometimes I've had people say, oh, do X. And I'm like, yeah, but I'm going to have trouble keeping a straight face because in all honesty, okay, that's odd. And one in particular, and this is from a while back in my life, she was European, and she was particularly into this one guy who was a famous dom in Europe. But basically, again, subs wanting and
good night,
hey kid, everyone's going good night, and you should, because this is getting fucking unnecessary at this point.
Look, we are a bit messy, but
we are a bit messy. I'm drinking water.
I don't know. I'm not sleepy at all.
Let's just fucking keep going then. Just tell me as soon as the spoons run out, and we'll go to bed. But until then, but again, this is a real thing from my past. People I've been involved with, and it's just like, like stick my head down the toilet and call me a bad girl, and I'm like, okay, for reals, that's doing nothing for me. But if that's a thing that's gonna get you off, okay, I'm gonna do it because you said I want you to do and I'm going like, okay, that literally doesn't. And again, people who know my persona on the internet, you wouldn't be surprised that I'm more dom than sub. I mean, that is not going to be a surprise to anyone. But I've occasionally had like I've been on the earth for quite a few decades, and like I said, for 15 years I've been perfectly happy with Mrs. Angry and I don't need anyone else and I'm talking about my past, but I've had people who were like super subby and they've said do this and I'm like,
wow,
okay,
yeah,
sure. And again, that's the thing.
So
yeah,
people are often surprised to hear that I'm way more sub than dom.
Okay, yeah.
Case in point, I'm like super on it when I'm working. I'm authoritative. I'm like on it, but sometimes you just want to like let someone else take control for a bit. And I'm into that shit. Like,
but I've literally had and this is the thing. I'll say this is how you can tell the difference between someone who is a responsible dom in a BDSM sense and someone who's just a horrible fucking nasty exploitative piece of shit, and that they don't recognize that the sub is the one who has the power. Like for my mind, the only reason BDSM is sexy is because the sub says, yes, I want this. And you get
and the limits are dictated. The limits and the like the hard nose and like the soft nose, all dictated by the sub. If you're a dom and you're doing it properly, that's what it's about. And
the nasty ones are the people who say they're a dom. And again, these tend to be male, but some of them are female. But the people who say they're a dom and their idea of a dom is abusing the limits of the sub. And it's like, no. It's only fucking sexy because the sub says, I want this to happen. Not because you abuse the sub to the point that they let you do a thing. That's sick fucking criminal minds serial killer shit.
No one's into that.
No. The sub actually saying, I want this to happen, that's what makes it sexy. And I have to admit, I have indulged people over the years and it's just like they've said a thing and I'm going, that's what you want? Okay. That is not specifically my thing, but you've said that's your thing. And again, the one that springs to my mind was this one with the head down the toilet thing. And I went, okay, it's literally going to be a struggle for me to keep a straight face because I find this actually funny. But fucking, okay, cool.
Yeah, fair enough. To each their own, as long as they're not hurting anyone.
Yeah. And I don't know.
Unless they want to be hurt.
Yeah, again, I think it's Europeans.
Yeah.
It's super fucking weird.
Oh, okay.
And no, this is just my experience. People who were English, German, and Belgian is virtually the same as German. I'm just trying to think this because I'm having.
Don't ever say that to a Belgian person.
No. I'm having to stretch back in my memory because I've just been in this stable, happy relationship with Mrs. Angry for 15 years. And so I'm thinking, who were they? Yeah. It's like English, German, and it's just like
I've left my phone somewhere.
Yeah.
I need to go get it. I'll be back in 2 seconds.
I will hold the fort till you find your phone because I know what that feeling's like when it's like the phone is a fucking appendage of my body. And if I don't know where it is really weird. So we've been saying, we said good night to a few people. We've lulled Kirsten and Greg and Safa tonight. There's a few other people in the chat, so I'm glad you're still here. It's 1 a.m. Abigail and I are in the same city, the same time zone. So it's 1 a.m. for us, but it's fucking long weekend. Don't have to do anything on Monday. So we are just going to keep on going. So I think Kirsten has... Sorry, what did I say Kirsten? Abigail has not...
I have no idea where it's gone. I've checked all the places I've been recently.
Yeah. I'd say I'd call you, but I don't think I actually know your mobile number. I didn't know you through.
I literally texted you tonight.
You did. Oh look! Do you want me to?
I just found it. I just found it was under my keyboard. Lol.
It was literally right in front. That is the weirdest thing. You saying I don't know where my phone is, and you reaching down to straight in front of you and going, "Found my phone." It's,
Yep. Funniest thing is always watching someone who is holding their phone and is looking for their phone.
No.
Or if their glasses are on their head.
Yeah. Where are my glasses? I haven't seen my glasses for a while. Where are they? I don't know where my glasses are. That's a real thing. It's just like And also with both my glasses and my phone, I always put them in the same place. So if for whatever stupid fucking reason I put them somewhere else, I can never fucking find them. And it's just like,
I'm the same. I have a spot for my glasses when I'm not wearing them.
Yes.
I have a spot for my handbag, and same thing. Can't find them if I'm like I did it somewhere else. Put them somewhere else.
Yeah. So
like sometimes you get home, you're in a hurry, you just like dump it on the kitchen counter or something.
No, because it's like during daytime, there's my computer thing, and there's like that's where I'm going to sit it if I'm going to sit it, and when I go to bed, there's a particular place I'm going to sit it if I'm going to sit it. So if in either of those fucking times, if I put it somewhere else, then I go, "Where's my phone? Where's my glasses? What the fuck? Seriously." Alexander, I've forgotten what time zone are you in? You've just lit your barbecue for
like late lunch will be.
I'm thinking
that's England.
Yeah, Northern Hemisphere somewhere.
Well, yeah, but I'm thinking British Standard Time.
Yeah, okay. So, I'm gonna go. I've got a world.
Well, actually, London is at 4 o'clock in the afternoon at the moment.
Okay,
so
I'm going world clock. It's
British summertime. Okay,
8 a.m. in Los Angeles, 11 a.m. in New York, 10 a.m. in Chicago.
Yeah. So I have on my phone because my player group is in mostly in England. So I have Melbourne time here, and you can't really see it, but I've always got London time here. But you can't really see it.
Yeah. Okay. So
always on hand.
Alexander's confirmed London time.
Oh, it's 1607. He's 400 years in the past.
I know.
Yeah. Right? You're right, Mega Leech.
Yeah.
Just like Texas. Although they're stuck in the 50s.
Oh. Oh my God.
Texas and Florida. Like what the fuck?
All the available evidence is the United States is going to collapse sometime between 5 years and 100. It's impossible to tell when, but 5 years to 100 years from now, the United States is going to collapse. Again, historically, a stupidly large, diverse collection of states calling themselves a nation should have collapsed 50. I've got the hiccups, obviously, but
I can tell.
The United States should have collapsed 50 to 100 years ago. Oh my God. That's so embarrassing. This fucking hiccup that keeps coming up in the middle of sentence.
Well, I mean, collapsed is a strong word because they'll still be there.
They will still function.
It's more like the way the British Empire collapsed. There's still a Britain, but it's no longer like Pax Britannia.
Yeah, I think
there's no longer a British Empire.
The United States will, in the next 50 years, all the oh my God, I can't stop hiccuping. All the evidence points to the United States collapsing into at least 4 empires in the next 50 years. Oh God, The hiccup. I haven't done
Hey,
this.
I have a really good solution for that, but only Mrs. Angry can administer it.
Excellent. Text me and I'll go and get that done. Sorry. I'm about to say, I'm assuming it's completely sexual. And
absolutely.
But, okay, here's the thing that actually, oh my God, now I don't think I've ever had the hiccup on a stream before.
That's pretty bad. Some epic hiccups.
Maybe a bit more water. This fucking thing. Get fucked. Get fucked. The fucking fridge has abandoned me.
Okay. So try just taking like some really like deep, long breaths.
No,
just
I gotta get some water.
Okay.
There's some water over here. Oh God, this is ridiculous.
That's some epic hiccups.
This is of all the dumb shit that has happened on streams. Oh, someone's messaging you.
Okay, Grasshopper wants the link on Facebook.
Oh shit, Grasshopper! Fucking hell, man!
Yay!
Okay.
Grasshopper wants the link on Facebook.
Let's do it. I'll go onto Facebook.
Cool.
God, fucking let me fucking. Oh fuck! The hiccups are killing me.
What are you doing?
I don't know. The fucking hiccups are fucking killing me. Oh shit! All right, I just put the link on Facebook.
Cool.
Here's the thing that works. This is for all you people out there. Oh, Christ. Hiccups on a stream, for fuck's sake. is to drink out of the far side of a cup or a glass or whatever. I haven't had to do this for a long time, but in the past, this.
How do you even do that?
It's difficult. That's the whole thing. It's difficult, and you focus on it. It's like so.
Nah, like I'll just get too messy, and I'm already pretty messy.
We'll see if that worked, because I don't think I've ever done that because I was drunk.
Yep. So you've highlighted Alexander's comment. I don't know if you meant to do that.
Who knows? Who fucking knows? Hide. There we go.
Auto Felicia. Yeah.
Who's saying? Oh yeah, no, Mega Leech. That's seriously like oh no, it happened again.
Yeah. Oh no. I don't know why, but the link isn't showing up. Okay, so that's from Grasshopper.
Oh, okay, it's there, you bitch.
I'll try and send it to him. I'll copy and paste it to him.
Yeah,
directly.
Abigail's going to try and do it, because this is why I made Abigail. Oh God, the fucking hiccups! I don't think this has ever fucking happened on the stream before. But this is why I made.
I don't remember hiccups this bad, and especially
This is why I made
Grasshopper. If you're watching, I have sent you a message on Facebook with the link.
Yeah, I think it's showing up. I've
slid it, Shannon. I've slipped into your DMs, and I'm sharing the love.
Sharing the love in the oh no, he's here. He's fucking here now. There we go.
Hey,
hey guys, how are we?
Hello. Are you sober? Because we're not.
No, we are.
We are not.
Yeah.
Well, you might not be sober. You might not be sober, and Angry can't finish off a sentence without going.
Yep.
I
don't know if I've actually. Yeah, you do it. I don't know if I've actually been this drunk on stream before. I'm having fun. I'm living my best life. This is great. But I'm so drunk I would suck your dick.
I've been way more drunk on stream, but I haven't been.
I've
never had the hiccups.
Yeah, those are some epic hiccups.
Fuck, honestly.
Yeah. And eventually it starts hurting. Like New Year's was a great night, Mega Leech, and I did get fucked up. I don't know how to judge.
We were all here getting
oh no, Alexander! Oh no!
That was well played, Alexander. That was well played. You had
me in the first half. Not gonna lie.
Typical. Enjoying a nice afternoon outside. Yep, enjoying a nice afternoon outside. The bird shadowed me. Of course, I had to pay her £100 to do so.
Yeah. No. I swear, there's a massage place up the road from me in the suburb. I'm sure it's dodgy as fuck. And I went in there to get a massage one time, and I just got a massage. And I'm like, nah, I think they thought I was a cop or something. I'm sure if I could go in there, I'm sure if I could. And I keep having jokes with Mrs. Angry because it's actually at a tram stop. And I'm like when we're coming back from date night, I'm like, I'm sure this place is dodgy. Like last time I went in there, I think they just thought I was a cop, so I didn't get any offers. I'm gonna when the restrictions are relaxed and I can go in there, I'm gonna go in there and say, yeah, give me a full body massage, and I'm just waiting for the extra. But okay, here's me in what a dork I am. If I was just getting a massage, like, oh my God, this is so relaxing, I love it, and someone started offering happy endings or whatnot, I'd be really awkward, and I'd be like, oh, what does that involve? Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
It's like I think I would be the worst porn director in history. There'd be people on set, and I'd be going, and because I'm a good videographer, and I'd set up a shot, and they'd be all ready to get all hot, and I'd go, yeah, now kiss.
now, like, put her thingy wing in there, and your tallywhacker kind of do a thing that
I'm getting a Robin Williams 1 hour photo vibe from the way that you're saying that, Abigail.
Oh my God, I watched that recently. I'd never watched it before. My God, what a movie! Yeah,
he played such a good bad guy. It was absolutely amazing. He was in another movie called Insomniac or Insomnia, I think it's called.
They were broadly at the same time. Yeah.
And he was so good. He's just so good as a bad guy. He did an episode of SVU as well, where he was the bad guy in that, and equally as creepy and awesome.
Nice.
Yeah. The only episode of Law and Order that I've ever hunted down to watch.
Okay.
But you were talking about porn before, Angry. It reminds me of the viral email that I received God knows how many years ago. And it was things that I have learned from watching porn. And it was like these bullet points. And some of them they had me absolutely roaring in laughter. It was, if I walk in on my girlfriend having sex with another guy, I will not beat 7 shades of shit out of him. I will then have sex with her in front of him to show him how it's done.
Yeah.
You know, if I walk
that's like just peak polyamory right there.
Yeah.
If I walk into a room and I see my sister masturbating, she won't scream at me and then slam the door in my face. She is then obligated to have sex with me.
Yeah.
You know, all of these.
Hang on. Go back a bit. What was this from?
Be kind, rewind.
Incest porn is a big thing. There are some very funny videos on YouTube that are titled things like "What It's Like to Have a Stepsister at the Moment," or "What It's Like to Have a Stepmom," and it's just like this guy there, and either the stepmom or the stepsister bending over, and the dude's just going, "Oh my God, will you please stop that? I'm not going to have sex with you. Like, stop telling me you're stuck in the washing machine. I'm not going to have sex with you." It's just...
man.
They're very funny. Very funny.
Hey, did you hear? Wait, have you been here the whole stream, Grasshopper, or are you just?
No.
Oh no, because you were playing Among Us, weren't you?
Yeah, I had a whole group of people overall playing Among Us, having a blast.
So you know how Friday night I was going on about Bukake birthday bash and like. Yeah, so I was actually talking to Katrina, the girl I've been seeing, about that and how I was joking around, and she like totally said like she could like make something like that happen, and I'm like, okay, cool. She can't do it by my birthday though, which is a shame because it's like lockdown. Well, restrictions and COVID, and it's 3 weeks away. But
COVID restrictions are really fucking up group sex, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, I know, and sex parties. And like Katrina, I know she's like a big fan of sex parties, and that's pretty cool.
Yeah.
I'm also a big fan. I don't get as involved as she does, but like I'm cool to just like chill out and the vibe, and I mean that's how we hooked up anyway.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
look, if birthday sex party / Bukake bash.
Yeah.
I'll send invites out.
In all honesty, I'm kind of into the idea of a lesbian equivalent of bukkake parties. Like,
I don't.
All I'm envisioning is a bunch of lesbians sort of masturbating over the top of another lesbian, and I'm like,
yes. Okay, so I'm gonna drop a bomb on you. Then I'm gonna drop this bomb on you because I'm like totes gay, right? I'm like, like into women, don't find men attractive, but you put a really nice penis in my face, and that penis is going in my mouth. Like, I actually enjoy a bit of fellatio now and then. Like, I'm not averse to that at all.
Yeah.
Like, I'm not a 10 on the Kinsey scale, and like I've taken loads and it's been fine. Like, I'm gay, but you know, sometimes when you're polyamorous and you date women who date men, you know, stuff happens. And I'm fine with that.
I'm just going to put this out there. I am absolutely thrilled that I'm on headphones as opposed to speakers at the moment, because sitting right next to me, she's 15.
Oh, shit. Yeah.
I'm just kind of like, okay, feeling a little creepy there.
Yeah, okay. Well, let's stop talking about sex parties then.
Fucking I don't want to go to
prison. How was Nettie the other night, who did have teenagers and not a lot of privacy?
We've got to kind of remember that and go like,
it's the alcohol. Like I can't believe I've almost finished that.
Shit. Because that was I've had the other night. Jesus. Oh.
Okay, so Friday night tonight.
No, so my interest in those parties that you were talking about before, Abigail, I've been to many of them. I've been to many of them in my life. Some of them I've been an active participant. In others, I've been the guy just to chill out with a few others in another room and just hang out. But you are 100% on the vibe of those parties. It is
okay.
It's so much more like I find those sorts of parties more enjoyable for the vibe than I do going out to a party where everybody's getting rotten drunk and listening to loud music and making a ruckus and all that sort of stuff.
You
know, you kind of just
one thing that really
you and the other non-participants just kind of sit around and you talk about all sorts of adult topics and stuff like that, and it's really interesting and engaging. And there's
tell you a story. I was at, I think it was my first ever sex party, and I was just sitting on the side. Like my partner at the time, she was playing Nude Twister or something. I don't even remember. But I was talking to this dude, and he was chilling. He was doing the same vibe as me, just soaking it in, just kind of getting the vibe. And he asked me what I did for work and all that. And I said I was a programmer and my interests are in AI and I've done AI research. And then his little interest ears peaked and it's like, oh, tell me about that. And I started talking about my passion for like optimization routines, genetic algorithms, all of that. And he was just loving the vibe that I was like, because when you hear someone talk about their passions, it's great. It's great. So a couple of days later, he emailed me and he told me that he's been having problems getting it up. And he and his wife have been trying to like medication or therapy, but after he heard me talk about AI, he had a raging boner and banged his wife so hard, and I'm like, fuck yes.
Yeah.
Thank you for telling me that.
Viagra by proxy. Way to go.
That was so awesome. And sometimes, the vibe is all you need, or just like a engaging conversation. Also, Naked Twister is awesome. Love a good game of Naked Twister.
It's the thing, like, back in my younger years when I was like a lot thinner and healthier than I am now, I had no issues with it. But now that I've put on the weight and stuff like that, I'm more self-conscious than I used to be in regards to it.
Mm-hmm.
So it's one of those things, like if I go out to those parties, the confidence that I used to have is just gone. So, I'm the guy that sits out the back and like chats with other people, helps out, cleans up. If somebody's had a bit of because sometimes people have a bit of an emotional reaction to what they're getting into, and they kind of need to get away and talk and stuff like that. I'll be the guy that they could sit there and talk to in the corner. And stuff like that. So I still love being an active participant in those scenarios, in so much as being the guy to be there to help out and to be talked to and all of that sort of stuff. I found that to be an extremely rewarding and fun experience for myself personally.
Yeah. So just noting,
Angry, do me a favor. Angry, do me a favor. Take as deep a breath in as you possibly can and hold it for as long as you can.
So if you heard of square breathing, no, you got to do some like breathing exercises.
No, you got to inhale and hold for as long as you can.
Hold for 3 seconds. Exhale. Hold for 3 seconds. Inhale. Deep breaths. Square breathing. Just calm.
Angry is a square.
There we go. Yeah.
On the topic, my bit on the side sent me an article saying Boris was now allowing casual sex again, but to minimize kissing. Alexander's talking about that.
No, that's a fucking thing, and that was virtually both in the UK and Australia. The casual sex advice seemed to be saying glory holes.
Wow.
Glory holes is the COVID version of sex, and they never they never quite came out and said glory holes are COVID safe, but they were virtually saying glory holes are COVID safe. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous.
That's a thing. That's a thing.
Okay.
A good friend of mine, she worked in a full service brothel for years, but she's now out of that game and she works in other areas. But a lot of her friends still work in that industry, and I was hanging out with her about a bit over a week ago now, and a lot of her friends are only just starting to get back into work. Like it's a thing that these places got shut down and shut down hard.
Yes.
It's a sad state of affairs when brothel madams and masters were being more responsible with COVID than the fucking Liberal Party of Australia.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
If there's one job I want to have before I die, it's being receptionist or like taking phone calls or being a brothel madam. Like, I don't have to be a sex worker, but I'd love to have that job. Just being at reception would be fine. I'd love that, like chatting with the girls, chatting with the guys, chatting with the people, the non-binary folks.
No,
and
the
just
average, from the exposure I've had, the average worker in a brothel is very interesting. And also, Mega Leech saying, unrelated, I have a business idea. Dude, I don't believe it's unrelated. I don't believe it's unrelated.
Is that Rowan Atkinson on your tie?
Yeah.
Is that Rowan Atkinson?
Mr. Bean. I want to hear Mega Leech's glory hole business idea.
That is Mr. Bean on my tie.
Yeah, because we were talking about glory holes, and I want to hear his glory hole idea because
talking about adult parties and the quintessential hole in the wall ideas. I'm kind of curious what the business plan was that he came up with that.
Oh, he's claiming it wasn't, dude. Okay,
it wasn't unrelated. It was related. We gotta know.
Hiccups, and I'm gonna have another toilet break. try and coerce.
Where do you live, Megaleech?
Idea.
Where do you live, and where is this hole in the wall? Because I have a business proposition for you. And yes, I'm super drunk. And I'm drinking bad decision juice. Tassie, look, I love the map, but I'm in Melbourne, so big fan of the map though.
You know why they call the woman's pubic region the map of Tasmania, don't you, Abigail? Because once a month it looks like Port Arthur.
Oh no! Ah! Oh. Wow. Wow.
I'm wondering
how
how
did
many.
Cinderella die?
She choked.
No, her tampon turned into a pumpkin.
Oh, ow! Ooh.
Drill it and they will come.
Hang on a second. I'm not saying that.
I'm glad that Alexander got that joke about Port Arthur. I don't know how famous Port Arthur is overseas, but every Aussie knows about it, of course. Well, millennials and onwards, I guess.
I'm just glad that Angry wasn't around to hear that joke. He might
Oh.
not.
I heard a bunch of laughter.
I told an incredibly off-color and tasteless joke.
Good. So
it was
drill it and they will come.
amazing.
All right.
It was an amazing joke.
All I'm reveling in is it's absolutely weird. This is the first time I've had uncontrollable hiccups on a stream because we've been doing like four or five streams a week for 15 months. And this is the first time I've had hiccups I couldn't get rid of on a stream.
Yeah.
Which is actually kind of weird.
That'd be
Alexander, where from Australia are you from?
That'd be a heck of a thing. There's a couple of people on YouTube who've made a bit of a name for themselves for having Tourette's, and they do various things on YouTube with their Tourette's. There's this lovely lady from New Zealand, and her most popular videos are the ones where she's trying to bake with a family and stuff like that, and she's got Tourette's. It's an absolute lark.
There's a misconception about Tourette's that it's all just about swearing.
No.
It's other physical and verbal tics.
There's a lot of tics and a lot of and stuff like that.
Okay, so
Alexander's from country New South Wales, just like me. I'm from Dubbo, not Bundanoon. Yeah. Megaleech, am I hiccuping to cover my farts? No, honestly, I'm drunk enough at this point. If I felt a significant fart coming on, I would probably lean right into the microphone. So,
Alexander, Bundanoon is about like an hour away from where I live. I know it quite well.
Yeah. So, because Grasshopper's outer suburbs of Sydney. I'm from central west New South Wales. So, oh my God, this fucking hiccups though. I can't get rid of it.
It's entertaining as hell. I'm kind of enjoying just sitting back and just watching you like die a little inside with each hiccup.
I am. It's just fucking weird. After all these live streams, like 4 or 5 live streams a week for 15 months, this is literally the first time I've had uncontrollable.
Yeah, I can't say I recall you ever having hiccups. And if you did, they certainly weren't as bad as this.
No, this is This is the worst hiccup I've had in literally years. It's just like, oh my god! Sorry, I'm gonna get some more water. Is what I'm gonna do. So, oh god.
So why the move over to England, Alexander? If you don't mind my asking, just morbid curiosity.
Yeah, and I'm just gonna do the second half of the sentence that Grasshopper didn't say. Why the move over to England, you little bitch? So. You know that's a joke, Alexander. You're on the stream often enough to know that's said with love. You bitch. Sorry.
Oh man, if it's not him, if it's not you hiccuping like a maniac, it's you slurring your words like a maniac when you're really drunk in stream.
At this point, I refuse to apologize for anything because I am just so fucked.
So this is one of those things where you're going to have to beg for forgiveness afterwards.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What saying? Don't ask for permission. Just beg for forgiveness.
Okay.
Yes. That's how Catholicism works. That's literally how it works.
He went over there for business a long time ago, and then he said, "Thanks, Angry," but he has to go. He's just serving lunch. No worries,
That's
Alexander.
A late lunch, but thank you for joining us, and live long and prosper.
All right, I'm just organising water at the moment, so excuse me.
I'm definitely not going to watch this stream back because I will have so many regrets about things I've shared about myself and various kinks I may have. And as the lovely girl I've been seeing, Katrina, says, kinks are a very personal thing, and they're like full on. What's full on for some people is plain for others, and well, yeah, like there's plenty of people who do shit that I do, but it's pretty full on for me. So
look, it's one of those things. I'm perfectly fine with pretty much all of them. With okay, so there's three things that I would never accept, and that's pedophilia, beastophilia, or necrophilia. Okay, three things that I can never be for. But the rest of them I'm fine with. But there's a few of them that I'm like, so long as I don't ever have to witness it or be anywhere close to it. You know, I understand
like,
that's your thing, but I'm
like scat and toilet play
and other areas and stuff like that. And I'm just like,
adult babies. And...
Yeah, it's the American sex advice columnist Dan Savage. He's like, as long as it doesn't involve like kids, animals, or shit, I'm okay with it. And it's just like, if it's consensual, doesn't it? Because neither kids nor animals can consent. So he says, if it's consensual and doesn't involve kids and animals or shit, I'm probably okay with it. And it's just like,
no, there's people into all sorts of different weird and wonderful things, and two consenting adults, and provided that they understand the cleanup process. And the thoroughness of that job that needs to be done afterwards, and whatnot. It's like you do you live your best life. I just don't want to see it.
As long as like everything is consensual, and you're not like hurting anyone, without their consent. So like,
And this is one of the weirdest things I've ever said. This is from it's just a couple of years ago, but that fucking fruitcake from the US, Rush Limbaugh, he's dead now, but he said this thing, and it was only a few years ago. He said this thing, and it's like, and he was trying to mock the idea that people who are progressive on the left talk about consent, and consent is the only thing that's important, because he was basically saying homosexuality and group sex or any sort of bisexuality or so was sick and wrong and perverted. And he goes, on the left they say so long as you consent it's okay, no matter if it's two men or moderate, that's all okay as long as they consent. But if you ever have a thing where there's no consent, look out, here comes the rape police. And I was like, dude, what the fuck? Like, dude, if there's no consent, what you are calling the rape police, that's just the fucking police, man. That is just the fucking police.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was like that piece of shit fucking swimmer dickhead over in America who raped that drunk girl behind the dumpster and he got busted.
Oh, Blair, whatever his fucking name was.
Whatever the fuck his name is. And his fucking dad saying that, it was just 20 seconds of fun or some shit like that. Yeah. And it's like, you piece of shit, like, fuck.
I think A, his dad was a piece of shit. B, he expressed what he wanted to express very badly, but he expressed it badly because he was a piece of shit. What he was trying to say is, I'm not okay with people saying my son should be marked as a criminal for life because of something that happened in a really short time window. But what he said, he called it something like 15 minutes of fun or something. And it's just like, I kind of know what he thought he meant to say is, I don't think my son's whole life should be ruined for something he did for this short time span. Whereas counterpoint, your son's a gross fucking rapist piece of shit.
That fucking swimming dude who I forget his name, but
yeah. And the media was doing the whole, potential swimming champion, blah blah blah, and all of that sort of shit.
He's a fucking rapist.
I understand not wanting to be judged for the rest of your life for the worst thing that you've ever done, but on that same token, if the worst thing that you have ever done is going to cause lifelong trauma to your victim, just fucking desserts. Fucking desserts.
Yeah. In all seriousness, the only bright spot of that is he was caught by another couple of guys who found him and what he was doing, and he tried to run away, and they were like, "Fuck you, dude! No, you are answering." And they chased him.
Oh yeah,
because one of them was an ex-footballer and fucking tackled him.
Yeah, that was the one.
Because what he was doing, like it's reprehensible what he was doing, but what rapists do. But what he was doing was just next level. Like behind a fucking dumpster, like
in a dark alleyway type thing.
Yeah, I hope he is remembered as a rapist for the rest of his life.
Yeah. Like, so
he was an adult and he fucking knew what he was doing.
Oh, he knew what he was doing. Yeah.
The other people that I'd also like to call out while we're on this topic as well are these YouTubers who are trying to go viral or whatever by doing what they refer to as social experiments. And they'll have like a female actress acting really drunk. And they'll do the video title of, "We had this lady act really drunk. Watch what happens next." Clickbaity bullshit thing.
Yeah.
And a couple of them had the whole thing, and these guys went out and tried to take this really drunk girl home and all of these sorts of different things. When they first got released, people were rightfully outraged at these people that were apparently trying to take this really drunk girl home and whatnot. But then a few of the guys, they came out and went, "Hey, hold up, just to be very clear here, we were hired and paid to do that."
Yeah. They were scripted. All those social experiment videos are fucking scripted. And
if you do anything like that, you are just as much of a piece of shit.
Yeah.
You really fucking are, because not only are you actively running the risk of ruining these guys' lives, but second to that, you are also running the risk of, you're not running the risk, you are taking away from people with actual fucking realistic "this happened to me" type stories, and it makes it harder for them to be taken seriously. And it's like, you are doing so much fucking damage in the hopes of making a couple of bucks. You are a piece of shit. Fuck off and die.
Absolutely. When they're not normalizing rape culture, they're normalizing racism. Like, they always do these things and they say, "Oh, it's a social experiment." They go, "No, you're a gross." And it depends on which their social experience is. They're either misogynist or homophobic or racist. Or I hate those people so fucking much.
Yeah, there were those guys that did the whole thing of like parking their car in what they refer to as the ghetto, and filmed like all of these African American people coming up and breaking into the car and taking off with the car and all of that sort of stuff. And all of the African American people came out and went, again, we were scripted and paid to do this. We had no idea that he was going to portray it the way that he did. And when he got called out on it.
Yeah. Joey Salads is the worst of them.
That's the one.
He is a very deeply racist person. And I in my entire, like, I'm 15 years on YouTube, I've almost never done videos calling out specific YouTubers. Joey Salads is one I've called out because he's a racist fucking piece of shit. He's fucked.
He really is.
Social experiment shit. And I was just like, no, you're a horrible, bigoted piece of shit.
Yeah, exactly.
On that whole social experiment thing, I called it immediately after it started happening. That whole Sam Pepper fucking incident, where he did the whole fake hand ass grab thing. You know, and I was like, as soon as the whip back from that was all negative, and everybody was calling him a piece of shit because he was or he is. You know, he like, and I turned around to everybody and I went, I guarantee you, give it 24 hours, tops 24 hours. And he's going to come up and say, no, it was all scripted. It was a social experiment. And
but
turns out
people, he was outed as being a sexual predator for underage fans.
He and so many other fucking YouTubers that, like, what in the ever living fuck? You get a little bit of fame on YouTube, and all of it, like, it's that fucking show. It was a deer in the headlights moment the first time that I watched it. That fucking horrible show, To Catch a Predator.
Yes.
With Chris Hansen and whatnot.
Yeah.
Now, I completely agree that there are unfortunately a lot of predators online. I accept that there are a lot of predators doing everything that they can to get with underage girls and boys. We understand that this is still a massive problem in the world over, but when that show was on, it was like entrapment isn't the right word, but it felt like too much of a setup. Like it was, they were putting. It feels like as if they increased the danger for those who were real victims of that. Yeah.
No, because turning it into entertainment is sick.
Yeah.
Turning it into entertainment is sick and fucked up.
Like, I want to see anybody that does that to be arrested and charged to the fullest extent of the law, of course. But there was a forensic psychologist that wrote a paper. It was ages ago. I could try and find it, but it'd take ages to find it now. It was years ago that I read it. But he made an interesting point in that any person who is watching this program who is capable of predating on younger boys or girls online, if they go out and they meet up with that boy or that girl, if they're already going to be more on edge than what they were before, because of this show bringing all of the attention to it. So they get out, they see the young boy, they see the young girl, they're out at a relatively quiet place or something like that. They hear a snap of a twig behind them, or, something happened over there. They freak, and their initial reaction might be to hurt or kill their intended victim to make sure that they try and get away. Just out of a sheer fight or flight syndrome type thing. And I'd never thought about it that way, but it's true.
Oh yeah.
It absolutely it gels with what they were saying, and I was like, I never knew why I didn't like this series, but that really kind of helped me concrete why I didn't like it.
Yeah, it's kind of when something in your gut is telling you something's wrong about what's happening now, and cognitively you can't quite pin down why you feel that way. And often your gut is just telling you a very real thing, that something's wrong with the people who are involved in this particular thing. And it's just like, oh, no.
Yeah, no, it's it really is just one of those things that, like, it's something that the world needs to be educated about. It's something that kids need to be educated about. It's something that we need better ideas behind policing it and stuff like that. Because unfortunately, where we have an a reactive response to these sorts of problems, as opposed to actively trying to stop it in the first place.
Yeah.
And as they always said, a gram of prevention is better than a pound of cure.
Yeah.
And I always come back to it. I believe that education is the key. I've always had that somewhat unpopular opinion in that we should have mental health facilities that are set up for people who have these urges towards boys and girls who are way younger than themselves, to be able to go and talk to somebody in a professional sense to try and help them deal with those urges. Because I think that one of the reasons why it happens as often is because they've got no one to talk to.
Yeah.
If and to be fucking abundantly clear, I have none of those urges whatsoever. But if I was a person that had those urges, having somebody like a professional that I could go and talk to and be like, I have these urges and I don't want them help, and I could actually get that help, would be a really good thing.
Yeah.
But because that help can't be gotten,
Yeah. And what you're saying about sex education, particularly, and this is something that I was actually educated at school. Predators exploit ignorance. It's like, if you've not been given sex education, predators will exploit. Oh, do you know that's not called your pee-pee, that's called your penis, or that's called your vagina, and whatnot. And they treat you like, I'm giving you secret adult knowledge. And that's one way that particular predators groom children. It's like, I'm giving you secret knowledge. So if you don't give children actual, real, meaningful sex education, they're actually more vulnerable to predators. And you get these weird, fucked up right-wing religious people saying, oh no, giving kids sex education is grooming them. And it's going, no, it's the literal opposite. Lack of sex education leaves kids vulnerable to grooming predators. And, and also, as you say, Grasshopper, the people who are in this weird limbo, it's like, no, if you can actually get them and get professionals to say that thing you're doing is wrong and it's wrong for this reason, and you need to not do that, and you need to do this for this reason, but pushing it all to the side and saying that's not a thing, that doesn't work. That just doesn't work.
I completely understand that sexy emotional response to somebody who is a child predator or something like that. I understand that sexy emotional response of wanting to beat 7 shades of shit out of them, because I share in that emotional response.
Yeah.
But you got to go Vulcan on this one and forget the emotions and just practice the logic.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things. The logic really does dictate that, like, now that mental health doesn't have, it's still got a stigma, but not as much stigma as it used to have. Those with mental health issues are actually getting proper treatment now, or are getting better treatment outcomes, because we're getting better at helping them deal with that. And it's because we took some of that stigma away. I don't think the stigma around being a child predator or a pedophile is ever going to go away completely. But if we could get society to a point where they're like, not cool with that, but here's the people to go and talk to.
It's complex. We're all, and I put myself in this as well. I think there's a tendency to go for the easy answer. The easy answer is pedophile must be executed, destroyed, persecuted, and whatnot. And it's like, and it's like people say, oh, why aren't pedophiles just given life in prison or the death sentence? And it's like, well, if the penalty for being a pedophile is no worse than the penalty for being a murderer, you are basically actively encouraging a pedophile to murder their victims because the punishment won't be any worse. And I absolutely understand the emotional response to I want to hurt a pedophile really badly. And because I feel that, I absolutely feel that, but it's this really difficult struggle to no, be a bit rational. If you're going to treat a pedophile as a murderer, then you are actually actively encouraging them to be a murderer. And it's like, as hard as it is, you've got to try and think of another solution. And it's the same deal.
Some sort of therapy, or
it's difficult. I'll be honest, I don't know the answer. There are a lot of people who are experts in the field who are better than me to answer it.
Same.
But
as a parent, I understand that.
Completely. Yeah. I'm a godparent to 4 young girls. And if anybody had ever touched any of them, and not to mention my nieces and whatnot, absolutely, I'd want to break their fucking neck. 1,000%.
You'd want to murder them.
But it is one of those things. When I've had like the most uncomfortable talk that I've ever had in the world, which was with one of my other goddaughters about sex, consent, all of those sorts of things, because there I was at the time, a 33-year-old man having a discussion with a 15-year-old girl about sex. It was like, okay, I'm going to sit at the other side of the room, and lots of distance,
Okay, so I had a similar experience. I was at a festival. It was called Seven Sisters, and it's for women only. So my partner and my partner's stepdaughter and one of her stepdaughter's friends came along, and we all shared this big tent. This tent was amazing. It had separate rooms and everything. My partner's stepdaughter started asking me a lot of questions about sex. She was about 15, 16, and I was just as uncomfortable. Trust me.
I truly believe,
because it wasn't that I was into women, like that wasn't it at all, and it was just like the dynamic. I'm this adult, you're a child, that's what it's about, and that's where the discomfort comes from.
Well, I'm a huge advocate of truth in advertising, as it were. So when I had that discussion, I was being honest that sex is great. It can be a lot of fun, and it can feel fantastic, and you could do all of these amazing things. Consent, of course. So trying to have that open and honest discussion with a 15-year-old girl, saying, no, if you want to, it's okay. I'm not saying with any, just having to be very, very clear about those boundaries and all of that. But having that discussion in the end worked out to be absolutely fantastic, because there was a point where there was somebody that was coming towards her in incredibly inappropriate and aggressive manners. And she was able to pick up on the warning signs. So she got the fuck out of Dodge. Lo and behold, a month later, the same person that was having those sorts of actions towards her was then arrested for doing the exact thing that she was afraid was going to happen to her that he did to somebody else. And it's having that discussion is so important. So I was able to kind of go, no, this is more important than my level of uncomfort, my level of comfort right now. And it's not an easy thing, but I guess if you had to have that discussion with Will, it'd be one thing, or you with your kids angry, that'd be one thing. But doing it with somebody else's kids.
Exactly. Because that line is so far removed from your own kids.
Absolutely. And when you're our age and you see somebody who's 15 or 16, you truly understand that they're a child. So you don't want to. And unfortunately, a lot of them have already been interfered with. It's entirely too fucking common.
Yes.
So you want to be even extra careful to make sure that you don't trigger anything or make them feel that what they experienced was in any way their fault or something like that. It becomes a really tricky thing, but it is so important.
Yeah. I mean, I've had that conversation with a young person going like, okay, you're going to do this. You're going to be in this situation. Absolutely realistically, the other person in there may have an expectation in that situation you're going to put out. And there's nothing intrinsically wrong with that if that is genuinely what you want. But you need to be able to also say no, even if you're in this weird situation where all this peer pressure and societal expectation is like you should kind of be putting out. You also need to be completely comfortable with saying no. You need to be comfortable with saying yes as well, if that's what you genuinely want.
Exactly.
It's so
there is okay. So have either of you ever been to a cuddle party?
Ooh.
Yes, I have.
No,
because if done properly, one of the first things that they teach you and take you through the process of is saying no.
Yes.
And for some people, it's super hard to say no.
Yeah.
But they they like whoever's facilitating will get you through the process to say no. And like the first one I ever went to, I got it. Like it's super hard to say no. But it's so important.
Yeah.
And I wish that was taught in schools. I wish that was sex ed.
It's
learning
not just
how
teaching
to say
them.
No.
It's not just teaching them about consent. It's also teaching them what enthusiastic consent is as well.
Yes.
Yes.
Like if you've been hanging out with this guy and you've been kissing and all of those sorts of different things, and he wants to take it to the next level, and you don't, but you've been receptive to everything else, there is no law anywhere in any fucking book that means that you have to take it to the next level because you've been doing these other things. Enthusiastic consent is a real fucking thing. And the moment that you say no, their only possible reaction to dictate them as a good fucking person is to go, whoa, are you okay?
Yeah.
And fucking stop.
Consent there. Yeah. There was an article recently. It might have even been Nettie who shared it on Facebook. I can't remember, but it was I've not heard of it before. It was some dance thing, and it was in North America. But it's a kind of it can be a very sexual sort of dance thing, and I forget what it's called. But it's a lot of these people go like, yeah, it's open and there's no boundaries. We're not bound by things. And this woman who was running one studio is like, no, it has to be active, informed consent. And a lot of new people,
absolutely.
particularly new women who come into it, feel coerced by these other people to go beyond what they feel their boundaries are. And she set all these rules. And it was very interesting to read this thing, how so many people in this scene had been angry about her setting all these rules. And it was all about active, informed, enthusiastic consent, which that's the only way I understand things. But she was saying, like, she got so much fucking flack from people. And you just look at it and she goes, it was tough, but I had to acknowledge it. These were just creepy fucking men. These were fucking creeps.
1,000,000 fucking %. 1,000,000%.
I have to go pee. I will be back in 1 sec.
We will wait for you to come back.
No, it's in various New Year's parties and stuff like that. A few of our friends have got pools in their backyards and they're reasonably secluded and all of those sorts of things.
Yeah.
We're all adults, and 2/3 of us end up going skinny dipping and just having a great night, and it's all but the thing is, like, the underlying tone of all of those parties is informed, enthusiastic, respect of boundaries, consent. Just because a girl or a guy have jumped into the pool naked does not mean that you're allowed to go up and grope them immediately or any of these sorts of different things, you know. Just because a person is naked, that is not an invitation by any stretch. And as a result, we've had fantastic nights that have gone on until 3 or 4 o'clock in the morning, and everybody's just had an absolute blast. But there was one of them where one of the girls that was there brought along this guy. She'd seen him a couple of times beforehand. She brought him out here to this party, and he did not mesh. He really did not mesh. You know, without going into all of the nitty-gritty details, a couple of the girls that were in the pool had rather large boobs, and he was making all sorts of inappropriate comments, remarks, and actions towards them. And not only had 2 of them told him to knock it off, all of them were showing real physical signs of discomfort. You would have had to have been blind not to read that fucking body language. And because he wasn't paying attention to the body language, he didn't pay attention to the, hey, back off and leave us alone type thing. It got to the point that me and a couple of the other guys, the owner of the house, myself and a couple of the other guys kind of went, he needs to go. So we turned around to the girl that had brought him, and we said to her, look, he has to go. Now, we understand that you brought him. We don't know the situation between you and he. This isn't a judgment on you. You don't have to leave if you don't want to, but he needs to go. And that's all there is to it. And she came out, and it was fucking fantastic. It was so good. She's come out and she's turned around to this guy and just gone, I'm getting my own way home. You can just fuck off.
Just fuck off. Yeah.
Just fuck right off. And he was like, but, and she was like, there's no buts. Okay. She said no. She said no. These ones are really fucking uncomfortable. These people have had to come up and talk to me. And he was like, well, why didn't they talk to me about it? At that point, the owner of the house turned around and said, because I wouldn't have talked to you, I'd have just decked you. This was the more political response to it. So you're getting out. He, in a huff, gets his shit, and he's storming out of the place. My wife was asleep on a couch inside at the time, and he had to walk past that couch to go out the front to get into his car. And he's turned around to my wife, who had woken up because of the commotion, and he was like, are you aware that your husband's naked and groping other girls in the pool? And Alana turns around to me and he goes, yes. And
like, yes, I assume everyone's consenting, and it's just like,
It's one of the things that I truly love about my wife is that aspect of my personality and stuff like that. She doesn't consider it a threat. She okay. This isn't TMI, but this is so okay. A lot of people have said to me, "Oh, you're boxing above your weight where your wife's concerned."
You've said that all the time. Sorry.
It drives me fucking nuts.
That's such an urban myth that I just want to fucking shoot it while it's.
It drives me nuts. Like, but the thing is, the thing that cemented mine and her relationship was the first time that we were getting together, because I was basically a human being. All I did was show the most base amount of fucking respect, and that was when things were getting hot and heavy. And all
the bar is so low for straight women. The bar is so fucking low because dudes, on the whole, are fucking awful. No offense to the sisters here, but
I'm so fucking
the bar is so low. You just have to have a decent amount of respect for people. And Grasshopper, you are one of the most awesome people I know. You and Andrew, fucking amazing, awesome people. You're way up there. You're so above the bar. My hat's off to you, gentlemen.
No, it's the first time.
I agree with you. I honestly think I'm just doing the bare minimum. I'm just doing the bare.
It really
minimum. I'm doing the bare minimum of being a decent human.
Well, that's my point. Is the first time that her and I were getting together, things were getting hot and heavy. was trying to proceed, and she said, "Hey, I don't want to do this." And
Yeah.
my response was to go, "Whoa, shit, okay," and stopped, walked away. Are you okay? Do you need a drink? Do you need something to eat? Can I do anything to help you? Really sorry. And that, like, because I showed the bare basic fucking respect, and her previous partners hadn't, is what fucking cemented me into this position.
Yeah.
Now that is
that is really the bare minimum. Like,
it really fucking is.
I mean, I even remember way back at uni, like 30 fucking years ago, and you know, getting hot and heavy with a young lady, and I was just a young man at that point, and it's just really getting into it. And I stopped and went, "We haven't even talked. We have not even talked about what the fuck." And she breathed this sigh of relief. And "Oh my God, I can't believe you stopped and said that." And I went, "Well, you know, it's like, I'll be honest, I've just got a massive hard on at the moment and whatnot, but it's just like the idea of just pushing forward without ever actually saying something about what it is we're doing here is just fucked as far as I'm concerned." And then again, having her being really relieved, and I'm going, this seems like the bare fucking minimum to me.
Hello, Alexander. Welcome back.
Yeah, and it's like
back,
you're treating me like, oh, Alexander, come back. It's like you're treating me like I've done some godlike thing. I'm literally sitting here like, this seems like the bare fucking minimum. This seems
when the bar is that fucking low, it is an indictment on fucking straight white men. Straight men, I should just say. Sorry.
Such a trope, and so common that when women who've only dated men start dating women, their minds are fucking blown how respectful women are. Like, and I've dated women. I've dated a couple of women who were in that category, and I'm like, what do you mean? This is just respect. This is just you know, it amazes me. It amazes me the disrespect that some men have for women.
When I was younger, I fell into that trope, but like I thought that was the way that I thought, but I'd also been kind of taught by society and friends and older male peers and stuff like that that was the way that I was supposed to do these things. You know,
so I'm laughing at Megalich's comment.
And a certain subset of women, we need to be completely honest, there are a certain subset of women who completely buy into that shit as well.
Absolutely, yeah. And it was like, you know, it wasn't until I was in my early 20s that I recognized that behavior was unacceptable and wrong and all of those sorts of things. And the women that were in my life back then who were still friends with me now understand the growth that I've had in that area. Others I wish I could find just to apologize. Like, I would love just to say, hey, look, do you remember that whole thing? I'm so fucking sorry. Oh my fucking God. Like I think about that and I feel like a piece of shit, you know?
I probably owe a couple of apologies over.
It is a thing.
Probably a couple that are pretty fucked.
I posted this on my Facebook the other night, actually, because it was a thing. I had this discussion with people before, and it was if you have been a toxic person in someone's life, be it sexually, romantically, personally, financially, whatever, if you've been toxic to them and you say sorry, they don't have to accept your apology. But you should give that apology regardless of whether or not you're going to get acceptance for it.
And accept whatever response they have.
1,000%. If their response is, you know, thanks for staying, but get the fuck out of my face and never come near me again, that is a perfectly acceptable answer. Like you have to be able to take responsibility for your fuck ups. Just 1 second. I'm just gonna block the cam for a second. Friend wants to give me a hug. Doesn't want to be on cam.
Problem. That's fair.
Okay.
That's fair. Yeah. Honestly, there are.
I'm gonna give myself a hug.
Yeah. Let's do some
self-love is important.
I will do.
Honestly, there are a couple of women from my 20s in particular that if I met them again, I'd say, so the thing that happened, Was that super
Yeah.
fucked? Was that
Yeah,
super
yeah.
fucked
Oh.
or just a little bit fucked?
You and me both. Like there are like not many, but a couple of women who I would like. I would seek out just to apologize so unreservedly because I was a cunt when I was drunk when I was young.
There is
Like,
a reason.
I was
There is a
awful.
reason that I do not drink. There is a reason why I have stopped myself from drinking, and that is because I am that creepy, horny, push it type of guy. And like all of the reports and the times that I remember being that drunk, I understand that I am that guy, and that's why I stopped myself from drinking. I can make all of the
I've
jokes
managed
about,
to learn how to control myself even when drinking. I think a lot of it has to do with transitioning and copying it. And that little of I have a thing about I'm happy for men to call themselves feminists. Patrick Stewart, I love you, but no man alive gets it.
Yeah,
like you can call yourself a feminist as much as you want.
I have,
except trans men
or
I
bi
will,
men,
like
or
bi. Oh, yeah,
bi or
okay.
gay men as well.
So have you? So being disrespected as a woman is, look, I'm going to say it. You still have male privilege, and as a woman, as a target to often huge men, you just don't know what you don't know. I'm sorry to say it, but
I get that. No, but the analogy that I would draw is from my own personal experiences and other guys that I know as well. When I was younger, much thinner, bit of a pretty boy because I had long hair and shaved face and all of that sort of stuff. So I was basically a twink. If I went out to any sort of event where there were a lot of gay men, fucking pinpointed, like I had a target the size of China on my back, and all of these guys who were always not willing to take no as the only answer would get
so
like
did you ever?
I want to finish off, but I want to be very, very clear that it is not the same as what women experience. I understand that. It's just the closest analogy that I've got, which is what has helped me to understand these things. When you've said no and you've made it abundantly clear with these guys, some of them have become really abusive verbally. Some have become really abusive physically. Some of them run off to their friends and go, "Don't bother with him, he's just a tease," and all of these sorts of different things, and just do everything they can to make you feel like shit. I understand that it is not the same experience as women, but it is the closest analogy that I've got to help me to respect what it is that women may feel. So that I do everything I can to never make them feel that way.
So that is, look, I respect that, and I get that. In that environment, it could be intimidating, but you can walk home at night.
Yes. Oh, 1,000%. 1,000%. You know, it's
you don't have to fear random men on trains or trams.
No. Well, that's the thing. Okay, so guys walking alone at night, they see a group of guys walking towards them. They might have this brief thing of, are these guys going to try and mug me or something along those lines, right? Which would be horrible. It would be traumatic and all of those sorts of different things. But at no point are we looking at these group of guys walking towards us going, are they going to drag me into a forest, rape me for 10 hours, and then kill me? And that would be a completely different level of fucking fear to what it is that I may feel.
Yeah.
So again, I understand that completely.
Yeah. As a cishet male, you are at some degree of risk of being randomly punched in the head by another male.
Yeah, I'll give that.
You are at an incredibly low risk of being raped by another male. It's not zero, but it's a very low risk. Your main risk, and this is the thing I've always felt like, that guy might jump me and kick the shit out of me. It's a low risk, but it's there. But again, the risk of, is that guy just walking towards me, is he going to rape me? The risk of that is very close to zero.
And not just that, but like in progressive Melbourne, one of the most progressive cities in Australia, around my neighborhood, there have been high profile rape / murders here, like in the inner suburbs.
Yes.
The threat is real.
Oh,
and a lot of guys don't get that.
It's
not the most progressive. So the most progressive area that Sydney has gone is Newtown area, and there are a lot of those things happening in that area, and that scares me. Sorry, Abigail, I didn't mean to cut you off.
Can I request a topic change?
Yes, let's do it.
Gladly.
Thank you, because
let's topic change.
It's getting heavy. It's getting heavy, and it's like
2:30 in the morning.
It can be triggering.
Yeah.
I don't know who, like Alexander and Megalich are probably still here, but like
So
as the woman here.
To get onto a different topic, a much funner topic. Eleanor and I are now 2/3 of the way through season 6 of Voyager.
Nice.
Hey,
Eleanor's favorite character in Voyager so far is the Doctor or Seven. She kind of mixes between the two. But after that's finished, then we're going to watch the next gen movies, because we haven't watched them yet.
Cool.
Good luck.
And after we watch the next gen movies, then we're going to watch all of Picard. My deepest, it won't happen, but I wish the Picard season 2 would have been out beforehand, but it won't happen. But we're going to watch all of Picard. But she has suggested that she may be open to trying to watch DS9 with me as well.
Oh, excellent! DS9 is the best.
DS9's good.
No, Voyager is the best. Voyager is the best.
No, okay, Voyager is good. DS9, once you get to remind me, Angry, like season 3, 4.
Season 4 when they get the Defiant
and the Dominion. It's fucking amazing. There are some episodes that are amazing character studies. There are episodes where like the most unlikely of people have said that the episodes have resonated so strongly, like veterans and people with disabilities, queer people. Please, I want to go on this journey with you.
I think DS9 has the most depth of the old Star Trek series.
DS9 has the best character progression, I believe, and the best looks into the various cultures. They're more of a deep dive into the Ferengi culture. They're more of a deep dive into the Klingon culture. Those sorts of things I love.
Megalich, the notable exception to Get Good season 3 is Lower Decks, which was great from episode 1. Lower Decks is fucking great. So it's funny you say the old series, because I guess I'm showing my age. But DS9, Voyager, TNG don't seem that old to me. But
no,
we are.
TNG.
They are. They're like 20, 30 years old.
TNG does come across as a bit old to me, just because of the bad CGI. But that's about it.
No, that's fair.
But,
late 80s is a while ago.
I never liked the original series. I still don't like the original series. I have seen every episode, and they've all bored me to tears. I didn't like a single one of them. In all seriousness,
I like the original series.
Look, TOS, the original series, there are a couple of really good episodes interspaced with some absolute shockers.
Very dated.
It did not age well. At all. And not just that, it had a low budget. And especially the third season, which was the final season, I believe.
I think so, yeah.
was just stretched out.
Not to mention
different
the
writers.
not to mention the horrible fucking treatment that George Takei copped. Because racism was still really alive and well back then. And there were people that were watching that series and like literally calling him all sorts of different racial fucking hate words. And they're like, the series would be so much better if it wasn't him.
My favorite thing in George Takei's book is when he's going like, Shatner had the worst gaydar in all of history. Because he had no fucking idea. He just no idea. And he's going, I thought I was super obvious. And
I don't know why. I don't know why, but my gaydar is fucking on point. Mm-hmm. My lesbian dar not worth its weight in poop, but which is fucked in the head. But my gaydar, I saw that episode when I was a teenager. I saw the episode The Naked Now, I think it was. The chemical virus that made everyone drunk. And you see you see George Takei topless with a sword. I'm like,
that's like the gayest thing he ever did.
He's gay.
That's like the gayest thing he ever did.
Yeah, that's the gayest thing I've ever seen.
Anyways,
and I've seen gay dudes. I've seen gay dudes fucking. And George Takei with the sword is the gayest shit I've seen.
It is 25 past 2. I need to go to the bathroom and then I got to get a few things done so I can go to bed. So thank you for letting me in at the end. Love you both.
Thank you. Live long and prosper. I love you, Grasshopper.
Love you too. Very much.
Shame you can't stay for the after party because I'm drunk enough and caffeinated enough for an after party. And there hasn't been a good after party in a while.
I would be kind of cool with that, except for
that's fair.
So good night, my love to you both.
Good night. Good night. Maybe love you. Next time I'm at Angry's place, drunk, I'll stay drunk for the after party and take off all my clothes in his kitchen because that's appropriate.
You did that. I'd actually gone to bed and didn't.
I know. I know.
Everyone was telling me after the fact, and I was like, I don't know. I was in fucking bed. I don't know what the.
Why would I do it while you were there?
Exactly. You've got no interest in doing it while I'm here. It's like.
Well, I mean, get me drunk next time I'm there, and I might be able to. But I think Mrs. Angry might have a thing to say about that.
Yeah.
Because I'm definitely sensing a very closed monogamous relationship dynamic.
Yeah, and that's just how we are. And it's like, and that's why I'm completely okay with talking with other people and discussing with other people and being open about it. But in terms of actual physical shit they have, well, I don't know, we're just super happy in this monogamous relationship. I have heaps of poly friends. I have heaps of bi friends and gay friends, and it's like, and I'm totally open and totally supportive. But if you ask me a question, it's like, well, don't take it personally, but I'm in a committed monogamous relationship.
Yeah.
So it's like,
and apparently I'm gay, but I keep mentioning sucking dicks a lot. Which it's only a drunk Abigail thing, I guess.
It's an aesthetic. That's what I think.
Yeah. No. And the moment a trans woman, pre-op trans woman flirts with me, it's on for young adult. It's this, that's And that's kind of funny because I'm a little bit older, and so I grew up in a somewhat simpler age, and it's like, you interested in dicks? And this is what in the modern parlance, it's like, would you go for a trans person? It's not about. I don't even think of trans women, trans men, and whatnot. It's like, in my mind, it's like, am I turned on by penises? Not really. Am I turned on by vaginas? Yes. So that's
and
So-
people can argue with me and hassle me and whatnot, and it's just like, look, seriously, I don't know, and I have the absolute convenience of not having to really think about it because I'm in a long-term committed monogamous relationship. When people say, "Would you da da da?" I said, "Christ, I don't fucking know." On what makes it easy for me, I don't need to make that decision because I'm not in the scenario where am I going to do that or not. It's just like because I'm already in a relationship and I'm not looking outside of that relationship. So all the other questions are irrelevant.
Yeah, and it's look, it's like I said, I did a transgender 102 lecture once. Didn't have any 101 stuff, so it was like for people who were a bit more clued up. One of my parting comments was, humans have figured out how to do the sex with every single combination of genital configuration known to man.
Yes.
Yeah. And that has nothing to do with gender or how people identify or this. Yeah. So take that as you will. Yeah, and I saw a lot of people like, oh yeah. A lot of gay men went to that and okay, I get that. So I think I may be responsible for a few trans men getting lucky that night.
Nice.
Which
also,
is cool.
Hi, Initiator. I saw you said hello to Initiator.
Hello, Initiator.
Abigail. But also, like another of my internet friends who I've kind of tried to get to come on video and whatnot, but she hasn't yet. Delaney King. She's fucking. I don't know if you know Delaney. She's fucking astonishing. She's worked in like gaming. She's like a hardcore programmer nerd. She's an artist. She works in physical media, digital media. She has done programming for some of the biggest video games in the last 20 years. And
nice.
And she's smart as fuck, but she also has the experience of, well, I was working in the game industry presenting male for this number of years, and I've since been working in the industry presenting as female for this number of years. So I fucking know what the difference is. And again, she's got a big following on Twitter because she's super fucking smart, and she's also extremely good at explaining both the social constructs around gender, sexuality, and identity, and also the scientific and physical aspects of the differences around gender, sexuality, and physicality and whatnot. And she's excellent at just shooting down people who were, well, in primary school, they told me boys have a penis and girls have a vagina. And it's like, okay, here's why they didn't explain to you in any more complexity, because you're a fucking 10-year-old and it was too complex and abstract for you.
You are no longer a 10-year-old.
Yeah. And
what's the Twitter handle?
Delaney King, I think. Let me double check. Because
Delaney King.
Okay. DELAN. Yeah. Delaney King Rocks. So DELANEYKINGROX.
Got them.
On top of everything else, like, she's just fun and engaging and whatnot. She's like smart as fuck. And she's also a hardcore nerd. She's been doing computer programming and game.
I am so horny for her much right now.
The fact that Delaney has no interest in how horny I am for her is just like the perfect. But
if she's into chicks, I will hit her up. No, I won't really.
but again, she's smart, she's accomplished, and like I said, just from the point of view of she's a programmer, she's a game designer, she's an artist. Again, she fucking shits me up the wall because she's not just a digital artist, she's into D&D and shit, and she paints miniatures.
Yeah.
And when you see the stuff of her painting miniatures, it's
oh my God.
How
Okay, so I'm looking.
I know, right?
I'm looking at some of her work.
Yeah.
And if I don't already have a lady boner, she mentioned she's a fan of the Oxford comma. Sploosh.
Yeah, no.
That's it. Yeah.
Delaney's got it.
She's amazing.
She's fucking got it all. She's fucking got it all.
Yeah.
And it's like she's a nerd. She's a gamer. She's a programmer. She actually does. She's done major character design for some of the biggest franchises in the last 20 years. But also, she's a D&D nerd, and she paints miniatures. And it's just freakish. It's
she's got it all.
The only thing that fucking bugs me about her is like, could you stop? Could you fucking stop?
Stop! I'm already gay. Come on.
and see, in your case, you're like, your case, you're like, I can't get any gayer, and in my case, it's like, I can't get any more disappointed. Okay.
Oh yeah, Alexander Oxford comma. Oh my God.
Yeah.
That and 2 spaces after a period.
Yeah.
And I'm yours.
Oh, nice. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because no, it's like with Delaney, I'm in the position of, okay, I can't actually feel any more inadequate, Delaney. Okay. It's just like fucking this sad fucking cishet male over here. And it's just like, God damn. Okay.
Yeah. Well. Look, you know, for female or like feminine feminine appearing people, cis men are like so prevalent.
Yeah.
And the commodity power dynamic is just so skewed against you. It's amazing how any of you manages to find people. But
one of the funniest thing I have ever seen on social media is a heterosexual woman saying, look, the fact that I am still attracted to men is proof that sexuality is not a choice. Okay. It's just it's just like men are just awful, but I actually only want to fuck men. And it's just like, so, okay, please accept the fact sexuality is not a choice, because, and it's hilarious. They're basically saying, look, if I can be logical and objective, I look at all these stuff and I just go, you know what? The women, they've got all this going on, but I seriously only want to fuck men. So, whatever.
Yeah. No, I get that.
Like, and me, cishet man, is going, oh my God, thank God. Thank God. Thank God for heterosexual and bisexual women, because that I've got a chance now. It's just like, Jesus.
Yeah. Look, as much as my recruiting effort is out there, like I'm a recruiter. Like, sexuality isn't that much of a choice as people might think. And
I agree with the whole spectrum thing, but you're on a particular point. You're either, and even Aidsy said it to me. He's like, oh, you know, I've always said like I can swing guys and whatnot. And it's just like, you're like one of the most heterosexual guys I know. And I'm like, dude, I'm not doing it on purpose. Okay. I'm not doing it on purpose. It's just, it's
okay.
Yeah.
You were born this way. I get it.
I was born this way. Please, I'm not a freak. And it's just like, I can aesthetically go, that man is objectively attractive. Like Chris Hemsworth. Okay. Would I say no? I don't know. You know, it's just like, the thing is, I can get the aesthetics of Chris Hemsworth, but I don't get horny when I think about it. I look at him and go, I go aesthetically, yes. I think it's dumb if you can't appreciate the aesthetics of a gorgeous man.
Yep.
But it's like, no, dude, I've never cracked a horn over Chris Hemsworth.
No, I feel the same way.
Yeah, exactly.
I would put him on my wall and stare at him for hours.
Yeah.
And he would make me weak at the knees, but he does nothing down there for me at all.
No. Chris, there are a whole bunch of men I'd go, oh no, that guy's objectively hot. And in terms of the whole daddy thing, it's like George Clooney. Fuck yeah. Okay. I don't get horny over George Clooney, but I look at him and go, I know why women want that. I absolutely know why. It's obvious. It's super fucking obvious why women want that. And it's like, I don't want it, but I'm not going to say, oh no, George Clooney. It's like, no, he's fucking hot. He's fucking hot for a particular sort of woman.
Also, he's kind of a cool person.
He does seem
a great
like
sense of humor.
He does seem like a nice person. He does seem like a good person.
Yeah.
I think socially and politically, I'm good with George Clooney as well. But
there was someone he used to play pranks on. I forget who it is.
Yeah.
But when he was young, he played this really he played the long game on this prank where I don't know if you've heard this or not, but what he did was he snuck into someone's house, and this person is now a celebrity as well. It's like someone like Ryan Reynolds or someone. I don't remember. Yeah. There's YouTube footage of him telling this story. But what he did, he would sneak into this person's house and steal the poop out of their cat litter tray.
Oh my god!
And and he did it for ages and ages. And they had to take their cat to the vet because they were worried that their cat was not pooping. And then, and I'm sure you can see this coming. He snuck in and he did an actual human poop in the cat litter tray and made them think that the cat had just this big backlog and just did this massive human log of a turd. Yeah, this is George Clooney.
Jesus, that's the most fucked thing ever. I love it.
It's so great and so fucked, and
oh fuck, that's so good. And even his contemporary in a lot of movies, or like Brad Pitt's. I mean, George Clooney's 10 years older. How old is George Clooney? But Brad Pitt is slightly older than me. Now I need to look it up. How old is George Clooney?
Yeah.
George Clooney was born. He's 5 years older than me. He's 5 years.
Brad Pitt is 57. Yeah, Brad Pitt is 57.
It's me, Brad Pitt, George Clooney in age. We're kind of sort of spaced out. But I grew up like Brad Pitt first appeared in Thelma and Louise, right? And he was just a sex toy in Thelma and Louise. And since then, he's done the whole thing of trying to be serious. And the idea of some a heterosexual guy saying Brad Pitt's not hot, it's like, oh, fuck off, dude. Fuck off. Okay.
You are obviously blind.
No, just fuck off. Okay.
That's not how eyes work.
No, because he's done everything. He's done everything from being the pure sex object to being the action hero to being the intellectual. No, Brad Pitt's fucking awesome. Okay.
Yep. He's done.
But again, I'm sitting
action
here,
comedy. He's done sci-fi. Yeah.
I'm talking about how amazing he is not getting an erection. Okay, it's just
Stop! I can only get so erect.
Yeah. Oh, what that was Krieger on. My nipples can only get so erect. Krieger's the best character in Archer. He's so funny.
I haven't watched that. I should.
You should.
I'll add it to the list.
It's like eight seasons of it now.
Okay.
And because Krieger's their scientist, and he's so fucked up, and his fucked up stuff ranges from innocent to really, really not off-putting. It's just, but like the most innocent one he does, he's in one point in the office, he's built a box fort out of boxes, and they're trying to get him to do something, and his head just pops out of this box fort and goes, "Your authority is not recognized in Fort Kickass." And it's just like,
Have you watched Community?
yes.
Great
And,
show. For the most part.
Those two dudes may have never had sex, but they're definitely in love with each other.
You're talking about Abed and
Troy. Troy and Abed.
Yeah.
Troy and Abed may, for all I know, have physically just been heterosexual, but mentally, they are partners.
They were in love. Yeah. They were. Yeah, serious bromance.
I thought a human person was opening the sliding door into the kitchen, and it was Mimsy.
What was it? Just the wind? Because I can see the reflection behind you in the window.
No.
The door open.
I'll point it. You can see the sliding door is slightly open.
Yeah. I saw that in the reflection.
Yeah. No, it was Mimsy.
Because it already, like, the wind already makes it bang, and it sounds like someone's knocking.
Yes, it does. There's always this knocking noise. But I thought I thought it was maybe Mrs. Angry going, "It's almost 3 a.m. Go to bed, you idiot." But it was actually Mimsy.
Yeah.
And I think
and all of a sudden she says, "It's almost 3 a.m. Pat me, you idiot."
Yeah, no. Mimsy. And this is, I've always described our two cats like Mimsy loves people. If anyone ever visits the house, I go, Mimsy's going to come up to you. She loves visitors. She wants you to worship her and pat. She loves it. You will not see our other cat. Our other cat is Grey. We call her Shadow. She thinks you're going to murder her, and she will not show up.
I can confirm. I didn't know you had another cat. And I've been to your place a few times now.
Several times.
Yeah. But also, Mimsy hasn't warmed up to me. Like, she has, like, I've given her a couple of pats, but she hasn't quite warmed up to me. And I'm like, I'm a cat friend. I'm a cat friend.
A cat person.
Yeah.
Mimsy generally sounds out people. Whenever someone new comes to the house, I just go, "Oh, Mimsy's she wants you to worship her, okay? Just pat her and stuff." But Shadow's weird.
Yeah.
In winter, Shadow feels the cold. She sleeps on our bed for most of the day. And like if I'm passing, because we have like an ensuite bath. I love our private bathroom. There are multiple toilets in the house, but I always go to our
I've only seen the one, the communal one.
Yeah, you're not allowed in our ensuite. That's the thing.
So I had a shower. I had a shower in Grasshopper's ensuite.
Oh, okay.
When I was there, and there were many jokes about me being naked in his ensuite, which is fair. But like, he was really like aware, because there were like 2-3 dozen dudes at a LAN party.
Yes, there was a LAN party. Yes,
me and one other. There was another trans woman there as well, and he understood the dynamic and just said, "If you would like to use our ensuite, feel free." Because the other shower was more of like a communal kind of bathroom thing. So which I appreciated.
Yeah,
but also like literally, as I was like soaping up my boobs, I sent Grasshopper a message saying, "I'm soaping up your boobs in your ensuite right now." And he just like got angry / laugh, like humorous about it. Because he couldn't do anything about it. As much as he threatens to do something about it, he can't. So which is so funny.
It is.
And I really enjoyed teasing him about that.
Yeah, that's a fun dynamic. I like that.
Yeah.
I'm still going to make him call me daddy one day, so that's okay. He says he won't, but he will. Oh, it's okay.
Yep. I reckon I can make him beg for more.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
It doesn't matter what it's for, but I can make him beg for more.
Yeah.
Whatever it is. It could be cheesels. It could
Yes.
like
we could
it
we
could
could
be
both
yeah.
do that. We could actually both do that and have like just
Yeah.
a bag of snacks and say no, beg. So
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
swear to God, he thinks we're bad enough when he's here, and it's like because he's gone off now, and we're just
Yeah. I hope
Oh.
he's watching, but he's probably not.
no, he's probably not. He's probably got shit going on. But oh my
Yeah.
God, it is literally we're creeping up on 3. This is later
It is.
than we ever go.
It's almost
except for New Year's
7
Eve.
coming up to it's almost coming up to 7 hours of live
Yeah.
stream.
Yeah, we normally only do that on New
which has
Year's
been
Eve.
great.
Oh no, I fucking feel wide awake, but I'm just in the abstract. I'm like, I should go to bed. But
Yeah.
I actually kind of feel wide awake, but no, I need. And I didn't even
Yeah.
have caffeine tonight. Like on Friday night.
I've been drinking bad decision juice all night.
Oh God, you've been doing more bad decision juice.
Coca-Cola variant of bad decision juice.
Okay, Coca-Cola is bad as Red Bull. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm awake. And I've got multiple lights going on. Usually, like if I'm not on a live stream, like I've got only one light and it's over there and it's like subdued lighting. And by now I'd be like so tired, but I'm like wired, drunk, caffeinated, and yeah.
It's also probably why I'm still feeling wide awake is because I didn't switch off the lights for shooting my video. So I've got 2 really bright lights.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Scooby snack. It depends what, Initiator, it depends what you mean by a Scooby snack. Traditionally, Scooby snacks were a metaphor for marijuana in the show because like they were totally stoners.
Yes.
Shaggy and Scooby.
Yes.
So I don't know. Where do you live, and are you offering? Is all I have to say.
Was that an offer initiator? Yeah. Did you ever watch?
Yeah.
There were a few Adult Swim shows that were spoofs of those 60s and 70s stuff, and one was Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law. Because Birdman was a really fucking weird superhero cartoon, and
I know of it. I never actually watched it.
Oh, it's really good because he defends a bunch of Hanna-Barbera characters. It's hilarious.
I remember watching Space Ghost Coast to Coast, which was a talk show.
Yep.
Yeah, and like this animated character interviewing live hosts, live guests. Sorry, was great.
Yes.
But I didn't actually watch Harvey Birdman.
Yep. The same people made at around the same time made Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, and oh Christ, I'm trying to think of the other one. It was this weird fucking cat creature. I don't know, but they're all based off weird fucking 60s Hanna-Barbera cartoons. And,
yeah.
And they did this, and like Harvey Birdman, you know, he defended the Flintstones at one point, he defended the Jetsons, and just all the weird court cases involved all these Hanna-Barbera characters, and it was just super weird and fucked up, and you could tell the people who made it were stoned out of their fucking brains when they made it. And one, they defended the Scooby Gang, and it started off with Scoob and help me out, what's his name, the stoner?
Scooby and Shaggy, and
Scoob. No, it was literally just Scooby and Shaggy getting stoned in the back of the van, and cops pull them over, and of course then they're arrested because they're obviously high as fuck. And then Harvey Birdman tries to defend them, and the other the other members of the Scooby Gang come in and behave like they're in, which of course in anything approximating a real world situation is just bizarre. And and so they're all saying like, no, we're not stoned, and then it would show all these freeze frames from the old Hanna-Barbera cartoons where they all look super stoned, and it's just like,
yeah, you know, there are so many hints in those old cartoons that Thelma was totally gay for the other chick.
Yeah,
like so many.
Oh,
I forget her name, but
there's one in particular that I think this is real. I think it's from one of the more recent sort of animated movies, but there's one shot where Thelma's wearing an outfit and oh Christ, whatever her fucking name is wearing a different outfit, and then there's another shot where they've basically swapped outfits, and
Daphne,
it's like,
thank you, Megalich.
Daphne, yes, thanks. And there's another shot where the next morning they're wearing opposite outfits, and someone's captioned it, there's no heterosexual explanation for this.
Yeah,
and it's
sure.
just like Thelma and Daphne got it on, because of course the dude with the ascot, there was always basically him and Daphne.
But there was
also a joke in Harvey Birdman about him and his ascot and what the fuck is going on there. And
Megalich is on point here.
Tread,
I've
thank
got
you, Megalich.
Got the Mystery Squad fucking Wikipedia page open.
Oh Christ, I'm just too fucking drunk to remember any names.
Me too. Oh yeah.
3 I'm gonna go to bed.
I'm bad with names at the best of times. Like you roll over and like, what was your name again? Sorry.
Yeah, exactly right. But the old Adult Swim shows, Space Ghost Coast to Coast, Harvey Birdman, Attorney at Law, Aqua Teen Hunger Force, Squidbillies. Okay, I need to remember the name of this show. Adult Swim. I'm just going to call him Space Cat and see what comes up. That's him. What's his name? Please, Google, tell me. Oh, get fucked. That's him in the picture. What's the image? Brack. That's his name. Brack. Brack was a villain that Space Ghost fought in 60s Hanna-Barbera cartoons. But in the Adult Swim stuff, Brack has his own show, and Brack is really childlike and innocent. On Space Ghost Coast to Coast, his sidekicks on the show were actually his enemies from the Hanna-Barbera. Like Zorak was Mantis was his enemy on the 60s Hanna-Barbera, because the 60s Hanna-Barbera was stupid as fuck. And Brack was one of his enemies, was this cat-looking thing. And in the Adult Swim series, Brack, he was just this very innocent, childlike character. So yeah, any of the fucking naughties Adult Swim stuff, and I have a soft spot for them because the people were obviously my age. They were obviously older Gen Xers who are riffing on stuff that they grew up with on the Saturday morning cartoons, and that includes the Venture Brothers. The Venture Brothers has all this shit that's referencing 60s and 70s Saturday morning cartoons. I love Venture Brothers. All the nemesis they deal with are all from 60s, 70s Hanna-Barbera cartoons.
Sure. Well, I'm a young Gen X.
Yeah, you're young Gen X. I'm old Gen X.
So I grew up with early 80s / late 80s, like Transformers and He-Man and
Yeah.
all that.
So I'm 70s banana splits and all this other weird shit from the 70s. Where when you look at it now, and particularly Sesame Street from the 70s, you look at the animations from Sesame Street in the 70s, and you look at it and go, these dudes were doing so much acid. They were doing so much.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12.
Again, that was all just
Yep.
dream imagery. That was,
Yep.
you know, those dudes were doing so much fucking acid. It's just not a thing. It's not even up for debate. Those dudes were doing so much acid.
For sure.
And then they were just doing this children's television workshop, and it's just like, fuck. Okay, so literally,
I remember.
Yeah, sorry. Go ahead.
God, I remember watching. I think it was on the D-Generation, and okay, I'll set the scene for you. There's a couple. Yeah. They're getting hot and heavy.
Yeah,
they're kissing. They're like in various states of undress, but not quite. They're not naked or anything because it was the D-Generation. Yeah, and like they move to the bedroom, and they're kissing and heavy petting, and then just and down at the bottom. And remember, this was like the 80s. Children's television network.
Yes. And
it was just so funny at the time. I guess you had to watch it because, like, at the time there were lots of like children's television network with the cap. It looked like a meme, but like they would have PSAs and ads. And believe it or not, their office is just down on Smith Street, like right around the corner. But to see this spoof of just like this hot and heavy couple, and then children's television network at the time was funny as fuck. I'm sorry it didn't land. It was funny in my head.
I always found it funny because I loved the D-Generation, the Late Show, and everything they did. And
you know, there were only 2 seasons of the Late Show.
Yeah, and you get stuff written in the media by boomers who are basically saying, "I don't get it," but they thought that made them smart, that they didn't get it. And I was just laughing, going like, "Yeah, no, dude, you don't get it. You literally don't get it."
Yeah, I thought that D-Generation, Late Show, The Big Gig, Doug Anthony All Stars, fucking, I loved all of that shit. And champagne comedy. Yeah, it was just so great.
Boomers who were writing for the established media basically saying, "I don't get it," and thinking that made them smart, that they didn't get it. And I was just laughing at their reviews, going, "Yeah, no, you actually don't get it." It's
Sure. So my dad, like my father, he was an arsehole. Love him or hate him, he let me sometimes stay up to watch either MacGyver or The Big Gig, and like, because I was the oldest in the house, I was the oldest kid, so he would let me do that. There were like, you know, like a broken clock is right twice a day. Like there was. Occasionally he got some things okay. So
we have a whole next live stream. We'll have a whole conversation about how fucked our dads were.
Because you're going to bed.
Our dads were a very similar generation, or in fact the same generation.
Boomers.
Yes, it's literally 3 a.m. We have not kept a stream going this long since New Year's Eve, and I stress, I'm not cutting this off because I'm tired. I'm cutting this off because arbitrarily it's 3 a.m. and
and we're not getting a lot of interaction from the chat. It's pretty much just a conversation between us two and Mega Leech just occasionally popping in. Initiator, I don't know if you're still around. You didn't answer my question, Initiator. Where do you live? And if you're local, were you serious about Scooby Snacks?
Yeah, because if you are, I'm also interested. So, no, what? Kids? Drugs are bad, kids, okay? It's also like I have to say on the occasional live stream.
Don't do drugs. Give them to me.
Also, binge drinking, bad. So
I'll drink to that.
yeah, yikes. There was an animated thing
Yeah.
I remember on SBS like fucking 20 years ago, and it was this. It was a funny sort of squiggly animation, and it was the guy who did the voice for. Do you remember the song "Detachable Penis"?
Oh yes.
Yeah.
Detachable
that was King Missile. Yeah, but the same
King
dude
Missile,
who did,
yes.
the same dude who did the monologue for that, he was narrating these fucking cartoons that were on SBS 20 years ago. And one of them, because it was a stoner cartoon, and he was like, yeah, I was at this thing in the park where we were protesting against people taking drugs. And you're going, what? And he's going, yeah. And then he's like with a Rasta band, and we were protesting against people who take drugs. And it was basically all these different stoner people were protesting people who take drugs. And that goes on for 5 minutes.
Yeah.
And then he goes, yeah, man, I had a whole bag of drugs on my dining table and someone took them, and that's not cool.
I see.
So you spent 5 minutes thinking they were protesting against the imbibing of drugs, but they were actually literally just complaining about the various time someone took their drugs away from them.
That's great.
It was so stupid, but it was so funny. Barely Celtic King. Yeah. We were literally just talking about going to bed.
Okay.
Oh, Alexander, you switched to TV.
You were talking about going to bed.
I am. Yeah, I am. Seriously.
I'm going to be up for a bit longer. So, I mean, obviously, there's not going to be an after party because it's just me. But if people know how to get to me, like I'm on Facebook, I'm on Discord, blah 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 blah.
Yeah,
hit me up.
So
drunk.
All right. So Monday, I'm just my normal disclaimer is Monday night. I won't be live, but I probably will be Tuesday night.
That's tonight.
Yes, Monday. Because and I'm also kind of funny because on Tuesday I'm going in to see the dude who gave me my CPAP machine and probably change the nose thing on it. And it's going to be funny. He goes, okay, so Friday night you used it for 5 hours, and then Saturday night you used it for 10 hours, and then Sunday night you used it for 5 hours again. And I'm going, so I was getting shit-faced drunk on Friday and Sunday night. Fucking sue me, man.
Yeah, I have a life, man.
Yeah. But he laughed. Yeah. Like last time it was the same deal. Like I didn't use it on a Saturday night. And I said, I'm going to be honest, dude. I was hanging out online with friends drinking, and then I just passed out on the lounge. So I never made it to the bedroom where the CPAP machine is. And he went, oh, yeah, no, I get that. Yeah. Like 2 years ago, if you told me you were going to hang out online and drink with people who weren't there, I'd think you were weird. But the last year has changed everything. That just makes absolute sense now. Makes absolute sense.
Western civilization will never be the same after COVID.
No,
it's going to take a long time to find some normality.
Yeah, everything's different, and we have to work out what the world is now.
Yeah.
All right, you fabulous people. So take care. Like I said,
live long and prosper. Stay sexy. I love you all. Thank you, Angry.
Don't have to go to work on Monday, so I'm just going to fucking sleep and. Might see you again on Tuesday night because I'll probably do a live stream on Tuesday night. So, but I'll be fucking vegging out and doing who the fuck knows what. But bye, you all fabulous, sexy people. See you another time.